This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity.
Russ Wakelin. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And John Regul in the third chair.
It's pronounced Daka, damn it.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you at the speed of a cryptic doom scythe screaming in on engines powered by the souls of the damned. Ooh. This edition is brought to you by Roland S. 108 episodes of the D6G. What an auspicious number. That is one episode for each earthly temptation. Here's to many more such temptations. Tonight, our panelists are Russ Had Daka Wakelin and John Got Daka Regul. Let's begin. Issue number 1. History is the discovery, collection, organization, and presentation of information about past events. As we look back at former associations, organizations, and iterations of famous games and websites, we delve into the vibrant and living history of our hobby and our lives. Lively debates often arise about the specific facts or the frailty of human recollection, keeping the past alive and well, even as we then turn to look towards an ever-churning, turbulent, and exciting future. Question. What 5th century BC Greek philosopher is considered to be the father of the academic discipline of history? B.H. Roberts Russ.
Aristotle.
William James John.
He stole mine. I'm going to go with Aristotle.
And you would both be wrong! As any liberal arts wonk could tell you in his tome-induced sleep, the father of history was Herodotus. Herodotus. I would also have accepted with a slight sneer of superiority his contemporary Thucydides. Issue number 2, the merest perusal of the history of Daka article on the dakadaka.com website reveals a plethora of information concerning the genesis of that great and venerable institution. From the first days of a local group of 8 gamers at the Wizard's Tower to a screen cap of the final eBay auction results in July of 2007, it is truly a walk down memory lane for those of us who lived those heady days, and a peek into a happier, more peaceful time to those who enter the story today. Question. That small group of gamers in southern New Hampshire had come together to play what has come to be called a specialist game by Games Workshop, Necromunda. Aside from the inestimable Rick Priestley, what 2 other game designers are credited with creating the original version of this classic game way back in 1995? Free the Ratskins, Russ.
Ooh, we're going to go with Jervis.
What 2?
I'm going to go with 1.
Don't mess with the Juves, John.
I'm going to go with Andy Chambers and Jervis Johnson.
Oh, that would be a half wrong, so a and a completely correct. Jervis Johnson and Andy Chambers, of course. 2 names who, to this day, loom large in the worlds of miniature gaming. Issue number 3. In 1987, the gaming world was rocked by the advent of a well-positioned juggernaut of a new game, Warhammer 40,000, Rogue Trader. Designed by Rick Priestley and envisioned as a futuristic companion to the just-released Warhammer Fantasy Battle game, with which the original 40K shared many game mechanics. Since that sudden attack, the game's bid for total global domination of the sci-fi gaming market is well documented. Many of the original elements of this earliest version, however, remain shrouded in mystery. Question. There are 9 standard statistics used by Warhammer 40K today. However, in the original game, each infantry model included 3 other statistics that have since been dropped from the system. Name 2 of those 3. Ancient Rylanor Russ.
Movement and intelligence.
Hastur Sejanus John.
I'm going to go with cool and willpower.
So this time we have another half wrong, and another complete correct. Why, those would be, of course, intelligence, or INT, cool, or CL, and willpower, or WP. Clearly, Russ lacked the INT to answer the question fully, or his CL was insufficient to the pressure, or perhaps his WP was weak, and thus he failed to get the complete answer.
Wow.
Issue number 4. Abstraction is a process by which higher concepts are derived from the usage and classification of literal, real, or concrete concepts, first principles, or other methods. An abstraction is the product of this process, a concept that acts as a supercategorical noun for all subordinate concepts and connects, I hope you're following along, connects in any related concepts as a group, field, or category. Abstractions may be formed by reducing the information content of a concept or an observable phenomenon, typically to retain only information which is relevant for a particular purpose. For example, abstracting incoming enemy fire from various weapons to the more general idea of an enemy attack retains only the information on general attack attributes and eliminating the other characteristics of that particular attack. Question. If, in 6th edition, 2 las cannon shots, 6 heavy bolter shots, and 12 bolter rounds are zeroed in on a squad of 5 howling banshees with the Exarch bringing up the rear of the formation, what are the chances of her survival for getting into close combat next round? Rippy Fish Russ.
About 1 in 7.
Gyrinx John.
Are there any Space Marines around to hear the sound?
Clever, but wrong. The answer is 100% because they rolled 12 inches on their random assault distance last turn, and your Marines are all dead. How's that for abstract? That's all we've got for this episode. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by GameSalute.com. Check out gaming news or find out what the new hotness is on Springboard. GameSalute.com. And by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more.
And by Audible. Try the service, get a free book, and support the show. All by visiting audibletrial.com/D6G.
And by Geek Nation Tours. Rise up and join the Geek Nation, touring the world at geeknationtours.com.
Hello.
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 And welcome to episode 108 of
That
the
is a
D6
very
Generation.
significant number.
I'm Russ Wickland.
You are, and I'm Craig Gallan.
And I'm John Yakface Regul.
Hey, John.
John is back, and you're gonna be in trouble.
Hey, no,
because
John is back.
Yakface is back.
It's
Hey,
been
John.
nice. You guys have kept the place good. It's a little dusty, but
Yeah.
otherwise,
John,
feeling
you were
good.
last on. Do you remember what
Spiderwebs
episode?
are a little gross.
Do you remember what episode you were on last time, John? It was a long time ago.
Only because you mentioned it to me before we started this. But episode 5. Does that make me the longest gap in between
Actually,
appearances?
I lied. It was actually episode 9. It was
Oh,
5 was in my head because it was 5th edition. But
Way
it
to
was
go, John.
episode
You could have
9.
held off one more time and made it an even 100.
You could have. You could have.
well, I blame you guys because that totally should have happened.
That is
There should be
fantastic.
symmetry. I'm only allowed on every 100th show.
Right.
That could be for the safety of our audience as well.
Could be. Well, of course,
Right.
John, as many of you probably know, but I'm sure some of you do not know, John, of course, is the main cheese, the big honcho, the head webmaster dude of DakaDaka.com, and also is the man behind the official, now what is the technical term for this? The international FAQ?
It's the INAT FAQ, which is
INAT.
the Independent National Warhammer 40,000 Tournament FAQ.
Nice. That's an acronym right there, baby. And so
Well,
that's,
gamers love their acronyms, so I figured I had to come up with one.
they do it. Now that's the rules that Adepticon uses and a lot of other independent tournaments also use, right?
Correct.
Yep. So this is great. So even now
There's
you're
a guy who knows 40K. It's this guy,
That's
as if you
right.
didn't already know that from earlier in the show.
and so welcome to our 40K-a-palooza.
40K Palooza.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the full history of Warhammer 40,000 in the first half of the show here. And then later, of course, we're going to dive right in to the latest hotness, that is 40,000, which, of course, is 6th edition, right?
Yep.
And I'm sure, John, even now, your little gray cells are probably calculating all the various things you're going to want to, do for that INAT to make sure it's all up to date and shiny, right?
Well, no, because there's absolutely no rules questions whatsoever
Good.
in the new edition of Warhammer 40,000.
They did it.
Perfect.
Sweet, you can
Everything
retire.
perfect.
You can retire now. That's awesome.
Yay.
All right. Is that true? We'll find out later this episode. But up first, we should talk about, speaking of games,
Yes, we like them.
that's a segue. Speaking of games,
Nice. Professional.
we've been talking about giving away this game called Leviathans now for the better part of 3 episodes, along with its little sidekick, Balance of Power.
It's not really a sidekick. It's another excellent game that
From
just
our
didn't
friends.
get enough traction, as much traction with the local group because they were all excited about Leviathans,
right.
etc.
So, and the contest for this was what, Craig?
The contest was to compose a haiku. God bless you. And we got we are the victims of our own simplification.
Yeah. Yep.
And we got 15 pages of haiku.
Right. So on the plus side, they're very short, but on the downside, it's hard. We can't possibly read all these haikus in the air because, well, for
15 pages, averaging out 5 to 6 per page. So that's an awful lot of haiku.
That's a lot of haikus. So what we've done is we actually asked our friend Randall Bills over at Catalyst Game Labs, the big dude behind BattleTech and Leviathans and all the other, the man behind, the brains behind all that craziness going on over there.
Catalyst Game Labs.
He came in and he took a look and he voted for his few favorites in each category. We had a category for Leviathans. You could submit a haiku for that. And then we had a category to win Balance of Power, and you could also submit a haiku for that. So some listeners submitted one for each. Some were focused, one for one. And so we took all of Randall's nominees, plus Craig and I each nominated a few. And so we have now a batch of nominees for each category.
Yes.
Now, because I know all of you put hours of thought into these 5-syllable, 7-syllable,
Poring over
5-syllable
these
lines. Yes.
Poems in your meditation gardens.
I think it's fair we share them with everyone. So as part of this episode, you'll notice if you're using one of our handy-dandy D6 generation free apps on your iPhone or Android, there's that little bonus section there. You can actually download PDF files that are attached. We're going to attach a PDF file to this episode that'll have all the haikus in it. So you can spend a nice summer afternoon sipping an iced tea or maybe a nice green tea from the Orient.
Reading lots of haikus.
And read through haikus and just find your center chi. Right, John? Your center...
I think you should release a lost chapter where you just sit there and read every haiku for 45 minutes.
That'd be a big seller.
I don't know that we'd be able to get through them in 45 minutes.
I don't either. So we're going to try to get through a few of them here. So first up is one of Craig's runners-up. So from Michael H. Craig, what was your nominee here?
Okay, this is and these are all in no particular order.
Right.
My first nominee of the evening is "The World Is on Fire, Iron Clouds in the Blue Sky, Leviathan Storm."
Nice. That's a
Nice. I
one.
like it. See, I really
like
like
that one.
It was very evocative.
Now I'll say this. I did try to focus on I had that little haiku rule where I like to see the last line reinforcing the first line. So I kind of didn't. But Michael, great work there.
I'm
I'm a haiku snob. I'm not going to lie. I am a haiku snob, okay? I just am.
Extraordinaire.
Now, Johnny J submitted. Now, he requested, Craig, that you read this in the echo voice. You'll have to read this because both Randall and Craig picked this as a nominee. So, Craig, why don't you read this one here?
Ready? Shadows fill the sky. Guns fire. Armored hulls shatter. The heavens thunder.
I do like that one. That's a good one.
Shadows and thunder. That could be
Okay.
enforcing.
But let's look at this next one because this one's really what I'm talking about here. So Daniel K said, so, stick with me here, John. See if you can see what I'm going for here.
See if you join me in the ivory tower of
Ivory Tower of haiku awesomeness. Here we go.
Bring me back to school here. Where
I got to find my.
I always tried to figure out what this meant. All right, go ahead.
Here we go. Thunder in the sky. Steel giants ascend to life. War is in the clouds. See, because the thunder in the sky is now defined as war. See how that works there? See how that comes together and brings it all? Okay. All right, moving along.
And that was Daniel K.
That was, yes.
We've been saying Johnny J was the one.
Johnny J was our last one. Now, Bill P here, I also liked. Here we go. Ready? Battleships in flight. Leviathan arrives. Boyhood dreams can soar. Now, you're asking yourself, how do those two... But you see, the battleships in flight are the boyhood dreams. You see how that works? You see how that kind of comes together? You see what he does there? Craig, why don't you save me here? Read the next one.
Okay. Pablo H. Has my next nominee.
Yeah.
The ship dwarfs the sky. Dissenting lightning strikes. Its might belittled. See, I like the subtlety of that. As the might of the sky itself is belittled by the power of the ship.
I can see that.
I think that works.
Yeah, see, I like it.
All right, I like that one. Now, this next one here, both Randall and I enjoyed. So here we go. Massive ships in the air. Open fire, all main guns. My God, how they fall.
Much more of a dramatic.
It is. And yet, again, there, the last line is talking about the ships are plummeting. See how that, see again? Just saying.
It's like doing a podcast with a Muppet. Seriously.
And now this one, John, why don't you read this next one here?
All right.
From Justin D. Because Randall, this is a Randall nominee, so why don't you go ahead and read this?
Okay, this is boats sail through the sky, broadside split sky, cloud and hull, sinking ships find Earth.
Ooh, what'd you think of that one?
It's
John, could you please dissect that one as far as the first and last lines are concerned?
well, the boats are sailing through the sky in the first part, and then the second part they're sinking to find Earth. So that's the change.
Oh, okay. I like it.
See, I don't like that they're boats in the first line and ships in the last
Yeah,
line.
that's that.
And it uses sky both in the first and second sentences.
Which can be considered redundant considering how
Sorry,
few
Justin.
syllables
See
total
what happens here when you get pulled apart by English teachers? There you go. Okay.
Just saying.
So now Joel here, this one can't win.
No,
Because
it can't.
He's totally off topic, but I am a sucker for Star Blazers. I just am. Okay, here we go. Ready? Mighty Yamato, 1 year to reach Iskandar, Deathlock in pursuit. Come on, that's awesome. It's Star Blazers. How can you go wrong? It is a flying boat.
Star Blazer.
Deathlock. Come on, that's a great show. Anyway, but it's nothing to do with Leviathan, sadly, except for the flying ship part. So, Joel, no win there, but I really like the tribute to Star Blazers.
I got one of those coming up.
Why don't we let John do this next one, too, because it's a Randall nominee. So, John, what do you think
absolutely.
of this
All right, this is from M. Fitzgerald, and it goes something like this. Climbing, heaven bound, cloud mountains of wood and steel, thunder is my song.
one? Ooh, I like that. That's pretty.
I like it. I like that one a lot.
That's pretty haiku-ish.
That's very poetry.
Yeah, that is
Thunder
poetry.
is my
Poetic.
song, climbing heaven bound. That doesn't follow that particular.
No.
Doesn't
rubric
follow
at all.
Russ's rule.
It doesn't
but I
follow
think
my rule, so it's right out. But it,
I like it.
had nice ring to it.
Yeah, I
Lyrical.
like it a lot.
Now, here's
I think it's great.
this one from Vladimir kind of echoes an earlier sort of same visual. I think in your head the same vision comes, but iron in the sky, lead from broadside barrels, iron falls to earth.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to go again with the redundancy.
It's a cheap way to link them together because you use the word
But when
iron
you've only
twice,
got 17 syllables, you
Yeah.
really got to be careful with that.
Okay. Now this next one, Craig, what did you think of this one here?
I loved this one. This one was one of my, if not my key nominee, by Randy B. Randy. That was Vladimir D, by the way, who's the
Yes,
iron in the sky.
Vladimir D, right?
Randy B. Okay. Roll hard to starboard, hoist the ensign and let fly for queen and country.
Yeah, what's that ensign doing stuck on the flagpole? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, the poor ensign. Well, he
what did he
he
do
wasn't
wrong?
polishing the silver well
Right.
enough. So, yeah, I just like that. That one just kind of like rolls off your tongue as a battle cry,
All right.
and coincidentally fits the syllabic requirements of a haiku.
Yes, there you go. So, Craig, you got another one here from Gavin. Gavin
I
V.
do. This one, alas, cannot win, but I liked it a lot. With the correct dramatic intonation, eclipsing the sun, the HML Wakeland's Head, Leviathan class.
Now, why ever did you pick that one? See now, this would have been a better haiku if Wakeland's head was in the third line,
Yes, clearly.
clicking to the eclipse.
Or if there was something about giant egg in the first line and Wakeland's head was in the third line, then that would have been ideal.
All right.
That's a great one.
We should let now the last one here is the winner. This one is the winner of the entire Leviathan game right here. Here it is.
So
And I think
those were the nominees.
those were the nominees.
And that was
This
Gavin V was the
Yes.
HML Wakeland's head.
this is the winner. So why don't we let our guest here, John? Why don't you have the honors of reading the winning haiku, and then we'll announce the name of the person who won. Here we go. Ready? Go ahead, John.
Okay, I think this is it. Blade and leaf of green, shining with fire from above, death from falling steel.
Woo! And that is from William Foster. So, William, good job on that. That is just, I believe,
Bill Foster. Good old Bill Foster. Yes, indeed.
to quote Randall, dang, this feels like a samurai on the battlefield composing. Winner!
Which is odd, because shouldn't it feel like a naval officer on the deck of a pitching flying ship composing?
But I do like the whole imagery there thing. So it does break my first line, last line rule, I think. But
It does. But the man owns the company.
But he does, and so we're gonna defer to him on that one. So that is the Leviathan winner. So William, send us your address from the same email address you sent your haiku from, and we will hook you up.
Off to you goes this used copy of a game where Russ splattered ink all over the models.
With a gently used copy and one inked ship coming at you there. See, I pre-painted one for you there, just like that. All right. And now also, though, we had another game to give away, of course, Balance of Power. And for those folks who don't know, because we have not reviewed this, although I talked about it a bit on the show, this is the one where you're trying to take over Europe with a bunch of wooden bits, and there are some shaped like coins, which are bankers, some shaped like little Napoleon hats, which are generals, and some shaped like little crowns, which of course are kings. And there's a bit of paper, scissors, rocks here where the different pieces kill each other. And that's that little premise you need to know to get some of these haikus. So here we go. Without further ado, Craig, what was your first nominee for the Balance of Power haiku contest?
I went with humor on this one.
Okay.
Nothing can stop me from taking all of Europe except for the bank.
I do like that. That's a good one. It actually kind of ties into the first line and, of course, implies the bankers. What's interesting about this game is bankers are just as powerful as everybody else, where normally it's all about the generals. So it's kind of a neat little twist there. Let's see. My runner-up was from Norman.
Also known as a nominee.
Or a nominee.
Or if you're spelling it and you're Russ, no manny.
Yes, thank you.
And that's I-E.
Don't look at the title, John. Just best not to look at the title of the document. All right, so bankers who don't pay, generals that overthrow, rash kings who behead.
Now, is there beheading in this game?
Well, the idea is that kings kill bankers. Bankers don't fund the generals, so the generals die, and the generals, of course, kill kings. So it's kind of a he's trying to hint at the paper, scissors, rock rules of the game. So I like that. I like how he got the mechanics into his three-line haiku. That's all.
Does the third line change the first one? Is that just because the kings?
Nah, it does break my rule. But, to be honest with you, we didn't have a lot of those in the balance.
I thought the kings kill the bankers.
Okay, fair enough.
So there you go.
Yeah, okay, it works in there.
I don't know. And to me, that seems like pretty much has it all.
John, I'll let you've been quiet over there. Why don't you read my next nominee here from Brendan J.
Okay.
That's Norman M. Alan S. was the one I read. Norman M. was the one Russ just read. So if we're going to say these names and give people credit, I'm just saying.
I think we have been. But Brendan J.
Brendan J. is kills which one? Remind me why that makes sense. Oh, I screwed that up. Sorry.
That's
Banker
right.
kills which one? Remind me why that makes sense. Money over might.
Yeah, see, I like that one.
It's only 17 syllables, John. Seriously.
No pressure. But I like how the banker, see there, the last line is describing what the banker does again. See how I did that?
Money
I like that
over
one.
might.
I like that. Nice job, Brendan.
Well done.
Well done. Entry there. And the next one, Craig, is from Rob of Warhammer.
39999.
Yes.
Nice.
So, Craig, what is that one about there?
All right. Tensions in Europe. For Bonaparte has fallen. I will take his place.
It's pretty dramatic.
That's very dramatic.
Okay, what's your next one here? You had two nominees in a row.
Oh, I got two in a row. Yay! Yeah. Conquest of Europe? Too easy. On to Moscow. Is that snow falling?
That's pretty awesome. I like the humor there.
Very clever.
That was John T., right?
That was John T. See, I keep forgetting. I'm not casting aspersions at anybody else.
And then, John, why don't you read this one from Megan Williams here?
You guys both like this one. It's Benjamin M.
No, not that one. Go to Megan, one above it.
Oh, one above it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's
That's
his?
I'm sorry. This next one's John T. Oh, I screwed that one up. All right, so this is John T. All right, this is from John T. Conquest of Europe?
No, wait, no. That's the one Craig just read.
John, seriously. Hey, take a deep breath. I know it's heady being on the air with Russ and I know the pressure's starting to get you. You are going to be reading the haiku by Megan Williams.
Right below John T. there.
Nominated by Randall,
Right.
who loved it.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
No pressure.
Sorry about that.
No, we're back.
Okay. Over land and sea, on battlefield we meet. Dice like thunder roll.
Now,
Ooh.
let me explain to you why this one's a nominee. Because I think it was incorrectly placed in the balance of power column and was supposed to be a quite good haiku about Leviathans, where the battlefield is over land and sea, and there are actually dice involved.
Yeah, because there's no dice in balance of power, so that kind of confused me. Yeah. Okay, well.
So I'm sorry, Megan.
Megan.
That you were misfiled by these fools, these
But enough sad
minimum
news.
wage fools that we've got working for us now.
Let's go to happy news now and go to the winner. Benjamin M. Benjamin, you'll know who you are from your awesome haiku, which now John is going to read. John is the one with the giant font there. Can't miss it.
Isn't the one I just tried to read a second ago?
Yeah, not that one.
It is.
Okay, it's after Bonaparte, a balance of coins, crowns, and guns. Oh, damn it. I'm terrible. You know what? I don't want to read haikus anymore. All right, here we go. Take two. Just forget that first part. After Bonaparte, a balance of coins, crowns, guns. But which weighs the most?
Woo! That's a good one.
There you go.
Now, see, I like that. It does break my first line, last line rule, but it has the parts of the game in there.
Yeah.
You know, the guns, the coins. It's really a nice piece. It's great bit. And so, well done, Benjamin.
To go, Benjamin. Get us your contact info, and Balance of Power will be winging its way towards you through regular conventional means like a truck or an airplane, not a giant flying ship.
No.
As soon as we can get it in the mail.
But thank you again to everyone who participated. That was awesome.
Seriously, there was a lot of haikus.
And remember, we are attaching it to the episode.
Congratulations to you
So,
guys.
yep. Check it
But
out.
to keep to keep the entrance lower, so we don't have to do quite as much work. Next time, the contest will be a full-length feature film, and so start getting your ideas together about that.
Start your Kickstarters now. Get that going.
That's right.
So, all right. And before we get on to achievements in gaming here, we should also talk about some announcements. We have, of course, the big Gen Con is coming up, and we're all excited to go there and meet many of you there. Our D6G event, Play by Mob, is technically full. It's fully registered. All 80 seats are been spoken for. However, sometimes people no-show. You know, it's Friday.
Right.
It's
And it
it's
doesn't
1
cost
o'clock.
you
People are like, I'm
to
going to go to lunch. I'm going to blow it off. So come on down. It doesn't cost anything. You just jump in there. If there's a spot, you can slide in there. Also, Craig, what are we doing Saturday night? Are we going to do this thing Saturday night?
Well, we're going to try to do this thing Saturday night. You're going to have to watch our Twitter feeds, which most of you will understand how that kind of sticks in my craw to even say that. But
it's so
I've
handy.
always been very supportive of Russ and his tweeting during Gen Con. So, and I will be doing it also because I now have this weird phone.
Smartphone. He got a smartphone.
By accident. I didn't want it. I'm under protest. But anyway, So what we're thinking of doing is trying to put together a big game of it's like a flash mob. We've tried this and failed once, so why not try it again?
Why not? Right.
Okay, we're gonna do a flash mob werewolf game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we will tell you where and when. Hopefully Saturday night, probably on the later end before midnight, but somewhere in the 11 time frame. And we will tell you where we're going to be. And the first time we did this, it was a huge success, and a bunch of people showed up. It was awesome, and we had Ross Watson there, and we had Cody and John showed up. And so I'm hoping, because we're going to be doing something with most of those folks right before this, that they may stick with us, and you'll be able to meet Cody and John also, and you'll be able to meet Ross Watson. And we're going to see if we can't get a few other people to show up if they want to, and make it kind of an event, a sneaky little event that nobody knows about until we do it.
Or you listen to the show. Right.
Or you listen to this show.
So watch the Twitter feed.
Organizers of Gen Con.
Right.
So.
It'll be off the radar.
Be like, ha, ha, ha.
So if you're at Gen Con, check that out. Watch our Twitter feed, and you'll find us running around there at some point, hopefully.
Yep.
So looking forward to that. Can't wait, really.
Yeah, it should be good.
Oh, and also, we just recorded the latest episode of The Lost Chapters. John, thank you so much for joining us in that episode. And what did we talk about? Do you recall?
I think we talked about a little website known as DACADACA.com.
We did.
And the person who used to own it being Russ, and the person who now co-owns it being me.
Right. So we talked about the history of DACA in all of its interesting past there.
Yeah.
So
and we were talking from the very beginning of our little game group through the store years all the way to what's going on today at DACADACA.com. So it's actually a very, very interesting little listen.
all in one place. So check that out. Go on over if you want to check out the
I
Lost
didn't
Chapters.
have a lot to say, but
Oh, you had some poignant insights. I thought it was pretty good.
I did. Little memories.
So if you want to grab that, the easiest thing to do is head on over to the D6generation.com, click on the stack of books on the right, and there's all kinds of instructions there. And it works best if you use our free iOS or Android app. Makes it simple.
It does.
So check that all out too. And now, what is it time for, Craig?
Well, it's odd that you should ask that, Russ, because now it's time for Achievements in Gaming.
is. And John, who is Achievements in Gaming brought to us by today?
It is brought to us by the Cranky Lawyer, and he says, to Rafe, sorry your documentary didn't get off the ground this year, but just think, you've got a whole year to prepare for Gen Con 2013, and you can always join Team Cranky in the meantime.
Nice. Thanks.
And there are far worse teams to be on than Team Cranky.
There certainly are. So let's see. I think we should start with guests first. So, John, what have you been playing lately?
Okay, lately. Well, I get to stretch back a little bit since I'm only on every 100 shows, but I won't go back that far. We'll just do like probably this month since I don't actually do all that much gaming. But with 6th edition coming out, of course, I had to get some games in to have some idea of what I'm talking about. So I've gotten 7 games of 40K 6th edition in.
Nice.
Wow.
Including 3 I played at a tournament.
You've already been in a tournament.
Cool. How'd you do?
I wanted to experience everything, so I went 1-1-1. So
Oh, very nice. Now that was the scientist in you really overcoming the competitor, and I think that should be applauded.
Right. I'll give you
Right.
for that.
I mean, I didn't just want to sweep it. That would have not given me the proper input.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
you got it from all points of view.
Right.
Right. But yeah, overall got some games in. That's good. Played in the first 4 games I played in my house in my garage, and that went well. And then 3 at the tournament. So I've got a good.
Let me ask you this: did they use pretty much out of the book scenarios, or did they already come up with some 6th edition scenarios?
Yeah, they're people that they tend to try to stick pretty much to the book. They did that in 5th edition as well. So. Yeah, they picked the book missions, but they used book missions, and they still used the random objectives and the whole. Yeah, pretty much like 95% of it, I'd say.
Cool.
And then besides that, I have been able to get just some people over, and not like I don't have like a gaming group like you guys, unfortunately. So the only time I get to play is like when friends come over or something like, and I'm able to like force them to play a board game. So I got some Small World in a few weeks ago.
Nice.
Played a few games.
Oh, very nice.
That's probably my favorite game. So, and I think I picked that up from listening to you guys talk about it.
It's a quality product. I'm not gonna lie.
Long time ago, and I've become addicted and bought like pretty much everything that's ever come out for Small World. So.
Do you have the little connector cards that let you play Connect Underworld to the regular version?
Well, it's funny you should say that. I mean, they came out with like a PDF online where they told you how to connect the boards or whatever, but they just came out with a new expansion called Small World. What's it called? It's called Small World something, and I can't even remember it. Realms, Small World Realms.
Yes.
And it basically allows you to build your own board now. And,
cool.
And they have a bunch of different configurations in there of like different board types that you can play. I bought it, but I haven't got a chance to play it yet. I bought it after I last played this. But
Nice.
And the cool part about that is it has the Underworld tiles built in. So if you want to build a board that has
cool.
Half Underworld and half regular, you totally can do that if you want.
Oh, neat.
That is neat.
And then just this last weekend, I played Settlers of Catan. Or Catan, I guess.
Right.
And I know you guys aren't huge fans of that, but I do have to say, if you play with the Cities and Knights expansion, that
awesome?
is a much, much more tactical game because it's not so reliant on trading. There's a lot of different options. So
Ooh, okay, I'll try that out.
I've always, I think I heard that was the original version of the game when the guy wrote it, Klaus Tuber or whatever his name is, and then later on he sort of pared it down to make it more simple for the general audience. But I've always found that the Cities and Knights expansion makes it a nicely rich, complex game. So
Nice.
I enjoy that quite a bit. And then
I have to say the new Star Trek one coming out is kind of calling to me, even though I'm not a big Catan fan. I'm like, it's got Star Trek ships in it. So I'm trying to resist, but
it's turning into Monopoly now.
it is like Monopoly. Yeah, there'll be a Pirates of the Caribbean version, and a little bit.
Right. And then besides that, I've been watching that tabletop web show with Will Wheaton and trying to resist buying everything that he suggests. But you guys had also said a long time ago that Zombie Dice was fun. And,
it is awesome. Yep.
Quick and so when I saw it on there, I was like, all right, I really get it. And I think that's one of the big benefits of having the video, podcast or whatever you want to call a video show, is you can actually see it be played, which is, you can really know for sure, like that game is definitely for me or not for me. So I saw Zombie Dice and I said, oh, that's awesome. I got to pick that up. So I picked that up and I've been playing that. My fiance loves it and everybody that tries it loves it. So that's a fun game.
Yeah, cool.
And also from that same episode of Tabletop, they were talking about Suro,
Yep.
where they played it. And I went and searched online, and I saw that there's a Kickstarter for like a new version called Suro of the Seas. And actually, he was Randall, or is that his name, Randall? I don't know. He was on talking with Nicole, like last episode or the episode before that. And so basically, it's a new version of the game, and it was on Kickstarter. So I went ahead and pre-ordered that. So I haven't got that yet, but I'm looking forward to that.
The art on that is fantastic. The art is just really crazy cool in that game. Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Looks awesome.
And that's pretty much it for me on the gaming front.
You know, for a guy who owns a miniature wargaming site, that's a pretty broad, nice, well-rounded spectrum there of games there. And look at you all knowledgeable about Catan and everything, man. That's pretty awesome, John. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good.
It's your guys' fault probably.
All right, Craig, you want to go next?
Sure, I'll go next.
All right.
I didn't get in 7 games of 40K, unfortunately, but I did get in 2 games.
Ooh, there you go.
I played with my Space Wolves, and I played first Russ with his IG, and then my friend Dave with actually my Tau. So 2 different shooty armies, but 2 armies that play very differently from each other.
Were you able to drop a dreadnought in his backfield?
Very first night. What's that, Russ?
Were you able to drop a dreadnought in his backfield and kill his main dude on the first turn? Because that was pretty awesome.
Things did not go so well with me in that second game. The thing about playing 40K with Russ is you find yourself, if things go well for you, apologizing halfway through the game. Like, Russ, I'm really sorry my drop pod did that and killed Julim and Russ in turn 1.
That's
I'm
okay.
really
That's
sorry.
fine. It's just
And
something
he's
in
like,
my
that
eye.
would never happen in any of these other games.
Something's in my eye. It's all.
And I actually dropped in a squad of infantry right in front of his broadside, big, giant, enormous anti-tank suits, and proceeded to die slowly and get ground down over 2 turns. It took like most of his army to do it, but there was really nothing I could do. And then my dreadnought dropped in to try to support and didn't do much of anything, and then failed miserably in the last die roll of the game and cost me the game. So, but I'll talk about that because that is deeply entrenched in a new rule, actually, and so we'll discuss that later in this episode. I did, however, have a really good time in both of those games, and then Russ was kind enough to work our way through before the Descent 2 was available, actually, at Myriad Games. Dan let us use his promo copy or his demo copy, even though he couldn't be there, and we played Descent 2, which was a lot of fun. I had a really, really good time with that. And then I went to Maine on vacation with my wife. And interestingly enough, last year we didn't really get a lot of games in, and we had other things going on, and it was trying, like, you've got the baby and you're trying to, juggle 8 million things. Well, this year Karen was bound and determined that we were going to get some gaming in. We played Lords of Waterdeep, just the 2 of us, 4 times. Wow. Which is A, an awesome game. I still love it. And B, very odd to play against Karen because Karen thinks it's what does she think it is? That die rolling game where it's medieval and you're assigning your dice to different people in the king's court.
Oh, Kingsburg.
Kingsburg, yes. That's all I heard all week long. I'd rather be playing Kingsburg with the expansion, which is odd because Karen hates expansions. But so I even went so far as to there's one gaming store in all of Saco, Maine, and the entire Old Orchard Beach area, and I went there. And very nice guy, very, very knowledgeable about a lot of things, but had never heard of Kingsburg before. So there was nothing I could do. So we played Lords of Waterdeep a bunch of times, and they were all very close games. But the go-to game for Karen was Quarriors, which we played over 10 times.
Wow, that's a lot.
And it's intriguing to me because, again, she hates expansion. So I kept going, well, I have the expansion. I don't need the expansion. I like it this way. So I was like, okay, fine. She's very much, she wants to like drain every last ounce of fun out of a game before she has to learn new stuff about it with the expansion. So we played a lot of it. And at one point she guilt tripped me into one game of Scrabble, which I hate.
Oh, wow.
And her family is like Scrabble champions. and I get like just embarrassed every time I play because I'm thinking like, oh, I have 7 letters. I could, if I do it just this way and I have this one extra letter, I could blah, blah, blah. So I'm like got these grand plans that never pan out. And I make all the rookie mistakes where I do a singular word like car. Oh, Craig, you shouldn't have done that because now I can do scope and I get all the points for cars and all the points for, I'm like, so whatever. So I hate it. And this time around, she really brutally guilt tripped me. And I was like, okay, fine. I want you to have fun too. Blah, blah, blah. I thought you were having fun with the other games, but whatever. And we played and I crushed her by almost 100 points.
Achievement for that.
It was crazy.
Wow.
It was crazy. Never happened again. It was like I got everything I needed. She got nothing she needed. She had 3 turns in a row where she had not a single consonant.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, I'll just keep on going. But yeah, I'll take the win and then probably never play the game again.
Retire as champion. That's the way to do it.
Exactly.
That's right. Quit while you're on top. That's what I say.
And then last night, I really wanted to play a game of Dust the same day I played a game of the 6th edition 40K because I wanted to be able to, in my head, compare them. Mm-hmm. So yesterday I really kind of had a miniatures packed day. I played our friend Brian a game of Dust and then immediately segued into that game of 40K with Dave. So I did get a chance to play both of those games back to back, which I enjoyed and I found very interesting.
All right. Cool.
All right.
Do you want to share your findings there or do you want to wait till later in the show for that?
No. We're going to talk about it later in the show.
Okay, good. Well, real quick, I got to play Lords of Waterdeep also, but I'm playing with my daughters now. So my 2 girls wanted to try it out, and again, they're 8 and 9 right now, and we played it 3 players. They both really enjoyed it, and my youngest the other day, my oldest daughter was busy doing something on the computer. I can't remember what it was, but my youngest daughter said, "Hey, you want to play Waterdeep, Daddy, with me?" Sure. So we played 2 players. She was awesome at it. She did great, and she really loved it. She loved everything about it. She's like analyzing the cards, figuring it all out. So Lords of Waterdeep, what a great game all around. It's just a really nice game. Oh, and I got our D&D meeples came in. I think that's what sold the game for them because they saw me unpacking the little cutout guys.
I played with mine as well, and I loved it.
And yeah, fun for all ages. They loved them. They even said to me, this game wouldn't be as fun if there were cubes, Dad. So, there you go. Also did play some 40K 6th edition. I managed to get in 3 games. I played, of course, Craig against the Space Wolves. I played against Blake, who had vanilla Space Marines, or regular out of the Codex guys. Blake also beat me, although we had a pretty close game. And then I played Ragnar, our resident, really super awesome 40K player.
Champ.
And Ragnar brought his Blade Angels, and I said to him, I said, I really want to, experience it again also, but I wanted to fight a flyer. And Ragnar did have the Blood Angels flying, I call it a flying Land Raider.
Storm Raven.
Storm Raven, yes, because basically it can dump out a Dreadnought, a squad, and then the Dreadnought and the squad can still assault do the same because they have assault ramps, and then also has a machine spirit so it can split fire with assault cannons and missiles. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. So it was actually looked great. It was fun to see the flyers in action. So I really appreciate Ragnar showing all that off to me. It was a great game too. And actually it was pretty close. I only lost by 2 points, so that's not bad.
Oh, there you go.
Also got to play some very new game, Dungeon Command. So Dungeon Command is a brand new sort of modular game system being released by Wizards of the Coast. And what's interesting, and I did not know this till I saw it open up, the miniatures, it comes with miniatures that are the same size and plastic and compatible with the Lords of Ashardalon and Drizzt and all those other D&D board games. But they're pre-painted in this, first of all.
I think it's Wrath of Ashardalon.
Wrath of Ashardalon, thank you.
I don't even like those games and I know the names. What's going on with you?
And yes, I don't know. I'm all confused. And Castle Ravenloft, all those games. So Dungeon Command, same models, new models, but same idea, same scale and everything. And they're pre-painted. And inside each Dungeon Command box, you get a sort of likely grouped monsters. So there's a Loth box, and it's full of some drow and driders and all that stuff. And then there's like a little dragon box. It's got all these guys that would hang out with a dragon in them. So there's different like little bands or teams, right? And it's about 6 to 10 models per box, and they range from big, and they're all pre-painted. They actually look really good. And in this box, then it comes with all the cards you need to use the monsters in one of the dungeon crawl games, Wrath of Ashardalon, or etc. Mm-hmm. But really, what the game is designed for is it's sort of like Magic the Gathering meets D&D miniatures, because basically you put down, it comes with some cards that interlock and makes a little battle board. And then you get a hand of actual cards, and you spend your cards to summon monsters into play, and the monsters go fight each other. And as they fight each other, your morale goes down, kind of like your wounds in Magic. And then as your morale goes to 0, whoever loses their morale first loses. So you're basically summoning creatures and fighting. But when you're fighting, you're actually moving creatures tactically on a gridded table. But when they fight, there's absolutely no dice. Just creatures throw a certain amount of damage, but there's cards you can play that augment that. And there's even terms like tap and the stack. So if you're a Magic player, you're going to recognize all that stuff. And it's kind of funny because when we saw tap, we're like, I thought that the Magic guys patented this. Oh wait, it's Wizards of the Coast. So so it's definitely Magic meets D&D. And if that's your cup of tea, you're going to like it. I think if you're one of the dungeon crawling game guys, it's cool too because you're getting pre-painted miniatures at a good price as well as some cards. So it's kind of an interesting approach and might be your thing. Some folks wanted to play Rex again. So we broke out the Rex board game. And remember, Rex is the game that is themed in the Twilight Imperium universe, but it's actually a remake of the old Dune classic board game. Great fun. The only problem with that was we started a little bit late, which was my fault because I was playing 40K with Ragnar. And then 2 of us had midnight tickets to Batman. So sadly, we did not get to finish our game. But it was good. We all enjoyed it. And we're going to play more of that soon. That was really fun. Let's see what else. Oh, and Privateer Press sent me a review copy of Infernal Contraption 2, which is just a reprint. I had the original Infernal Contraption anyway. It's just reprinted, new box, and has the expansion in it. And they really liked that too. Infernal Contraption was a big hit again with my family, so I was glad to see that out again. And then finally, I've been playing a lot of Descent 2. I played the preview weekend, and I played with Craig, and I played some other folks. I've played a total of 6 quests now in Descent 2. And I really, really like it. It's really good.
Great.
I know a lot of people are like, well, it's very simplified. It's all in a good way, though. I think I like everything they did with it. But as we're going to find out later in the show, I'm kind of a guy who likes rules being abstracted. So there you go.
There you go.
So that is games that we've been playing lately. Now, before we move on.
Yay!
Now, where did we play most of those games, Russ?
Oh, well, I played all mine at Myriad Games.
Yeah.
And Myriad's always happy to help sponsor our show on behalf of friendly professional gaming stores everywhere. Had a great time. And, Myriad's awesome for things exactly like what we experienced. They got us in there. We were able to play Descent Preview Weekend. And then Dan just didn't hide it away. He let people come in and preview the game all throughout that week, actually, before the game released. So it's just that kind of service that's really fantastic.
Absolutely. And I would have played all my games there if he would open up a store in Saco, Maine.
Dan, get right on that.
Just saying.
Definitely need that. So, John, what about some modeling? Have you been doing any modeling lately? You're a big 40K player.
40K 6th edition. John,
right.
I'm
You
sure
got to be
you're
cranking
on
models
top of
out.
that.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm right on top of that. So I got out my paintbrushes and my paints, and I did nothing because I'm the slowest painter in the world. And see, I haven't reached the point that you guys have where I'm still stuck in this thing where at some point in my life I learned how to paint miniatures really well, and I'm like, wow, this looks really great, and I really am pleased with how this looks. And now that I've seen what I can do, I can't go back to painting quick and dirty. And so I need to get over that.
Quick and dirty.
You got to get past the caring, John.
I know. I need to stop caring.
Quick and dirty. I'm painting quick and dirty. Yeah.
So yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, well, what's calling to you lately? Anything calling to you from the range you really want to get?
Well, a while ago, I just kind of split off what I do for 40K, which is basically I have a Tyranid army that I paint 1 or 2 units a year and in a full-on, really nice style, the best I can do pretty much. And then for everything else, I just, figure out a way to pay someone to do it. And that's all pretty much my gaming stuff. And sometimes I'll paint some of that myself, I'll get something back and I'll touch it up or improve it basically. But for the most part, my plan is just sort of to build an army that's completely uncompetitive, and the Tyranids just the way that I like to see, because it's going so slow that I figure, these if people aren't aware of 40K, every 5 years or so, they change the rules around. So it's you kind of, if you build towards a specific rule set, eventually it's just going to become, changed at some point anyway. So if I'm building something,
need new stuff.
Right, exactly. So if I build in sort of just a haphazard way that I like the way the models look, then I don't even worry about that. So that's my weird little way that I do it.
All right, that's cool. A little insight into the mind behind the man there. See that? Yeah. Craig, what have you been working on?
Well, I finished basing all of my dust models and painting them all up. So I still have to paint the bases, but the bases are all textured with. I got these awesome from Pegasus from the War Store. These 1/48 scale bricks that you can just scatter on the bases, and they're red bricks, and they look completely real, and they're colored and they're textured and they look great. So I did a bunch of things with them, even built up a couple little walls on bases for some of the walkers and stuff. So I was really excited to get all that done. And then I have seen these around for ages, and I've even seen them in person at tournaments and stuff. They're the wreck markers that people make with stuffing foam, with like the pillow stuffing foam, painted black and red.
Oh yeah, did you finally figure that out?
In the middle of it is embedded a flickering.
Yeah, I saw that at Adepticon. That was awesome looking. Yeah.
Tea light.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah, those are awesome.
Yeah, so I built a bunch of those, and I got really excited because it literally took like 10 minutes.
Nice, awesome.
And I was even by the end, I was like, oh wait a minute, I can take these apart and make them look even cooler. So I was really excited. I had those all set aside to bring with me last night and forgot them.
So where do you find that? Is that pillow foam? Is it black?
Nope, the pillow foam is white, and it's awesome if you spray it black because there's still swirls of white within it.
Yeah, okay.
So it really looks like smoke, and then you do the same with red around the base,
which
looks like
paint?
fire. Yeah, it's just regular spray paint, 99-cent spray paint.
Oh, nice.
And then hot glue it to actually pull off the top of the tea light after you pop down the bulb so it doesn't get ripped off when you do that. And you basically shrink the whole thing from like 1.5 inches tall to like 1/2 inch tall.
Nice.
And then you use that as a base, and you just hot glue the thing all the way around, and the switch is on the bottom and the battery access is on the bottom, so you can always just turn them on and off, and it just really adds a lot. I mean, they flicker, so they look like fire, and there's smoke, and
that's awesome.
I'm thinking of using them to like just in general to dress up game tables and stuff too. I got a couple ideas in my head that I need to talk to you about later, Russ.
All right,
future
cool.
events, if you will.
I'm in you. Is that everything for your model?
And nope, I am also working on a complete 4x6 foot table of non-destroyed World War II buildings, so I can do an entire urban cityscape. Nice. And I got a bunch of those cheap Plasticville, well, they cheap on eBay, Plasticville buildings that are really cool, but most of them aren't really textured too much. And I went and got a bunch of Plasticard with a bunch of different textures, including rough 1/48 scale brick. And I cut panels and I glued them right on there, and I'm like making all these buildings look like I got a bunch of really expensive O-scale stuff too that's all textured and everything. And these cheap ones are blending right in once I get those plastic sheets on there. So really, really enjoying building this board of World War II alternative history, World War II-ish era, maybe turn of the century era stuff. Really enjoying
it.
Now
we know you're into the game when you're building a second table for it.
I am. I got sick actually at that point. I was like, oh my god, I'm buying stuff to bake a second table for a game I've only played like 6 times.
Well, it takes time. Let's see. Project Obscuring Luna, which is my effort to bling out my Eclipse copy, and I mentioned last episode that my plan to use all Firestorm Armada models wasn't working out because of the sizes and things. Listener had a great idea, sent me some links to some other models, and I liked what he sent me. So there was, I'm starting to lean towards the idea of using different sci-fi genres, because I'm finding that like there are Battlestar Galactica models that are that size, and then there are Star Wars models that are that size, and then there are Babylon 5 models that are that size. So it could actually have like the different factions be the different genres of sci-fi fighting each other, which could, I think it'd be kind of cool. So I think I'm going to go that route. So now I'm going to try to collect them. But at a lot of these cons, they sell these things, and they're not always licensed, but that's why they sell them only at cons and not online. So I'm going to look at Gen Con. One of my quests at Gen Con will be to find some of these small little ship models and see if I can make them work.
Cool.
And Descent 2. So we're starting our big Descent 2 campaign this week. That's going to go on we're going to try to finish with the same group of guys the entire campaign in the book. And I made this little rule, and everybody seemed to agree to it, which is if you bring your hero painted, if you get your hero model painted, you will get +1 XP. And that sounds like very little, but in Descent, you get 1 XP when you complete a mission. So that's kind of a lot, actually. It's like getting a free mission done. And I, as the Overlords also get XP. So I will also get an XP if I can bring one entire mob of models painted. So my plan is to try to encourage painting of the guys in the game. So we'll see if that works out. But so far, everybody seems pretty excited about that. So we'll see how that goes.
Cool.
All right, so that's modeling. What about other stuff? John,
you go first.
What have you been doing in geeky stuff?
Why don't you go
me?
first?
Okay, all right.
You go first.
Well, let's see. I'll try to keep it quick because we're going long here after that big contest. But let's see. Mass Effect 3 I'm finally back into it. I didn't get a chance to play it for a while. A lot of other stuff going on. Distracted by Star Wars, other things. I finally started playing it again. Oh, man, do I love this universe. I am so in love with it. In fact, I love it so much, I've just downloaded another Audible book about it. I'm reading the one, I forget what it's called now, but that's fantastic. I think Mass Effect's one of my favorite sci-fi universes, just period. I mean, just add them all together. It's up there with my head with like Babylon 5 and Star Wars and even Firefly. I just love the universe they've made. Really great game. And I don't know what the end's going to be like. I know people talk about the end. There's a lot of closure as you play through the game. Like each character you've met, some of them just sort of close out their story arcs and some of the mysteries in the main part of the game. Just to close out as you go along. It just feels like the final chapter, but really, really well done. I'm really enjoying that. Let's see. Oh,
do you have like the alternate ending patch already downloaded when you get there?
I do. So I'm going to see the new. I will not see the original ending. I'm going to be seeing the new ending.
Extended ending.
Yeah, the extended.
Oh, really?
Now, have you played through the game?
No, I actually only started playing Mass Effect 1 a long time ago and then gave up, and I haven't got into it. And so, yeah, I am sadly not into the Mass Effect.
Not your thing. Okay, well.
It's not the be-all and the end-all for you?
Yeah,
I want to be. Well, I kind of have stopped console gaming for the large part. It's kind of weird. I only seem to like to play little tiny portable games now.
So you've been distracted. You're a micro gamer. That's okay. There's some great. Well, speaking of iOS games, I've been playing, and it looks like John, you play Outwitters.
I do.
So we need to sync up because I play Outwitters also, and I like that game. What I like about it. It's extremely fast. Even I also like Hero Academy, and I also downloaded Summoner Wars. I have Summoner Wars, which is fantastic on the iPhone, by the way, and it's great on the iPad. But those will take a long time. But Outwitters is really a game that. It's just like you live and die in like 10 moves. It's just really, really quick.
Well, you should explain what Outwitters is like.
Oh, good point. Why don't you explain it, John? What is Outwitters like?
Well, Outwitters is just sort of like a hex-based game that has right now has 3 factions you can choose from. They're all super, super cartoony, cutesy. So you have like some fish people, and you have like a robot race, and you have these guys they're just cute. They're like fluffy teddy bears or something. I don't know what the deal with them is, but they're just cute. And you just kind of play on a map, and you have sort of like spawn points, and you have areas that you can capture that sort of generate basically money for you to buy or move your guys around more. And you're just trying to like knock 5 points off of your enemy's base, basically. And once that happens, the game's over. And you're able to sort of build new units. So the more of those little captured areas you have, the more guys you can build, or the more better guys, because they have like simple guys that move fast, and they have bigger guys that move slower. And so there's a nice little array of different unit types, basically.
Yeah, it's very quick. And what's interesting is, though, the all the factions unit types functionally are identical except for the one super piece, right?
Right.
So it's a very simple game, but there's enough meat there to really make it fun. And it's very well polished, so it feels right, and everything works the way you expect. And what also is unique about it is there's 2-player co-op in this game, so you can go 2-on-2.
Right, and you can pick random people off the internet and just end up fighting on the side of somebody else that you have no idea who they are, which is kind of odd.
Well, you can also team up, though, with your friend. Like you and I can team up with a random team on the internet. So
that's true.
You can play with your friends, which is fun. And there's a very, also, kind of speaking of DAC stuff, there's a very strong league system in the game. So you actually get ranked and everything else, so it's pretty interesting. It's a good little game. It's a good implementation. If you like those kind of games, check it out. Of course, it's one of those ones where downloading it's free, and then it's a couple bucks to unlock the other factions, which are kind of nice because you get basically a free demo that actually plays endlessly as long as you are happy with one faction. So it's kind of nice.
The only complaint I have about it, I guess, is the same one I had for that other, I can't even remember the name of it now, but basically they don't have any sort of single player mode. So you kind of, to play it, you have to just jump out on the internet and face down somebody, which is not, I normally like to, hone my skills playing against the computer or something until I feel comfortable with the rules, and then venture out. And these games, I guess, to get them out, programming AI maybe is, I don't know, complex or time-consuming or money-consuming.
Check out Summoner Wars, because Summoner Wars, they did put an AI in there. So it's actually, you can play a single player or online.
I did download that. I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, check it out. It's good. And especially if you like the board game. Now, I will say this. It's tricky to learn Summoner Wars if you've never played the board game. So you might want to read the PDF file online first, because they don't really do a good job of teaching the game in the app. So it's a good invitation. Learning.
I kind of tried it for a few minutes, and I got that feeling like, where is a better tutorial? And I didn't find one.
Yeah, there's not a good tutorial on that, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, movies. I I did watch the new Spider-Man. Really enjoyed it. I wasn't going in with high expectations. I was very happy with it. I'm a big Spider-Man guy, and so it was nice to see him actually make us a web spinners again. Kids liked Ice Age. It was okay. It was Ice Age 12 or whatever it is.
It's like really, really low rated.
Yeah, it's just they're still going. It's for kids. It's, also saw, of course, the new Batman. Really enjoyed that as well. Very dark, obviously, but it was good. They did a good job with it. I enjoyed it. And reading stuff. So I just finished Leviathan Awakes. It was recommended by one of our local folks. Jericho recommended it to me. I really enjoyed that book. Wow, was that good?
I'm actually listening to it now on your recommendation, and it's phenomenal.
Isn't it good? And
it is great.
It's really, really well done. It's got if you like detective stories, it's in there. If you like epic sci-fi, it's in there. It's really, really cool. It's even got a cool sort of spin on it where everything takes place in our universe. It's really interesting in a real solar system. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it, and it's a great thing to do with your free Audible credit. How do you get your free Audible credit, Craig?
Well, you would go to our website, and you would click on the Audible icon, and that will bring you to where you can get a free 30-day membership to Audible, and that gets you not only one free credit, which is almost any book in their entire catalog, but access to all of their cool sales for the entire 30 days of your free membership. And right now there's an awesome sale going on, which is their paperback sale, which is crazy because these books cost the same as the paperback. The audio book costs the same as the paperback, and I got the Leviathan Rising audio book, which is like 19 hours of amazing entertainment, and I got it for $8.
You know what else, Craig? They just sent out listener appreciation emails, and everybody got a free book.
Oh, I did. I got mine.
And I did too. It was another sci-fi book. So I'm looking forward to that's
indeed.
Next. Now I'm actually listening to the Mass Effect book. And then I'll listen to that next. So yeah, basically they hook you up for low price. You can really get a lot of great entertainment out of Audible. So check that out.
Yeah, and it takes unless you've got like some sort of ridiculous commute, it takes a while to churn through these books. So you're probably going to I maybe do 1 or 2 books a month total, and probably like 1.5 books total. So I'm like my membership fee is paying basically for that book, and I'm not shelling out any full price. Even full price at Audible costs a lot less than normal, but the way that they've got their whole thing structured, it's very, very economical to get as many audiobooks as you need for your habit, which I have now.
So John,
habit.
what have you been doing for other geeky activities there, John?
I just went and saw Batman as well the other day. And I really, really enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's not quite as good as the last one, but I still thought it was phenomenal. And I think those 3 movies together are by far the best trilogy of comic book movies we'll ever see. I just can't imagine anyone ever topping that. I just thought it's just so great, basically.
Cool.
And besides Outwitters, which we talked about, I also my current addiction, I would say, when it comes to iPad, is this game called Neuroshima Hex.
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah.
Which is also a board game apparently, but I've heard that it just is way better on the iPad, which I can see because it kind of calculates all the battle damage for you. But basically, it's sort of a board game that's based just around hexes, and you just sort of place tiles down, but the tiles are actually like little guys that have either close combat attacks or shooting attacks, and they have sort of an initiative that they strike at a certain initiative phase, and it's just really, really awesome. I mean, and they just like yesterday, released 2 new factions, so
nice.
It's even better. So if you haven't tried that yet, Russ, I would highly
I do. I own it. I haven't got the new factions yet, though. That sounds cool. I'll have to go check that out.
The new factions are crazy too. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good game.
So, and I haven't been reading anything, so I don't have anything on that. And I think I'm pretty much done.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Craig, what do you got there, man?
Yeah. Well, so Karen gets her brand new super phone, right? And she says, "You can have my phone now. I don't need it." I'm like, "I don't need your phone. I like my phone just the way it is. It's great. It does everything I need it to do." And then without consulting me further, she gets rid of my old phone in a day and has this new phone, which does have a pretty cool military looking case now and everything, all very black matte rubber stuff. So now I have this phone. I'm like, well, is it all like, what do you mean? And so now it's like takes really cool pictures and zooms and flashes, and I have a flashlight on my phone, which is pretty amazing. And I've got games and the internets, and I'm like, and I'm still looking at it going, I just want a phone. And I don't, and I'm even more aware now of people walking around lost in their phones, and I'm going, why? Look at the world around you. It's a beach or a forest or a mountain or a city, and there's things to look at and things happening, and then my phone will go bloop, and I'm like, damn it, I got another stupid email. And so I'm not I don't like feeling like I'm like everybody's in constant contact.
Turn off the buzzer part.
Yeah, well, it was funny because Karen had everything hooked into the phone, so I felt like I was felt like I was getting woofed. Yep. If like fans of The Office know, like you get one thing and all of a sudden your phone's like text and email, Twitter, and I'm like, I don't want any of this stuff. I want it there when I want it. I don't want it like constantly harping on me. So it was funny because she got rid of everything but accidentally left the D6G email on. So I saw the D6G email while I was on vacation, like, we don't like Craig stuff. I was like, whoa, Merry Christmas to me. So anyway. And so that pretty much, I don't, So I like having the camera, and I mean, I'm going to keep the phone. I like having a game. I got Temple Run, which is like apparently the highest rated game now. And I'm like, it looks cool and it's neat, but I don't get it.
There's a Brave version of that.
So. And yeah, so it's okay. But on another note, one of the many things that I've seen, because I'm watching a lot of TV and watching a lot of movies lately. First, I ran through the entire series of Arrested Development, which is never time wasted.
That's an awesome series.
That is an awesome, hilarious series. And my son, now you'll appreciate this, now that I know that you're both fans. One of his, little kids at this age have made up words that you have no friggin' clue what they're saying. And his is onion. And I keep wanting to say, that's hello in Korean. Don't try to trick me. And like he'll walk around, he'll point at something, go, onion. Like, I know what that is, in the exact same tone of voice and accent that the guy in the TV show uses. But anyway, so we've got this Karen in it, and Russ, I partially blame you.
Uh-oh.
Karen was like, we could get all of the movies we ever want, all the TV shows, and be off the grid like Russ. I'm like, okay, if you think so, but you're Little Miss Reality TV, so I don't think that's really going to work. So, but we'll try it. So we got the box, and now we have Hulu, and now we have all this other stuff, and we've got Netflix, and we're paying for all that and keeping our cable package. So thank you, Russ. So
you have a Roku box, and you still have everything else, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Yes. So we paid for that box, and now I'm paying like $17 a month more than I normally pay.
You missed the second half of the plan, Craig. What happened there?
Right.
Yeah, I totally missed this. The second half of the plan was, okay, Karen, now you no longer can watch the Housewives shows. And she's like, well, that's not happening. And there you go.
See, you almost got a twofer there if that had worked out.
Exactly. I would have paid the one for the other, in fact. I don't even need a twofer. Get her to stop watching that. But a cool thing about it is that I've got access to all these cool movies now that aren't like on demand, like this movie Centurion, which I'm a huge Roman a fan of the Roman Empire and that history and everything. And this film that was made by with a British grant with all of these British actors, and actually the guy who played the android in Prometheus is the main character.
Oh, cool.
And it's an awesome story, and it skirts that nihilistic edge that really drives me crazy, but it just manages to stay on the side where I'm like, okay, I can validate that from a narrative point of view. So I was riveted. I loved it. The acting was awesome. The guy who played the bad guy in John Carter from Mars, who also played something in the HBO show Rome. I think he was Mark Antony, but I can't. No, he wasn't Mark Antony. He was in it somehow. He plays a main character. I mean, it's really all these character actors that are like these British guys that in America get these sort of secondary or bad guy parts, and they're like these big chunky parts that are really good. So I really enjoyed the Centurion. I'm loving Leviathan Rising, like we just said, on Audible. And I am loving the new Dan Abnett non-black library book.
Ooh.
It's called Embedded. And it's a really cool concept. It's sci-fi, and you can tell that he's out of the black library because it's F-bomb this and F-bomb that and F-bomb the other thing. And Leviathan Rising, too, is very much F-bomb this and F-bomb that and F-bomb. I'm like, woohoo! I'm in like adult entertainment territory with the language, which is fine. I mean, I'm not like the kind of person that drives it like it bothers me, but it's like, whoo, I can't really listen to this with Reese in the car much longer. No. And with all the stuff that was going on with me, I forgot to put this in, and we're running late, but I'm just going to go really quickly. Vincent, our former connection to Black Library before they decided to pull up stakes in the U.S., had been listening and knew that I was stuck at home with nothing to do and unable to drive, and sent me a box of books.
Oh, wow.
He is starting his own company, and I'd probably talk about that a little bit later when I get some more details from him, because I'd like to help him out, because he's always been awesome to us and our listeners, and all of those Black Library books we've been giving away for years. And he sent me this box of books, and one of them is a graphic novel called Leviathan. I think it's Leviathan. I'll look it up and tell you later. But it's about this. It's like the Titanic, but it's actually 2 kilometers long. Ooh. And it's like sort of steampunky. And this ship gets sucked into an alternative dimension for 20 years.
Wow.
And it's really, really cool. And that's when I realized that I actually do like graphic novels. I just don't like the price.
Right.
And so I wanted to thank you to Vincent for that, because it really helped pass the time for a couple rough days.
Nice.
And the title is Leviathan.
There you go.
And there you go.
So is that
really, really cool? It is by Ian Edgington and Disraeli, which is not really his name. And I'm trying to find, it's like 2000 AD or 2000 is the publisher, I think. But yeah, it's really, really cool. So I highly recommend it. Go check that out. And that's all I got.
There you go. That's achievements.
That's achievements.
That's it.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Echoey Wolf means one and only one thing. It's time to talk about our good friends over at LoneWolfDevelopment.com.
Lone Wolf!
Makers of fantastic software such as Army Builder, which, by the way, I've seen this a lot on the internet. It's like, I like Army Builder, but it's not on the Mac. It is on the Mac. It's been out now since June on the Mac version as well. So if you're a Macintosh user, you got your fancy MacBook Air, you want to show it off, you whip it out and show all your geek cred and do an Army list up. No problem. Army Builder's got your back. Yeah. Their Army lists are fantastic. Not only do they print out what's in your Army, there's different options for when you print out, too. You can print out a nice lean list with only the bare minimum on there from, say, a tournament organizer. But you can also print them out with all the stats on your miniatures and your vehicle's abilities and all that stuff, so you can make sure it's a great while you game reference sheet if your game you play doesn't have that kind of stuff. It's fantastic.
You know when it's awesome?
When's that?
When a new version of 40K comes out.
Exactly.
That's when it's awesome.
It's totally awesome.
Because everybody's learning 40K again. And I had a game last night, and both of us had our Army Builder lists out there. And if it hadn't been for that, God only knows what we would have been. I mean, the game would have lasted forever.
Well, I played you.
Everything we needed right at our fingertips.
I played you a couple weeks ago in 40K 6th edition, and I did not print out my Army Builder list. And I was going from memory. And after the game, I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot all my guardsmen are Blitzsco 4 because they're veterans. I forgot the entire game. If I had printed out my list, I'd have had it right in front of me.
Yeah, and you had a couple like paper cuts because you were flipping the book back and forth.
It can literally save your game. It can save your little miniatures' lives just for knowing these kind of things.
And it can stop you from bleeding.
Not even an exaggeration. Nope. So check them out. Also, don't forget to check out all their other great products like, Craig, what?
There's Hero Lab, which is awesome if you're role playing. Mm-hmm. And of course, Tournament Ace is going to be out soon. And right now they're working hard to get Realmworks out, which is an amazing product that we cannot wait to hit the shelves.
Yeah, exactly.
The cyber shelves, that
Check out LoneWolfDevelopment.com and follow them on Twitter, too, at LoneWolfDevel. And now, What's in the news? With the shout out, this just in. David Wittick continues his search for a co-host on Garage Hammer. Tune in to each episode to see how his continuing saga unfolds. Sounds interesting. Well, a lot about Games Workshop this episode, and why not continue it in the news here? Games Workshop's made big news this year by, Bell of Lost Souls is reporting that they have hired an ad agency. Now, Wakeland here on the show, I complain about it all the time, says Games Workshop doesn't actually promote their products outside folks who already know about it. And as if that wasn't enough, Games Workshop is also going to be at Gen Con this year, as can be seen on the recently released Gen Con vendor map over at gencon.com. So, interesting, Games Workshop kicking up the marketing efforts, so hopefully it'll do well for them. In other news, let's see, another miniature news. Weird Miniatures has announced plastics. That's right, Weird Miniatures announced the brand new line of plastics for the Malifaux range. So head on over to Weird Miniatures' website and see what some of the new stuff's going to look like. It looks really good. A lot of the companies moving to plastics now, again, for the same reasons that other companies like Privateer and Games Workshop have also pointed out. The price of metals is just too volatile, and so plastics are the way to go, apparently. Let's see. Fantasy Flight Games has announced the new board game Relic. Relic is apparently based on the Talisman board game model, but instead of being based in a fantasy world, is based in Warhammer 40,000 universe. So if you like 40K and you like a bit of random roll and move board game action, check out Relic. Let's see. Oh, and speaking of board games, Grumpy Owl Gamer, or actually it's grumpyowlgamery.com. That's Grumpy, the word owl like the animal, gamery.com, has recently announced a brand new bag for transporting your board games with modular components for holding the boards and various pieces of very complex board games. Looks like it might be great for games like Arkham Horror and Descent. Keep an eye on that webpage for details. I think it's going to be a Kickstarter soon. You can't buy it yet, but it looks like it's ramping up to be a Kickstarter. Privateer Press has announced, of course, the Iron Kingdoms RPGs coming out. A lot of demos going on at Gen Con in a couple weeks. People are surmising that'll be released at Gen Con. Anyway, if you'd like to preview what the game's going to be like, they've actually on their website released in their little Privateer Press insider columns there on privateerpress.com. They recently released 2 PDF files for your review. One of them is a brief overview of character creation, excerpts right from the book, and a brief preview of how feats are going to work also. Looks pretty interesting. Speaking of RPGs, the MMO RPG Star Wars The Old Republic is going free to play. Just announced today on quite a few websites, including Massively. Star Wars will be free to play not only from early levels, but entirely from level 1 to 50. Apparently, there'll be a couple small microtransactions you may have to purchase along the way there to do a couple side quests. But basically, the whole game's free to play this fall. So I'll be interested to see how that model works out for them. And let's see. Peter Jackson has announced that the Hobbit movie will be actually 3 films instead of just 2. In a completely unrelated story, the first film script has been released, and it is purportedly 2 hours of singing and plate smashing in a hobbit hole.
Tip the glasses, crack the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. So carefully with the plates. Blunt the knives and bend the forks. Smash the bottles, burn the corks. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. So carefully with the plates.
Yes, thank you, Wakeland, for that lovely demonstration. We were all kind of wondering how they're going to stretch The Hobbit out to 3 movies. Now we know. Well, more music's good. And other news, Gale Force 9, the company really known for their miniature wargaming aids, including tokens and terrain, have announced a new board game based on the television series Spartacus. So check that out. It's interesting to see Gale Force 9 getting the board game race. I guess everybody wants a piece of the action. And finally, the 3rd expansion for Quarriors has been announced from WizKids. This expansion is titled Quarriors: The Quest for Qualador. This new expansion looks pretty cool. It's going to have 6 new creature types and 2 new spell types in the game for a total of 40 new custom dice and 26 new cards. Also, a new mechanics introduced called, quote-unquote, lock, the lock mechanic. Also, what's cool about this expansion, it includes a large box big enough to store the entire Quarriors dice collection for all your Quarrior games. So check that out this fall. And that's what's in the news.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Welcome back. And, Craig and I were chatting, and then we were chatting with John. And then we thought, you know what? Since we have John on here, who's been playing 40K since, I don't know, since you're knee-high to a grasshopper, John? Pretty much?
Basically.
Yeah.
Early 90s.
Yeah, and Craig and I have been playing since Rogue Trader era, which is the first edition for all of you newer 40K players. We thought it'd be kind of great to kind of go through the history of 40K and look at how it's changed over the years and what we kind of just briefly liked and didn't like about the various editions of 40K. And then as we...
and what their focus was and what it
exactly.
seemed like the company was going for when they wrote those rules as well.
So it's kind of fun. It's we have John here as an expert. We'll go for it here. So let's start. So the first edition, of course, was Rogue Trader, and it came out in
Rogue Trader
1987.
Yeah.
Wow. How many years ago was that, John?
Wow. Math
Pop
is
quiz.
my least strong suit. I'd have to count on fingers. It's somewhere over 25, though.
Yeah, long time, right? And, of course, the lead designer on this was Rick Priestley, who, of course, was the man behind Warhammer Fantasy Battles. John,
is it 35? It might be 35. It can't be 35. I think it's 25.
It's 25. I said
25.
25.
25, exactly.
Because they just came out with a 25th anniversary White Dwarf edition for 40K this year. So
25th anniversary. So
that's how much math's not my strong suit.
Now,
Russ, you're supposed to be the one that knows exactly. How
right. Well, you can't ask.
Engineer.
The pop quiz guy has to be the guy that knows the answer, just like Geekly McNerdigan there. So, so now, John, did you ever play back in the days of Rogue Trader?
I did. I started back in the days of Rogue Trader, like right in the end. So the early 90s, somewhere around. I can't even really remember exactly, but it was somewhere in like 90, 91, 92, around there. Basically, I started right before. They were just putting out everything. I think it was pretty much right in the heyday. My friend introduced it, so yeah, I was right in the beginning there.
Now, what kind of memories do you have of the game at that time period?
So for me, Rogue Trader. Well, first of all, I had to punch holes through my book and tie string through it in order to keep keep the binding together.
Yep.
So I still have that book. I have every single 40K book still in my collection, and so I still have the string going through it. So that's a very visceral memory there. But in terms of the game, we used to play. I mean, back then there was no missions. There were barely army lists. So I played on my ping pong tables, giant ping pong table. They didn't have any set sizes of where you're supposed to play.
Oh yeah.
And we'd come up with crazy mission scenarios of wacky things to do, and you just kind of make up whatever you'd want to do, and I'd leave it set up there for weeks at a time. We'd come back and play a few turns every now and then. So it was very, very free form.
Yeah.
Just do whatever you want, kind of like.
Yeah, that coincides to our memories too. Craig, do you remember would you have any vivid memories of Rogue Trader era?
My memories of Rogue Trader, I started Rogue Trader in 1989. And I played with the Norwich University Tactics Society nuts. And I remember playing in the trophy room underneath one of the administration buildings in the basement. Had a bunch of finished rooms that weren't used usually. So we would clear everything away and we would play on the floor usually. And it was a situation where everybody would bring everything they owned. So points, values, none of that was a concern. And I just remember the wackiest stuff happening, and it's pretty much, like 10 different types of missile ammunition, including like a vortex missile that would just make whatever it hit disappear. I remember Eldar. This is where my hatred of Eldar comes from. I remember Eldar Swooping Hawks dropping vortex grenades out of their little backpacks as they jumped over my little squat guys. I remember these games lasted for hours upon hours upon hours and were good fun, but mainly was just a way you were just tracking death across the entire room.
Yeah, and speaking of tracking death, I remember you'd come back from college and we'd all hang out when we had breaks together, and we played on one of our friends' floors. Again, it seemed like everybody played on something massive like a ping pong table or a floor, and we got some red felt. And we cut out green felt, and we cut out little pools of blood. And every time a miniature died, we didn't remove it from the floor. We'd knock him over and leave a little pool of blood under him.
Nice.
And so there was like carnage. And we had green pools of blood, of course, for the orcs, and we had all the little piles everywhere. And it was, and I've seen this described on the on websites about it, and I think I agree with this. It was more of an RPG style game almost. You know, kind of like Gutshot, if you think about it, because it was more of a storytelling. There was miniature combat rules, but it was almost like do whatever you want, really, right?
Well, we should really talk about that, because if you go into the actual book itself, it is very, very heavily RPG.
Yeah.
You have a game master. You don't have army lists. You just roll up randomly to see, you know, what every model is equipped with, and you have percentage chances of getting certain types of weapons or grenades and all sorts of crazy stuff like that. And, you know, you could just take, you know, the game master is supposed to set up. You know, you have one squad of guys versus 20 guys, and then roll and figure out what you're going to get. So it had this very free-form feeling. It had all this crazy equipment, had crazy psychic powers, had build your own vehicles. You know, you could take, you know, skywriting or tanglefoot grenades that would cover all sorts of stuff. And then what happened was people obviously wanted to start playing army-wise, so they started releasing army lists. So they, you know, came out with a Space Marine army list and a Eldar army list and stuff. And now these kind of gave you sort of like ideas of units you could take and which weapons you could upgrade. The problem was it would still have percentages left in of like you can buy 25% in off-table artillery support. And then, you know, you go and you look in the artillery support, and I can buy like a vortex missile that covers the entire board for, you know, for 200 points or something. Yeah. So it, you know, anyone that has nostalgic feelings, if you were to go back in today's eye and look at it, it was just ridiculous. I mean, it was utterly ridiculous. I mean, I remember when Prodigy came out, which was like one of the first internet like forums. I met, you know, a guy who's down in Santa Barbara, which is a long way from San Jose in California. It was like a 6-hour drive. And he's like, yeah, we should meet up. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. And so I like drove down and I met this guy, and we played on the floor of his dorm room. And he had this entire squat army that was on hoverboards dropping plasma grenades, which is something that I had never thought of or heard about before. And it just completely obliterated me. And it's like there was so much in the game that you could literally go through and just keep tapping different pools of horrible abusiveness to your heart's content, really.
Yeah.
But to be fair,
and I think I think a key thing about that though is so your fun. Like I played with a group of guys that was it was a bunch of military cadets, so it was a very interesting mixed bag. And I knew if I went down and, you know, Jeff and Jay and a couple of the other guys were going to be down there, it was going to be a really fun game, because even back then, at the advent of my minis gaming, I was making up armies based on the cool looking models and you know and what would be cool in my head from the novels that I read, not 40K novels, because those didn't exist except for that. Well, anyway, that one that needs not be mentioned. And which I still have, speaking of keeping all those books. What was it? Was it Death Watch? Is that what it was called?
Are you thinking of Inquisitor, or are you talking about...
Oh, the Inquisitor. Yeah, no.
The Inquisitor trilogy.
Yeah, the first one, it wasn't even a trilogy. Oh, it was... No, yeah, it was...
Or are you thinking about
Space called Inquisitor,
Marine?
and the next book was called Deathwing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at them. But anyway. Yeah, so you could have these really cool, fluffy battles, and it was very much like you're saying, role-playing, if you're in the spirit of it. But if you have a guy like this guy that you met with his hoverboard squad army, you know, then that guy's looking for something else. And so there was nothing in the game to protect you from that. So from the, I guess what we would now call that meta game, I guess.
But really, again, it was an RPG, right? So in an RPG, there's nothing protecting you from...
That's what I mean.
Right,
exactly.
it's an RPG. So it's really interesting.
It was the hybrid that was the problem. It started out as an RPG, and then they sort of shoehorned army lists in.
Right.
But they never went back and really took out the full abusiveness that was there, because so it was always without having a game master there. As people started to quickly play it without a game master, that protection that was written into the rules of having somebody run the game fairly was gone, and so it really left this really gaping hole between what people could do and what they were supposed to do.
Right.
Like I think that actually, now that I'm thinking about it, my favorite memory and my most vivid memory of Rogue Trader was when we played at your parents' house, Russ. Yeah. And we set up, it had to be at least 2 ping pong tables.
It was.
And it was at a very odd shape. It was in a T shape. And we put books underneath big rolls of fabric. And I mean, the good old days. And we had I made this huge table out of like styrofoam packing inserts that I had then painted up and made all ruinous. And we had this. Russ had his Imperial Guard guys that he had been collecting, and John, Russ's brother, had his Eldar, and I had a bunch. Not Eldar. He had Eldar. I had a bunch of different stuff, and we played a 3-way. Somebody had my orcs, and we played a 3 or 4-way game with everybody fighting towards the tip of the T, so to speak, and that was the big ruin. And I had all my Tyranids in there, and they came flooding out, and it was very much like an army scale RPG that we did.
Yeah. So and that's some of the memories I had too, like turrets popping off of tanks and squishing dudes and all kinds of craziness.
I think that was 2nd edition, actually.
Maybe it was. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
so let's talk about that.
Because that was in your brother's apartment.
Yeah. So let's talk about 2nd edition. So in 1993.
Well, before we get to that, we have to mention one other thing.
Oh, sure.
Right at the very end of Rogue Trader, they started to kind of introduce rules that you could clearly see were going to be the 2nd edition.
Yeah.
And one of those things, which strangely did not make it into 2nd edition, was a clear plastic targeting overlay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, I remember that. I wanted to talk about that. Thanks for bringing that up. Yes.
For vehicles. And that was both amazingly awesome and horribly, horribly broken.
Fiddly.
And so it's this great memory along with
that was
terrible,
awesome. Yeah.
terrible mechanic.
Yeah, for those who didn't see it, they had this like silhouette side shot of a vehicle, right? Like a Land Raider. I remember vividly the Land Raider.
Had one.
Every vehicle had one. And then you had this plastic transparent overlay that looked like a targeting site with pips on it for numbers. So you'd roll 2d6 and it'd give you a coordinate, and if that spot hit a location on a tank, then so you'd literally pick out a specific spot in the silhouette, and that specific spot would have an armor value. If you penetrated that, then you'd destroy a specific thing. It was kind of interesting.
And your ballistic skill would adjust it.
Right. So
That was the problem.
Yeah,
Like
you
up
can move it
and
around.
down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone would always aim right for the teeny tiny little ammo box,
Right.
and then as long as you had a decent ballistic skill, you
Boom.
could hit that box and go kaboom and blow up the vehicle every single time. So
Yep.
it was an interesting concept that was terribly implemented.
And hugely fiddly, even if it was balanced. It was still, you had to, slow the game way down, but it was cool. It was neat looking.
And it also kind of begged the question is, why were you always firing at the side of the vehicle?
Right, that was my big
When you're
problem.
firing at the front.
Yeah, I was going to say, we never had any luck sniping one specific little part of that, but my problem was always like, I'm facing the front of the tank. How come I'm looking at it from the side?
Yeah.
Right.
Neat idea. But so should we move on to 2nd now?
Absolutely.
All right. So 2nd edition, 1993, and this marks the entrance of Andy Chambers. Now, of course, Rick, I think, still had primary billing, but Andy was very heavily involved in this. And now I had gotten out of the hobby, or not out of it, but I'd been in college now too and been away, and I hadn't really played much 40K. My brother, however, started playing, and this is the first time I'd ever heard of anybody playing in a league.
Yeah.
And so 2nd edition really introduced a lot of the big things that we associate now with 40K, such as codexes and the box set. It was Orcs versus Marines, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
And this idea of some kind of game balance and point values for armies and all that showed up in 2nd edition, right?
Right. And that was, and our league actually started in the middle of 2nd edition,
Yes.
1995.
And also, I think Jervis Johnson had a huge part in
He did.
this,
That's true, yeah.
writing this one.
Yep.
And the big, I think there's a lot of firsts here because it was. I'm sure there are other games that have done this, but in terms of miniature games, it was pretty much, I think, the first game that came in sort of like a big box set that had everything together. To play right out of the box. It even came with a cardboard Orc Dreadnought and some cardboard ruins.
I remember that.
It was definitely much more of a game than the first edition, a self-contained game. It came out with an expansion later, the Dark Millennium, which introduced psychic powers and had all these cards. So you had all these psychic power cards, all these war gear cards, and had those crazy effect cards like virus outbreaks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was the home of the virus grenade. So there was still a lot of crazy over-the-top stuff, like the virus grenade could go off and literally wipe out half an orc army, before you even did anything, which was kind of fun. But it definitely felt, whereas the first game felt more like an RPG with miniatures in it, this game felt more like almost, okay, it's more coming from the board game side now, maybe, but also
a little bit, yeah. I think one of the things that has to be focused on is that even though it was sort of much more squad-based than the original, it still had a bunch of individual model elements built into it. Like each model in a unit still had a firing arc and could only shoot at the arc that it was facing. And so again, what people would start to do once they, you like had to shoot at the closest unit to you.
Right.
What savvy players started to do was pivot the models within their unit so that the arc would only be able to shoot like the heavy weapon guy of the enemy unit they wanted to shoot at, or only at the unit they wanted to go for. And so people started to immediately start to do crazy stuff like that because it still had a lot of this model-centric rules, even though it was more a squad-based.
So for more modern 40K players, this is before a unit had to fire all at the same target, right?
Yeah.
So units, and this also was sort of the start, I remember, of when you could do what I would call positional sniping, right? So you could angle your models so that, as you just described, I could only hit a certain one of your models or pick out a certain one of your models by the certain angles of my guys, which became sort of a hallmark of the game for a bit.
I think all models in the unit were supposed to shoot at the same target, except for special weapons, which were allowed to pick out like a heavy vehicle or something like that. Yep. But again, if you angled your guys the right way,
you could break that rule.
You were suddenly allowed to. I think the guys still had to shoot the same target, except for the heavies and the specials. But
so if you couldn't see the same target, you couldn't. I can't remember now, but I also remember this is sort of starting where you could sort of see where the arguments started happening between the intent of the rules and the how do you manipulate the rules to not manipulate, but how do you maximize your advantage? Started coming in because now it's sort of feeling like a game a lot, more than just an RPG.
Right. It's funny, the more that you start to tighten rules, the more people start to look for the ways around them, and almost when it's so loosey goosey that everyone realizes it's ridiculous, you just all agree that okay, we're going to have to just make up our own house rules. There's just no other way around it. And then the more you tighten down the rules, the more people start saying, well, if it's not written X, Y, Z, therefore I'm totally allowed to do it. And now they start getting angry when you try to tell them, I don't think we should do that anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's really what's interesting about this game, because really its roots are from Rogue Trader is this is just a fun, crazy place where you make these crazy. They can create all kinds of wacky models and wacky factions and all kinds of cool vehicles, and there's just rules to get them on the table and blow stuff up, which is cool. That's what Rogue Trader was, and the second edition gave us as players enough tools to say we could make a league out of this and see who wins more often, and we can have see if Necrons are around them. We can see if Orcs win more often than Space Marines, and how cool would that be? And meanwhile, GW is going, hey, this is just a fun thing, guys. Don't overthink this stuff. So that's where started but then I think that wasn't the first chapter approved show up or out now. I'm sure
it was. Well, I mean, they've been doing chapter approved for years, but I think the first chapter approved, as you're thinking of it, probably. Actually, chapter approved, I think in its modern form was started in third edition.
Yeah, maybe I remember right.
But they did start issuing FAQs back then online, which created a huge uproar with people because, especially back then, a lot of people weren't online, and so people would walk in with the FAQs and they would go, "Look and see here," and they were like, well, "I hate these FAQs. They're changing everything," and blah blah blah.
Yeah. Now, what's your favorite memory?
That's when I started my first league too. I stumbled upon a gaming store in San Jose. My first gaming store was called A Place to Play, and I walked around. I was like, wow, they've got tables and everything. I was like, does anybody play 40K? And they're like, well, kind of this night. And so then I started showing up that night, and then I got everyone together and we did a league, and it sounded very similar to what you guys were talking about in another episode. Basically, we had our house rules for our league, and would run for a few months, and we'd have a little championship, and then it would be we'd recycle over and over again. So
yep. And what are your favorite memories of second edition? Was it the start of the leagues and all that stuff, or?
Definitely. I met a lot of people that I'm still friends with today. Many of them, just like you guys have stopped playing 40K and have started playing other things like War Machine or other things. But some of those people, still play 40K, and just knowing those people, I mean, they're people I still know and talk to. So good friends.
Right.
And in terms of the game, I would say my memories are still of really broken. I mean, there's obviously a lot of great fun moments like the leagues and stuff like that, but there's also, in terms of the actual game mechanics, there still was so much craziness. Like there were still ally rules, which is funny because we're coming back to some of that in 6th edition, but there was ally rules where you could pick, just the most broken characters from other codexes and then shove them into yours and create these horrible, nasty forces, and you could have like these all Grey Hunter, Terminator, like Space Wolf guys with Cyclone missile launchers and assault cannons to have an entire army of these guys. And then you could throw like a whole table full of blind grenades, and you have to spend the whole game rolling to see where all the blind grenades drift around to.
Yep, I remember that. And there were still hands of cards, right? Because you're playing with a hand of warp cards for psychic powers or something.
Yeah,
isn't that right?
Well, the cards were you were picking random cards, but they were exactly.
So there was that, and then this is when vehicle data faxes showed up, where they got rid of the whole targeting matrix thing there, and you had your card for each vehicle. That was cool. I mean, a lot of cool stuff there, but I also remember it being sort of broken, and we had tons of house rules at this time. But still,
the second edition was just at the end of second edition was when we started the leagues.
The leagues were 95, and DACA started in 97, I think. So, yeah.
Right.
So it was just before third edition came out, but we had been doing it for a little while.
And
I remember league games with that stuff in there.
There were like 3 or 4 pages of stuff that we had to do, Yep.
But it was fun.
And their FAQs back then were very, very lackadaisical. They would publish some in White Dwarfs, they would publish some online, and they had a lot that were contradictory to each other, and they would never update them. And so it was kind of, even the FAQs, you had to sort of house rule the FAQs to try to figure out what the heck
and thus began a historical trend.
Yeah, but
and I think the last thing to say about that edition, or at least for me, would be vehicle-wise. They were giant flaming death traps.
Yes, they were.
Inside them.
They were.
So they had the data fax, and one of the results was a 6 explosion kills everybody on board, and so you kind of were deathly afraid to keep your guys inside vehicles, so you would move them up and get them the heck out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah. No, that's right. And I think my favorite thing of that era was definitely the start. This is when we started. People started playing. We started running a lot of people playing the game. We started doing army profiles, and we put them on our website, and that became DACA. And that whole launch, as you mentioned, John, the idea of making friends and the community element of 40K really started to show, I think, in second edition, because the game was cohesive enough that people could actually play it regularly. And despite all the wackiness, there was a lot of it in there. It still was a lot of fun and was so visual that people just got into it, started playing it. And
definitely, I mean,
that's what's cool about it.
Everyone, you just see it from a mile away. I mean, it was huge. I mean, everyone that saw it was like, "Wow, that's awesome!" I've never seen anything like that. We've got to play that. And I think the codexes, again, I was mentioning the army box set of a game is like the first time. I don't think that any miniature game had ever done sort of like big old faction army books that were, you'd see them and you were like, oh, there's my Blood Angel book or whatever.
Right.
And that also kind of started, GW's trend of sort of, refocusing on the miniature line, because during Rogue Trader, a lot of people, praise Privateer Press for how they release stuff, sort of like, a little bit for every faction. But back in Rogue Trader, they would constantly do that. They come out with dreadnoughts for every faction back then, or jet bikes or whatever. It was pretty random though. It was not very organized, but it was definitely a sort of splash release. And then at some point, I think they got to the idea, well, if we sit down and focus on writing the army book and working on the background for one particular army, we can really sort of hone what we're trying to do. And I think that sort of focused them in on that sort of release schedule of, okay, let's redo an army. Let's see what we can improve about it, focus it, come out with new stuff. And that's going to be our market and our way to do it. So
I think you're right. And so speaking of focus, I think that takes us into third edition pretty much. The third edition launched in 1998. And this is probably the edition that most players playing now is probably the edition that got them into the game in many cases. And it really solidified the game. It also introduced a lot of new factions. That Dark Eldar showed up in third edition. Necron showed up. Tau showed up. Also, this is, I believe, John, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the edition that launched the Force Organization chart, right?
Correct.
Prior to that, you had point values, but there was no, you could take all or whatever, except for percentages, right? I think there's
percentages, right? You had percentages,
right?
For your
but there wasn't. But
sections.
the Force Org chart really controlled the idea of troops. Also, what I remember about third that really blew me away the most, and I totally credit GW for this invention. I thought it was brilliant. Was the way they did the missions, and they came up with the table quarter ideas and the ideas of quad controlling units and the ideas of deployment zones not just being both long edges of the table. And I remember our first third edition game where we started in quadrants, and I was like, "This is incredible! I got huge room to flank, and it's just awesome." And so I just really like the idea of the more in-depth mission design in the game.
And they even had, sort of the expanded missions that a lot of people played too. Like you had sort of like ones where you would start in the middle and have to try to break out and stuff like that, and all sorts of interesting stuff. And some of them were kind of a little wonky and broken, but for the most part, I thought they were actually really evocative.
Right.
But I think the big thing to talk about third edition is the fact that this is probably the one and only time we'll ever see GW do this, is they wiped out all the codexes.
Yep.
And basically for all intents and purposes, this was a new game.
Yep.
It still shared the same characteristics, movement. Well, not even movement. Movement went away. Before third edition, there was a category for movement, right, in the profile.
Stat, right, yep.
And that went away right there. Everything started moving 6 inches. But, they still had weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, all those things. But besides those core elements, pretty much everything changed. And this is really where Andy Chambers, put his stamp on the game, because I think it's pretty well known that this was basically, his addition to Wright. Taking over the reins from Rick Priestley.
Yeah, and I think this edition really, there was a real push towards, and there was still, it was a real push towards making the game more concise. This was the edition really where it became more unit-based, right?
Much more, yeah.
And the idea that you facing didn't matter anymore, and all that kind of stuff. It became much more interesting. The vehicle data faxes were gone. The vehicle's sort of the general rules now. I think, and this also, you mentioned death traps. Third edition was really where the transports came into their ultimate glory, because you could actually get out and still assault in that turn, and that's when and they didn't just instantly die, and this is back before they came up with the idea of scoring units. So all of a sudden, transport was an extra, didn't cost you a slot on your organization chart. It could still capture objectives, right? Without the unit in it. So now you could control 2 quadrants with 1 slot from your org chart, and it was really pretty hard to destroy even a Rhino, and you could jump out and assault. So it was win-win-win for vehicles.
Yeah, this is where the edition where Rhino Rush became the synonymous, and that was just taking tons and tons and tons of rhinos, and
or Razorbacks, even better.
And it also had a weird thing where in the first and second edition books, they had always mentioned line of sight, and they had, even in the Rogue Trader, they had said, like, get out a little periscope and get down there and look over your models for your line of sight. And in third edition, they used all the same terminology pretty much, but they took out like a lot of they basically try to condense all the rules down. And so one of the things is in the line of sight section, they condensed it to the point where it didn't really talk about models being up on an elevated position anymore or anything. It just basically kind of said line of sight as sort of a general term, and had a sort of a top-down 2-dimensional diagram, and then and then had this throwaway line which said models count as blocking line of sight up to twice their height. And what that did was people, especially people starting in that day and age, they ignored the part about models point of view. That was something that didn't matter anymore. And now all that mattered was if that model, because it said models count as occupying, the area of their base, and then they count as being as high as twice the model. So now if I put a line of guys in front of a rhino, it's like an invisible wall, and the rhino cannot be shot anymore. And so that concept alone created this huge division of how people played the game. There were some people who still, read it as like, well, you're still supposed to use, line of sight using the model's eye view, and that, you're just supposed to say that this model counts as blocking up twice, but it doesn't mean that it's this magic cylinder. And then other people thought, no, it's a magic cylinder. And so there was this huge discrepancy whenever people started going to tournaments like me, and you would run into some people from across the country, and they would play the game a completely different way than other people. Right. So it was really, really weird dichotomy started right there with this line of sight thing.
Yeah. In fact, that was such a big deal that when we went to Games Day in 1999, we had DACA buttons made up that said, I block twice my height. We walked around with one. And I remember that very distinctly. In fact, wasn't there a FAQ eventually released that said infantry can't screen vehicles or something to fix that whole problem?
I don't think so.
Or there was a house rule we came up with. I can't remember.
It kind of continued into 4th edition.
I guess you're right, yeah.
And it was. I mean, I wrote a whole giant article up on DACA at one point, sort of chronicling the sort of different ways that people play a line of sight, because it was such a big issue that people played completely differently. It was really really odd.
Now, also in third, you still had to shoot the closest unit, right? But you could make a leadership check to avoid that or something? Was that back then?
Wait, what'd you say again? I'm sorry.
You still had to shoot the closest unit, but you could make a leadership check to avoid that or something like that? I can't remember now.
Maybe.
It's going to be blurry. I can't remember
I know. You know what? I think in third edition they got rid of that because fourth edition brought it back. They had the leadership check because that's where the Black Templar Codex still does that. So I think it was third edition they got rid of that, and then they actually came back to it a little bit in fourth edition.
But third was very unit based, right? So it was your whole unit had to shoot the same target and. All that stuff was in there. Yeah.
So let's talk about third edition. Basically, third edition was basically a shift to unit based, like as we said. And so some of those general concepts that were applied was you could now pull casualties from the back of your unit. You could pull the guy who's controlling the unit got to choose who died in his unit, and you're free to pull the guys in the back of the unit. And the explanation they gave for that was it basically just represented the guys in the back running forward to take the place of the guys in the front.
Picking up the drop really, cannon or whatever.
What that concept is showing is it's the placement of the unit that matters, not the actual placement of the models within the unit that matter. Right. And, they also had the explanation for the reason why, if you had your Space Marine with a plasma gun right up at the front of the line and you were pulling guys from the back, well, the reason was, that plasma gun guy up front was dying, but another guy was running up and picking up that plasma gun.
Right.
So, it sort of had some abstractions in there as to, how unit-based play worked. And that was really one of the things that helped third edition start to grow the size of the game. And people can say it was intentional or not or whatever, but once those simplifications came into place, people definitely were able to start increasing the size of their games voluntarily. They wanted to play with more models because they could play with more models in the same amount of time. So
I think that was a big memory for me too. Is the speed of gameplay definitely picked up a lot in third edition, but it still felt very tactical. That's what I liked about it.
Right.
Even more tactical than second, really.
Third edition is the heyday of DACA too.
Yes,
throughout pretty much, right? I mean, third edition was
of the store and our local club. I think the website's probably bigger than ever now.
Yeah, but the store DACA opened and lived off of 40K.
Yep.
Throughout third edition.
Yep.
And so. What I mentioned before about the codexes going away for those people that weren't involved in this, what they did was they just put out sort of a list in the rule book of every single army, and it had the entire army list for every single army in the rule book.
Yep.
And almost immediately they put out a Space Marine Codex. But even with that, I would say for, 6-month, 9-month period where everyone was playing out of those army lists out of the back of the book, in a lot of ways they were very, very bland, very few special rules, stuff like that, but it was by far, no question in my mind, the most balanced, 9-month period of Warhammer 40,000 ever, because everything had been play tested and in one single swoop had been there, and that was from a gameplay perspective. If you didn't mind the sort of blandness of the army list, that was a fantastic period. But it was bad for sales because there was no book for people to look for their Blood Angels or whatever. And it was kind of boring for people that like sort of all that sort of distinct fluffiness in their.
And they have not rebooted the game since. So ever since then, all future editions, fourth and fifth and now sixth, allowed you to use existing codexes from any time period after third edition came out, right? So that was pretty much
right. And Go ahead.
No, finish up your thought.
Jervis Johnson at an event somewhere, he basically said, look, we're never going to do that again because it just doesn't make sense from a hobby perspective. These armies are so important that even if the rules aren't perfectly precise, people want to be able to go into a store and see the book for the army they want to buy. They want to see the pretty pictures. They want to see all this stuff. And so to take that away in the name of sort of like a perfect game balance, quote unquote, is just not something they're ever going to do again.
Yeah.
Despite what a lot of people on the internet, always say, "Oh, I wish that would come back again."
What now? Third edition, second edition have a big rule book? It didn't, did it? It just had the rule books that came in the box set.
They were pretty small, and they were split between like a rule book and like a weapons book and
the war gear
book.
Yeah, and then third edition actually brought back. I guess if you say Rogue Trader is the rule book, which I guess it is, but as far as like our modern idea of what 40K is, the third edition is where you had your first real big book, right?
Yes. Yep.
And,
the big tome.
And you could have that, or you could have a smaller version that you got in the little box set. With was it Space Marines and Dark Eldar?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
And actually, it
I thought
wasn't a
the
mini
small
rule
book-
book though. It
no.
was like a little tiny get started.
You didn't get the small version of the rule book until Battleformer
Yeah.
Craig, which is 4th edition, actually.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 4th
They didn't
edition
do
of
that
the
until
tiny
4th.
little
Yeah.
book, which was awesome. But yeah, 3rd edition did not. Yeah, just had a.
Yeah, it was like a little starter.
Yep.
So let's move on to 4th then. So 4th, which came out in 2004, if 3rd was a reboot, 4th was an incremental increase. You say that's a fair statement?
Absolutely.
And a lot of refinements in 4th edition. As we said before, all codices were backward compatible, so it wasn't like my codex is dead. Of course, this also, I think people always talked about codex creep before, but in 4th you started seeing I guess you always saw it, but really you started saying, well, I want my codex redone next, because whenever they'd redo a codex, it wasn't so much, I never was really a big codex creep guy, except that whenever a codex was redone to perfectly match the current edition of the rules, it always had a slight advantage because everything really made sense better, right? So there was that feeling you wanted that little reboot done. So what do you think? Is that a fair statement, John, that the codex is coming back out was always an advantage for the guy because it matched the edition better?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because when they went into 4th edition, they put out, sort of FAQs to try to bring the older codexes up to date with the new rules, and that does a decent job of just sort of getting by a little bit, but it's never going to be the same as a codex that's written for the new rules. So there definitely, was a really big push for players, or they felt like, I can't wait to get my codex that's the 4th edition codex.
Right.
That sort of works with the new rules, and this was especially true because back in 3rd edition they had started to do a concept where you had a main codex like a Space Marine codex, and then you had sort of sub codexes like Blood Angel Codex or Space Wolves, and they were just sort of like tiny little pamphlets, and they would reference the big codex. And so as soon as the big codex got changed, like as soon as they redid the Space Marine codex for 4th edition, all those sub codexes from 3rd edition, the Blood Angels, the Space Wolves, they didn't really match up the page numbers anymore or the units, and so there's all these questions about how stuff worked.
Right.
And I guess we kind of should go back to chapter approved in 3rd edition, because in 3rd edition they started coming out with chapter approved articles, which were basically White Dwarf articles with new rules, sometimes new armies. They started going crazy with sort of like these new armies. They had Kroot army lists, they had the Chaos Lots in the Dam, they had all these different flavors of stuff, and basically, for a while they started putting out army books that were sort of like campaigns. Like they had like a certain battle or a certain planet they were fighting over, and then they would put out an army list for 4 different army lists that fought in a historical battle. And the problem was people started collecting armies based on those codexes under the presumption that they would be around forever, like pretty much every other army for the most part had been, except for squats, but we didn't talk about them. And then at some point, I think Games Workshop realized, there's no way we can support, 25 different army lists, moving forward each edition. There's no way you can get the time to sort of roll back and look at each of these individually. And so they just sort of generally, shove them off to the side, starting in 4th edition. And this is really where a lot of people started getting really, really angry, because they had gone and sort of bought these armies specifically for these army lists, and now they're realizing, what, these army lists are never going to be updated, and the ones they're putting out that sort of are in the same area, and say it was a flavor Imperial Guard list, now the new Imperial Guard official list comes out and it doesn't specifically allow some of those models anymore. Well, now you're just out of luck.
Right.
Yeah, I think the transition from 3rd to 4th actually caused them a lot of problems from a PR perspective. Not only because of that, but I think that's where everybody started getting FAQ fatigue. And that's where everybody's like, "Oh, I remember every league we did for that last year or so. Like you had to be like, oh, are we doing are we doing close combat with the FAQ and the new 3.5 and are we doing it with just the rule book?" And so it really seemed like every couple of months the game changed drastically. And I think that was their attempt to kind of say, hey guys, what about these rules? But people were like, no, that will play the way they say to play online. And that confusion, I think, I think that's the last time John ever really enjoyed, not John Regul, John Wakeland, ever really enjoyed 40K was like, I remember him just getting really annoyed with with all those different FAQs, and he stopped playing right around that time, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
And
Yeah, at the end of third edition, one of the chapter approved articles, or a couple of them, were sort of like trial assault rules and trial vehicle rules that were sort of like, this may be fourth edition. And, while it was really cool for some people who were really into the game, for people who were more the casual players who didn't play it every single week and weren't keeping up with everything, now all of a sudden people were saying, hey, let's try these new rules, which may or may not be the actual rules that are coming out in fourth edition.
Right.
And then lo and behold, fourth edition came out, and a lot of that stuff didn't actually make it in there. So it was kind of funny, because I could just imagine someone who was casually playing was like, I was playing these sort of partial rules, and then the new ones came out and they're not in there, so now I have to learn rules again. It would.
Right, and it's interesting because I think it might have even come from a point of like, let's let the players help play test, but that wasn't how they sold it, really. And or at the very least, that's not how we locally received it. And so instead of, wow, they let us help, it was more like, wow, they teased us and then they changed it, and then it was like that frustration really caused some issues.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of the problem is that Games Workshop is really tied to sort of a print model where all of their rules that they would release were in White Dwarf.
Right.
And anyone who knows like the lead times on print, you're working so far in advance. Those trial rules were definitely released, I think, exactly like you say. They even said it, I believe, in the actual article, saying, these are there to try to sort of get you an idea of what the rules might be and get feedback and whatever. But I think realistically, by the time any of those rules were out, it was already past the point where they could really take, feedback and really change the rules. So, that's somewhere where like Privateer Press, sort of rebooting their War Machine, they used a lot of online resources, forums and stuff to get feedback. And I think they did were able to do a much better job of being able to actually take feedback. And plus, like you guys have said, they sort of limited what sort of feedback they were looking for. So it wasn't just sort of a deluge of opinions.
Right. My biggest memories of fourth edition, the changes to the game really fundamentally were, I think of fourth edition as a transport nerf edition. Third was transport heavy, and I think they recognized that. And so I think maybe the pendulum swung a little bit the other way because they added the concept of entangled. So when your transport was destroyed or you're forced out, the unit getting out not only could get wounded, but then also could not really do anything next turn. And you lost the ability to assault out of a transport. So both those things coming together, and I believe scoring units were introduced in fourth edition also, meaning that only certain types of units could hold objectives, and transports weren't one of them. So transports went from no-brainer, you need to have as many as you could fit into your list, to, they kind of get in your way and they're a point sink now. Is that a fair assessment?
Yep, that's absolutely. And like you're saying, in third edition, there was no, any unit could basically capture objectives pretty much, if I recall. And then fourth edition, it was like, there was definitely a point where there was no point to take troops in late third edition. It was like, you just load up with as much killer stuff as you can and just obliterate the enemy. And so fourth edition definitely came along and said, look, we're going to come with this concept of troops are important, and so therefore, only troops can capture these certain objectives. And I think it was fourth that did that, and not fifth. But so basically, they introduced that concept, and so putting an improved, saying troops are key to your army now.
Yeah, no, that was definitely fourth, because I remember third, especially as you're saying towards the end, that's where you started seeing like Space Marine armies that had 2 5-man tactical squads,
right?
And that was it.
Yep,
and they didn't even have any special weapons, and they just kind of like hid in the backfield.
And I really liked the scoring unit option. So again, fourth was an evolving step, but again, a lot of these changes were really, if you think about what they did here, they were looking at competitive play and saying, what's messing up competitive play? Okay, there's transports are too powerful. How do we bring them back? And no one's playing with troops anymore in competitive play, right? So again, the game's being refined more and more towards how can people who are playing seriously still have an enjoyable experience and still get some fluff in there, but still be balanced, right?
Yep.
And
one other interesting thing about fourth edition was that the box set was the Battle of Macragge.
Yes.
It was Tyranids versus Ultramarines, but it had this set of rules that was sort of like these simplified scenarios that kind of basically taught you how to play the game. And that's not really something that they've continued to do in these later.
Right.
Although we
it
haven't
also
seen this.
came with a small mini rule book.
Yes.
Yes, which was fantastic.
Which was awesome.
So
It was
instead of this giant rule book, you can just carry around a tiny little, just the rules and none of the fluff. And that's definitely something that lots of other companies have picked up on and been doing since.
Yeah. You're calling the 4th edition rulebook giant.
So then there was 5th edition back in 2008 that John came on this very program and helped us review, as a matter of fact.
I did.
And 5th edition was really, I guess we can say it was, I don't know, a lot of people were involved with it, but I think it was a real big push by Andy, I think, to get Andy Chambers to get his final crack at making the game as refined as possible. Like, is that fair to say, you think, maybe?
No, that was 4th.
Fourth.
Okay. The rumor has always been that Andy Chambers wanted something different for 4th edition.
Yeah.
That he wanted 4th edition to be something like Starship Troopers or something. Yeah. And so 4th edition, Andy Chambers left the company right before 4th edition came out.
I thought he left right before 5th edition came out.
Nope.
No, that was, look at the timing, Russ.
Yeah, I thought he left. Maybe you're right.
4th edition is right at the end. DACA's ended. We're nomads. We're wandering around, and you're loving Starship Troopers.
That's true. Oh, you're right. That's right.
5th edition was all about Alessio Cavatore.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So 4th edition, it's not really known who actually wrote that. It's still listed as Andy Chambers working on it, but a lot of people say that he
not what he wanted. Yeah.
He did it in protest, or he put it in and then left the company because he was so unhappy with what he was forced to do, aka or allegedly.
Yeah.
So but 5th edition was Alessio Cavatore, and I think that's a big him being the author is a big part of 5th edition, because 5th edition, if there's one thing I would say about it, it was, and I think, in my opinion, it was streamlined, elegant, and streamlined and elegant really is the best way to put it, and that's what Alessio is known for. He's known for he likes the very simplistic rules, elegant rules, as you can see in like Warpath for Mantic games, which is super, super simple. Mm-hmm. So, both 3rd and 4th edition, although they've been moving more towards sort of this unit-based gameplay, they still had these weird little nuances where all of a sudden it did matter where your models in the unit were, and that was mainly through sort of what was called range and line-of-sight sniping. Right. And that was, you could still only kill the guys who were within line of sight. So if any guys were out of line of sight, those guys could not be killed. And if any guys were out of range, those guys could not be killed. So what people started to do, or people would do, was, block line of sight to the guys they didn't want to die, and they would basically, make sure that to kill those guys, or they would back the range of their firing models up just so, they were killing the front 5 guys in your unit because those are where the good guys were.
Yeah, it was literally like, if I could see your unit, and even if something as simple as, I've got my unit of Imperial Guard standing in front of in a right open spot, so I'm totally safe. You can't pick up my las cannon, and if the las cannon's on the far left, all I've got to do is pull my Rhino up so it blocks my shooting squad's line of sight to every model in the unit except for the las cannon. Now I shoot. Oh, I can only shoot your las cannon. Sorry, and that's how that's how the sniping would work.
Yeah,
and the side effect of that is, when you're moving your models, you constantly have to sit there and worry about where that you have to end the models in the their position in their final where they end. So instead of just being able to move the models where you want, you kind of have to say, I have to keep these guys sort of in the middle, because if these guys shoot me from over here, or they drive the Rhino up there, then I'll be able to do that. And you have to think about that. So it makes every single movement that you make sort of time consuming, because you as the moving player have to pay attention to where you're moving each individual model.
Right.
So even though the rule itself isn't that sort of, model by model based, it has the effect of making you have to think that way.
Right.
But 5th edition, it removed a lot of that finally. And, first of all, it finally completely clarified line of sight, because 4th edition had sort of where 3rd edition had just sort of had that general thing that we talked about that created that confusion of sort of this magical blocking line of sight. 4th edition sort of went in halvesies, and it said definitely use line of sight except for area terrain, which has sort of these size classifications. Right. You have 3, 4, 2, and a size 3 model can see over size 2 piece of terrain, et cetera, et cetera. But it only applies to when you're shooting over area terrain. It doesn't apply when you're just firing over non-area terrain like a hill. And so that created some confusion between people in 3rd edition who were dead set on, everything's supposed to be this magic cylinder of blocking. Now it really created this disconnect that people continued to argue on. So it was supposed to clarify, but it still left everything sort of up in the air. But
So
fifth edition comes in and says, no more abstraction. You're going to get down behind your model. You're going to look, and if you can see, what you're shooting at, then you can see it. And this was a huge, massive change because up until this point, tournaments and stores had been, throwing down a piece of felt and calling it a forest.
Right.
And that completely blocked the line of sight, game-wise. And now that didn't work anymore.
Right.
So basically everybody's scenery collection was suddenly screwed over completely. So that alone was this massive change, and it's still going on. It barely, I would say, just has finally got to the point where most tournaments finally started to include, terrain pieces that were big enough to actually block line of sight properly. So it almost took the full, 4 years to get to this point, right when they have gone to a new edition.
Yeah,
So
even to the point
funny.
they even launched the new product, the laser pointer, the official GW laser pointer for 40K. So
Exactly.
Yeah, that was 5th edition, yeah.
Yeah, 5th edition, right? To get that out there, and I totally agree with your assessment, John, that this was the most elegant and straightforward version of 40K produced to date. I think I really like the removal of the unit, the ability to snipe models. Because I agree with you, people would micromanage their movement of their models. And it was really frustrating. And
To this day, I remember how excited Russ was when he started putting down his guard squads, and he could put them down in a way that looked cool.
Well, and that was
because it didn't matter to snipe, because I wasn't going to be able to snipe.
How
his
frustrating is it
models.
when there'd be this cool building piece of terrain back in like 3rd or 4th edition, and you'd want to put your las cannon guy on the top just so it would look cool. And if you did that, because of the way the rest of the building was built, he was the one that was going to die first. And there was like, how do I avoid that? Well, I got to do all this fancy maneuvering and stuff like that. And now in 5th edition, I didn't have to micromanage that positioning, which I just was fantastic. And I remember when we did the show about this, we called it the end times because it was a version of, I've been, kind of whining about 40K for, more than a few episodes. And all of a sudden 5th edition, it really got rid of a lot of the things that had bothering me about the game. So I really was with you, John. I think 5th edition was a fantastic version of 40K. I like the addition of the blast. This is where they added blast deviation based on your ballista skill, right? So that was a neat addition. And they increased cover everywhere and made cover sort of a tactical option, right? Because now you could go to ground. I think that was new in this edition, right?
That was.
Where you could go to ground in wide open, but also add your cover bonus anywhere you were. But now you're kind of pinning yourself voluntarily. Very, very Flames of War-ish, which was a cool feature. And transports were back, right? Transports, you couldn't assault out of them anymore, but the entanglement was gone, so now they kind of made sense again, right?
Right. In 4th edition, every time you penetrated a transport vehicle, the guys would mysteriously jump out and stand there and go, oh, and then if you destroyed the vehicle, the guys would jump out and almost certainly just stand there and do nothing for a whole turn. So basically you guys weren't going to die from being in a transport, but they basically were going to be worthless if you left them in there and the vehicle got damaged or blown up. So basically 4th edition was transports weren't a death trap, but they were kind of just annoying. They weren't very useful. And then 5th edition, they changed. It was a pretty good balance because, like you said, for most vehicles you weren't allowed to assault out of the vehicle, but it wasn't a death trap, and you could still, if you were in there at the start of the turn, you could definitely hop out and now assault. So you just couldn't move, jump your guys out, and then assault. So it was sort of like this nice little balance. And what really made them powerful, 5th edition was vehicle hammer across the board, not just transports, but all vehicles. And that's because the vehicle damage table was very, very generous to vehicles. So you could easily spend an entire game firing at a vehicle and just rolling, non-destroyed results because if you got a glancing hit, which was, basically equaling the armor of the vehicle but not getting better than it, you were at like a -2 on the table. So that created the situation where, glancing hits, sort of lesser hits, weren't destroying vehicles anymore. And so that definitely made things like, a really powerful vehicle like the Land Raiders, which had armor 14, really hard to kill, and even lesser vehicles, because you were using that single table for damage. You could get the same low results over and over again, and the vehicles would stay around the entire game. So
now, when did defensive weapons show up? Was that 4th or 5th?
Say that again?
When did defensive weapons show up for vehicles, 4th or 5th?
That I think was 4th.
When they changed the strength in 5th, right? They moved them. There was a slight change to defensive fire weapons, I think, at 5th. But I like the defensive weapon combat concept. I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, in 4th edition, they definitely limited how many weapons you could fire, and then in 5th edition, they opened it up a tiny bit, but it was still pretty similar.
See, I'm a treadhead, so and I think, to be fair, I mean, I know some people got frustrated in 5th a little bit about the return of the heavy use of vehicles, but to be honest, I think that's one of the big things that separates 40K from these other games. I mean, most of the other games don't have the ability or even the model range for some really cool vehicle / giant monster / whatever combat. You know, most of the games are miniature based. So I like to see, and I think what really draws you from a distance to 40K is what they have. They have flying stuff. They have giant driving vehicles with doors that open and guns that rotate, and that's what I think. So I like a version of 40K where the vehicles actually have some staying power and actually can do some damage. But I know not everybody agrees with me on that, but I like it part of the game.
And 5th edition also introduced a bunch of sort of interesting sort of tactical options that hadn't been there before. All of a sudden you had this thing called outflanking where you could bring your guys on from the side of the board, and all of a sudden it was a viable option to put your entire army in reserve if you were faced with like an Imperial Guard gun line and try to just come on and do stuff. And it was sort of a weird, I mean, some people might not like it. I mean, there's, a game could end in turn 5 and you could put everything in reserve and only sort of get stuff on. Some people actually would play missions in tournaments knowing, I'm only going to basically be on the table for 2 turns with some of my units. And so even though he's got a superior force, I can put everything in reserve and sort of come on from a side and grab a couple objectives, and then the game's going to end and I'll be okay. And while that could be maybe frustrating to some people, I think in competitive circles, it sort of, there was a lot of options for people who knew what they were doing. It wasn't quite so much like I have no chance against this. Yeah, if you were going to play 100 turns, finish till one side completely destroys the other, you might die. But in the game environment that was very regulated, you could do some sort of tricks involving complete reserves or outflanking or stuff like that. So it definitely had sort of some interesting concepts that had never been there before.
Also, I think I remember the mission victory conditions were more refined in 5th edition, weren't they? They get a little more detailed.
Yeah, they definitely were. I mean, the big thing about 5th edition was that, the vehicles were so tough and you were allowed to basically capture objectives with troops units that were sitting inside your vehicles. And so that's really one of the reasons that the sort of parking lot of all these vehicles, as it was known, was so prevalent in 5th edition, because you could have all your guys sitting in your vehicles and just drive around and capture objectives. But yeah, one of the things they added, which was very, very controversial, was kill points, which was they basically got rid of sort of victory points where the cost of a unit determines how much you get when you destroy it. And they just said every single unit is worth 1 point. And so basically if I take a Dark Eldar army, which has tons and tons of like transports and small units that are not worth very many points, my army is going to have, 25 kill points. But an Orc army that has just like, 3 or 5 giant units is only going to be worth, 5 kill points for those five units. And you basically had 3 different objective types, and one of the 3 was kill points. So basically every third game, if you were randomly rolling, is going to be a kill points game. And so, at first people hated this. They railed against it. There's the online forums, people saying in tournaments we've got to get rid of kill points, we've got to modify kill points, kill points are terrible, they're destroying the game. But over time, what you realized was kill points were sort of a factor in how people designed armies. And so you sort of had to take into consideration, if I'm going to build an army that has all these units in it, then I know that when I play a kill point mission, I'm going to sort of be at a starting disadvantage. And so you had to weigh that into, how you were going to build an army, especially in a tournament setting where you were sort of playing a random assortment of missions. So in a way, that concept was reviled, but then it did have an impact that was in some ways very positive.
Cool.
Do you think that was the reason that it was there in the first place, maybe?
Oh, I think definitely. I mean,
right. Their attempt to almost change the meta a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think they made no secret that they sort of didn't like when people were making these tiny, tiny little squads that were running around and doing stuff. So they kind of wanted to give people, a positive benefit for taking big squads.
Right. Yeah, I remember that was a big, because you've always had this ability for a while now to split your 10-man Marine squad into 2 5-man Marine squads. And if you go with that and minimalize number, then of course you're giving up, it's too easy to give up kill points. So all of a sudden so there's always been sort of this push-pull between how do you encourage players to take 10-man squads, but also give them the flexibility of 2 5-man squads. And this is a nice balance because you could do either, but now in Marines, couldn't they make that call before a game started?
Yeah, Marines, of course.
They always have the
people will say
advantage.
that Marines always get the special treatment. So yeah,
Right.
Marines had the ability to choose whether or not to split their squads up. So if
I
they're
remember
playing
that
a
controversy, too.
kill point mission, they can keep their guys together, and if they're playing a non-kill point mission,
spread
then they
them
can
apart.
split up.
But so could the IG, though, right? In a platoon.
In a
Yep.
platoon, yes. Yeah, you
So-
could. Yep. Same
So
deal.
that was, the most recent Imperial Guard. Yeah, allows you to
But
pull
that
out
could,
everything.
that
up.
could end up a 45-man unit.
And with one order, you can triple fire, baby.
That's right.
Woohoo!
With one order, you can fire 120 plus last gunshots.
Yeah,
And
baby.
that's still very much back in
Oh, yeah,
in
that's back in
edition when
sixth.
we get into that.
Yeah, yeah. And that's a great segue into 6th edition, which we'll talk about later this very episode. So stay tuned.
Yay! That's 40K.
Yeah, history. A brief history in time.
A brief history of 40K in time.
You in the market for deeper D6G intel? There's only one place to go for your contact in the off weeks. What you seek is located somewhere in the lost chapters. Go to the d6generation.com for further instructions.
Even if you're not a store owner, it's still very worth your time to head on over to gamesalute.com because they have some of the best board gaming news on the interwebs.
Oh, heck yeah.
Hosted by the man himself, Tom Bassel, who has been doing board gaming news now for longer than I care to remember. So definitely a great place to go. Tom's breaking all kinds of great stories over there. In fact, now I just pretty much follow Game Salute and Dice Tower on Twitter because all the updates go right over there on Game Salute. It's awesome.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. Game Salute News coming to you now.
Exactly. And also, if you're trying to find the best store near you, you're thinking Myriad Games sound great, but I want to find a friendly professional gaming store near myself. Well, no problem. Check out the store locator over at gamesalute.com. And if your store is not in there, but you wish it was because you know how awesome it is, you want to share it, just tell them to head over there.
Look at all that news.
I know, right? It's just news up the wazoos. So definitely check out gamesalute.com. It's a one-stop shop for everything you know, whether you're a gamer, a store owner, or someone who wants to publish a game. Check out the Springboard page. It's all there, everything you need to do to get involved in the gaming industry. Gamesalute.com.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakeland and check out my blog, totalfangirl.com. This week's shout out is from the Cranky Lawyer. Check out Teen Cranky on extra-life.org and join up and help kids and play games come this October. Now this week I wanted to talk...
Wait. All this talk lately of Kickstarters gave me a great idea for a new, not too horrible hit.
Okay, why are you interrupting my segment to tell me?
No, seriously. I have this great idea for songs. See, here's the lyrics. No, hold the lyrics right there.
Lyrics?
Yeah, see, you gotta sing this. Unfortunately, the song I have any idea for, I can't do it. Voice too low.
You want me to
But you
sing
just
this?
Yeah. I'm gonna go grab my guitar. You memorize the lyrics, and at the end of the show, we'll do it together, and we'll put it on the thing. Sound good?
Okay, I guess so.
It'll be great. It'll be awesome. Trust me, it's gonna be awesome.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. The things I get myself into being married to that guy. Okay. Let's see. This week I actually had 2 Kickstarters that I wanted to talk about. The first one is called Fight for Space. This is by a guy named Paul Hildebrandt, and he's making a documentary, and he has a video that he has on the Kickstarter website. So if you go to Kickstarter, look for Fight for Space. The video nearly made me cry. I am a huge fan of the idea of putting people into space, of us exploring beyond where we are now, and of just pushing the bounds of what we think we could do and trying to explore and trying to do new things and not being content to just sort of sit where we are and stay there and not move on. And how NASA has been gutted over the years with the space shuttle program finally coming to an end and having nothing really to replace it with is nothing short of heartbreaking. When I was a kid, everybody thought they wanted to be an astronaut. Everybody thought they could go into space, and you thought, well, we walked on the moon. When I grow up, maybe I'll go to Mars. When I grow up, who knows what'll happen? And unfortunately, when you grow up, there isn't anything happening. There's no plan. And it's not just a matter of the money, and it's not just a matter of getting people, oh, we got to find a way to fit into the budget. There's a whole public perception about sort of space and the idea of exploration and pushing engineering and pushing science being very secondary. And it's so very important. And This guy, Paul, wants to sort of try to capture that problem and to capture the excitement and sort of explain to everybody why this is so important, that we get back into space and that we really, truly have a space program that really puts people out there. In the video that he actually runs on his Kickstarter site, he has clips of discussions he's had with people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye and astronauts and engineers and people who were involved with NASA and are no longer, and politicians, all talking about how do we get the public excited again about understanding that space is important. For geeks, for a lot of us, we know that. We love it. We want to be out there. But for a lot of people, it falls to the bottom of the list. And he really has this idea of trying to sort of put the heart and soul back into the program and make this documentary to explore that. And already he's made his goal. He wanted to make $65,000 to make this movie. He's at $66,000 in just a matter of days. He still has more that he would like to do. In fact, he has given a stretch goal, and his stretch goal is $100,000. And with that, he will improve the project, be able to talk to more people. He'll go from the equipment that he has now to a higher quality equipment, increasing the size of the artists and musicians that are responsible for the artwork and for the filming and for the soundtrack for all of this. And he also hopes he might actually get this into a major, like a theatrical release. He already has PBS sort of hanging on there that they might be interested. So for those of you who are space nerds, Fight for Space, one of the coolest Kickstarters I've ever seen. I actually donated to it, and so did Russ, because we were both so excited. The other Kickstarter that I saw that just screamed out to me, oh my God, the folks in the D6 generation have to see this, is one called +5 Food of Eating, the Ultimate RPG Cookbook. This is really kind of cute. It's by this woman named Tiffany Simmons. She wanted to raise $3,500 for the printing cost and the art and putting everything together and publish this cookbook. She's already up to $4,800. So it's going to happen. It's a matter of how cool it's going to be when it happens. Will she be able to do more recipes and to do more things? And it's cute because in her little video, and it's really cute, it's little, it's still shots, and she puts little clips together, and she's, taking scenes from famous things that are very, like The Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, what have you, and made the characters look like they're in eating settings, and it's really kind of cute. And she's trying to come up with a cookbook that has things that you can make instead of those bags of chips and Doritos and dip and, stuff that is so horrifically unhealthy for all of us. Because face it, 90% of what you eat when you're gaming, especially doing an RPG for the whole day, is absolutely awful for you. And it's really cute. The rewards levels are even geared as though you're going through a dungeon and you're finding cool things as you go. So this is a fun one. It is going to happen. I want a copy of this cookbook, so I'm going to donate so I can get one. But I thought it was kind of cool because it's a gamer-centric thing, and it came from her looking at what everyone's eating and going, what is this junk that we eat all the time? Let's have something fun. Let's have something that feeds a whole crowd without breaking the bank, and it's just a good time. So 2 Kickstarters you can check out, Fight for Space and +5 Food of Eating, the Ultimate RPG Cookbook. And I guess later on Russ has something he wants me to do, some song or something, so hold on for that.
I think that's Vic the Viking.
Oh, Vic the Viking is on his way. And Vic the Viking, of course, the spokes Viking for the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999. And that's a decade or more, with the best prices on the net and awesome service. Mm-hmm. These guys are our go-to place on the internet for buying stuff, shipping it all over the place, getting really good prices. And, of course, for the last couple of years, they've been the force behind the War Store Weekend.
Mm-hmm, indeed. Now, last year they took a hiatus, but this year they are back in force, baby.
They are indeed. If you look at the warstore.com website, click on right on over on the right side of that page, you look at the War Store Weekend. You've got all kinds of stuff. That's going to be the 26th through the 28th of October, 2012. That would be this year.
Coming up, only a couple short months away.
That's right. And you've got they've got some amazing stuff that's it sounds really cool to me. Like homebrew, like big event things. There's a bunch of Warhammer fantasy going on. There's a bunch of Privateer Press going on. Flames of War, season qualifier events just been added. Infinity events, heavy gear, all kinds of cool stuff coming up.
And pre-registration just started up on July 11th, so head on over there now and get registered for all your favorite events.
You bet. Absolutely. That would be the War Store Weekend, hosted by the warstore.com.
The D6 Generation Podcast. All of the mysteries of gamer culture revealed. The D6 Generation. Born to game.
Welcome back, and now what you've all been waiting for, possibly. The whole reason for
Or
this episode
dreading.
is the Warhammer 40,000 6th edition review.
In the gentle hands of Russ Wakeland.
No, it's not in my hands. It is in combined hands. The three of us together lift it up on the awesome tome of awesome that it is, and discuss what it's like. Now, if you're wondering, well, what was Fifth like? Well, first of all, we just talked about the history of 40K earlier this episode, which I think will be helpful as we go forward in this. But also, we did, as we mentioned earlier in the show, way back in episode 9, John was nice enough to join us back then, and we talked about 5th edition coming out.
Yep.
So you can listen to that and listen to the excitement in our voices and what we thought about that. And so we'll wait, go and listen to that, and then come back and we'll talk about 6th edition.
Yep.
Okay, good, you're back. Now, the book is...
They've listened at 2 times normal speed.
Right. The book is the way to get into
another thing my new phone can do, by the way.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Carry on.
The book now is the way to get in right now. It's the only way to get the rules, and I'm sure there'll be a small micro rule book eventually with a 2-player box set. But right now, it is the way to get in. The book is $75,
and it is enormous.
It is giant. It is definitely, and in terms of production quality,
really heavy.
Yes.
It's what I like to call a smiting Bible.
It is indeed. You do not want to be smitten or smote by this particular book.
I'm holding our copy here. I think it is probably by far, excluding the really, really expensive collector edition, which I have from 5th edition, by the way. I really like the collector's edition there. This, however, is probably their best production value in terms of it's finally totally full color. In 5th edition, you could argue it was Sepatone.
Wakeland the whole time they paid for it.
And they did a great job with their index and their table of contents, and cross-referencing in there is really good. I have to say, as far as referencing goes, I think GW's really where I like to see a rule book in that area. A couple things about the organization, and John, jump in here where you think I'm wrong or missing something here, but there's a nice keywords reference now. So that whole section of the book where they have all the keywords listed. And what's cool is even if, like, for example, Deep Strike is really covered in the mission section, but if you go to the keyword section, Deep Strike is listed and says go to the mission section. Here's the page number. So everything in there you're trying to find is there, along with also in the keywords in the back. Another thing I really thought was cool about this was there's really a strong message, I think, and you guys tell me if you found it too. There's a real strong message this time about spirit of game and storytelling throughout it. There's these call-out boxes called forging a narrative throughout the book. And I really get the feeling that it's sort of like saying, look, this game is designed to tell a story more than anything else. And here's why, like, for example, there's one forging a narrative where when you issue a challenge in hand-to-hand combat, you're supposed to, give a little blurb about why you're challenging him in combat. You're kind of encouraging players to role play, encouraging them to get in that game.
I haven't been doing that.
That could be costing you games. So, John, did you notice that? Did you get a feeling that it was even more narrative driven than, or encouraging narrative more than before?
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed those boxes as I did not read them. No, I mean, I did.
Breezed right over them.
Now at the same time,
I did.
Yeah,
that's a good thing, and I think you're totally right. I mean, there's no question that they're trying to push the narrative aspect of the game, which I think has always been the case of 40K and probably Games Workshop in general. Is that if their rules have always intermixed sort of explanation as well as the rules into the actual text of the rules, which is what creates some of the confusion sometimes. Right. And so now they've added even more and sort of separate boxes to like even push that further, which is good for their message, I think.
Now, at the same time they did all that, they also added, I think they technically call it sub-phases now. Like they actually sort of break activities down even more granularly when you're going through like the assault phase and stuff. So I think they were sort of, at the same time, they were trying to add more clarity to the way the rules are written. There probably are parts later when we get to details where we'll probably debate how clear they are, but I think there's a genuine effort to sort of really attack the organizational structure of the book and how they break segments down and try to give you a clear order of operations as you go through the various stages of the game. And I think that's good. I think it is. I think what their intent is, we talk a lot, if you're a really hardcore miniature war gamer, and John, I know you this, we talk a lot about raw rules as written versus the intent and can you play one or the other? And I think in this edition, it feels like they tried to sort of give you more of that together. Am I the only one that feels that way, or did you feel that too, John?
No, it's absolutely there. You can tell that someone's been paying attention to, either the complaints or the forums or whatever you want to say, that some of the core, like bedrock that the game was written upon has been sort of much more codified into keywords and explaining things instead of just taking for granted that common sense people will understand what's meant by this. They've actually taken a little time to sort of explain stuff, to sort of put to an end some of those long-standing rules arguments. But I do have to say, having said that, they also added so many new rules to the game that the areas that are newly added tend to suffer from not being, having all that cycle of 5 years of playing and people complaining. So it's kind of funny because the stuff that's sort of edited from the last edition is really well done, and then the stuff where they sort of shoved new rules in, brand new mechanics, those are the areas where I think it really sort of kind of breaks down on that same principle.
And that's a really good point. It definitely feels like, to me also, I noticed that layers of rules were added to the game. So it was like not in a complaint or anything like that. It's just that instead of just sort of adjusting the core rules to encompass more options, it's, hey, we're going to just layer this new rule on here so you can play with monstrous creatures flying now, or flyers in general, or you just layer more rules on top, and you can sort of see where some of those things plug in really great, and some of those things you can tell they're sort of added on top of an edition that's really, really sort of been, flushed out, except when you get to this rule, and then it's sort of just there,
Right. I mean, there's a number of rules that are basically completely new to this edition that have never existed before, and so those, in a way, are sort of like a first edition of those rules. And you can imagine, down the road in a 7th or 8th edition, if those rules stay, they're going to become refined and better explained. But right now, you're going to suffer from all that same problem of having rules that haven't been flushed into the wild, where millions of people can do horrible things to them.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, and as we get into the details of the rules, we can kind of highlight some examples of that to try to get to help you understand what we're talking about there. But one more thing before we move on to the actual changes and just talk about the broad feeling of what you feel like when you look at this book. A huge chunk of the book, in fact, almost the majority of the book, is actually background and modeling pages, right? The rules are probably about a quarter of the book. It's about 100 pages of rules and about 300 pages of background material and artwork and everything, which is great. I mean, there's actually like fold out sections of multiple page, pictures of really fantastic scenes of models. So, and I guess that's sort of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, if you're a 40K nutter, like most of us, you get this really great book, and I think the value, $75 for what it's made of, is probably fair. But if you just want to get the rules for 6th edition, that's a pretty high price point to jump in. So there's been some debate I know online is, should there be a lower cost of entry, or what do you think, John? Is this sort of a big deal, or is it fine the way it is?
In 1 month they will come out with a box set, and I guarantee that will have a small rule book. So, I guess it'll come down to, do you want to pay $75 to get the big giant rule book with all the stuff, or do you want to pay probably, $80 or $90 or $100 and get this set with all these models and a small rule book that just has the rules? So I think, I guess either way you're paying the same amount, but certainly I think people feel better about buying a bunch of models and a small rule book. So if people don't want all that sort of stuff, soon enough there will be an alternative.
Yeah.
What I'm really interested to see is what they're going to do with the digital format, because they have this whole iPad digital format going on, and the way they split down the pages, it's kind of like one page of a codex equals two or three pages on the iPad.
Right.
So if we're talking about, if they're trying to put this entire book into a digital format,
well over 1,000 pages.
Right. So I have to imagine if they put out a digital version, which I hope they do, it will be just the rules, because I can't imagine anything else. It would just be
Yeah.
a behemoth. And
Funnier than the Bible, but not quite as short.
Wow.
and then the big question will be, if they do put that out, how much are they going to charge? Because so far they've been charging the same price as the actual book. So
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to pay $75 for
Yeah.
a digital version of something. So
Yeah, and certainly not if you already own the $75 book. And
Right.
the other challenge, of course, is it's hard to get around. So you're going to go through the whole. It's hard to carry, right? As Craig was pointing out. So you're really going to go through the whole. You're going to buy those little books from the box or get them on eBay or whatever to have a more portable version of the rule book.
definitely.
The digital version will appeal for that reason. And I have to say, I do like the Space Marine digital codex, and I do like that they gave you a free upgrade to get the 6th edition FAQ built into the codex. That was nice. But again, as you're right, it's still a $42 digital book, which is not the standard in the industry right now. So it's a little shocking, I guess. All right, so let's get into the changes now. The meat and potatoes here.
Taters.
Now, we are going to assume that you kind of know 40K here, okay? So we're not going to walk you through. There's just not enough time to walk through how to play Warhammer 40,000. We're going to go through the changes here, really. And again, go back and listen to 5th edition, our 5th edition review if you kind of want to get a broader feeling for how the game works. And we've also talked about 40K in general in other episodes as well. So I guess one of the big sort of general changes, and we'll go through each of the phases of the game, is
a weather change of philosophy almost.
Yeah, is pre-measuring is in the game now, right?
Hooray.
Now, does that really, matter? I think so. I've always been a proponent
I
of
think
pre-measuring.
everybody knew it was coming because of what happened with fantasy.
Right. Is that a surprise, John? Or
fantasy?
What was the question?
Was it a surprise to you or no?
No, there was no question after the the Lord of the Rings, the big game they came out with. War of the Ring came out, had pre-measuring. Then Fantasy Battle came out, had pre-measuring. I think you had to be kind of naive to not assume that they would do the same here. So I was fully prepared and a big fan of actually that change too.
Yeah, I don't think any of us here that bothers us at all. I think I'm on record as saying I prefer it just because I know there's a level of perceived skill that you gain, and you can, beat the newbie because you can guesstimate your ranges better. But in the end, that's not really about tactics or strategy. That's really just about memorizing distances, and it just adds. And then you get into arguments too because you thought it just removes all that because you can now sort of before you even move, say I'm moving here. Look, I'm out of your charge range. So charge range is a bad example.
Exactly what you can do.
But it doesn't do that because charge range is now random.
Well, you can say I'm at 13 inches. We both see I'm at 13 inches. So there's not going to be argument. That kind of.
Well, but you still can establish the distance before you move the models. So you can say you're going to move those models. You're probably going to assault those models. Let's go ahead and measure the distance right now. So no matter what you move in your movement phase, you know that you're not going to be. You can figure out you're going to need a 7 on your charge move to reach me basically.
Right. Yep.
I guess the only negative there would be that it can lead to a little bit of analysis paralysis because your opponent can sit there and pre-measure every possible permutation of his move before he does anything.
And we've seen that.
So
and I don't even think that's a question. It happens, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just adds more time. But there's all sorts of other things that add more time. So the key is to just play with smaller points or have more time available,
or get yourself a chess clock. One or the other. Okay, so good. So pre-measuring, we love it. Moving on. Okay. So the movement phase. Now the movement phase hasn't changed a lot, but there are some small things in here that actually I think have a big effect. And again, John, jump in here where you being definitely having more games under 40K under your belt than both of us put together. So what I do like, just to lay out here, there's some very clear examples of how to measure movement, which is kind of funny, but I remember getting huge arguments.
That's a move in most games. Most game rule books you're seeing nowadays are the whole
here's the front to front or back to back,
and here's where the model ends up.
So
Not
GW's
in front
added
of the
that
tape measure, but behind it,
which sounds trivial, but you need it in the book, unfortunately. Apparently, so one of the big, I guess, big changes or big small changes is dangerous terrain. So there's always been this dangerous terrain rule for the last couple of editions, a dangerous terrain rule, right, where you go into cover or you go into woods, and certain models make a dangerous terrain check, and if you roll a 1, they're dead. Now at least you get an armor save there, right? So at least your more expensive models have a better chance to live, right?
Yep.
So that's nice.
And that has impact in like coming in from deep strike where the guys appear on the table and stuff. It's a pretty big change because now you can do a lot more stuff where you're not freaked out about landing in terrain.
And I think that's good because again, one of my always concerns with 40K is I feel like you're praying to the dice a lot, and so it's nice to have an area where it sort of mitigates that. Well, it's dangerous terrain, but the guys in Terminator armor are probably going to be okay.
Yep.
Now, I think the biggest change, in the movement phase, and if I miss something, jump in here, John. But is the did you move counting as moved is now model by model instead of unit based. So what I mean by that is if you have a squad of 10 guardsmen and there's one las cannon team in there and the rest of the guys are armed up with assault cannons and las guns, in 5th edition and 4th edition, if you moved any model in that unit, all the models are considered to have moved. So now the las cannon is counting as moved, which in prior editions means you couldn't shoot. In 6th edition, however, it's on a model-by-model basis. So if I move 2 models, only the models who move count as moving. The rest still count as stationary. So the las cannon can still fire to full effect if you didn't move, even if the rest of the squad moved. So, John, am I right? Is that a big change?
It's definitely a big change, and I think it's something you see echoed through as we talk more about all the rules. It's basically, instead of a representation of what the unit's doing, it's now definitely a model-by-model situation. And exactly what you're saying. You can have a heavy weapon squad, and now you can just move the guys around that don't have the heavy weapons. Or if you have a squad made up entirely of heavy weapons, you'll even be able to move just a couple of the guys and then do a special snap firing attack, we'll talk about in a second, and leave the guys that are standing still to fire normally. So it definitely, you're getting to fire more often, and you're not feeling as penalized if you do want to move.
Right, and I think one of the places where it comes to me as a guard player is, you get in a situation a lot where you've got that squad, 10-man guard squad, you got a las cannon in there, you've also got a melta-gun in there for close-in support or whatever. The enemy's getting close to you. You still want to fire your las cannon, but there's that dreadnought with an assault. If I could just move my melta-gun guy 3 more inches, he could also tag the dreadnought, and get 2 chances to kill it with the las cannon and the melta-gun instead of just staying still and only getting the las cannon. And now that's possible. Also, you can react to an assault coming at you because as the enemy get closer, you can rearrange your models to take the assault, but your las cannon has moved yet still can fire. So there's a lot actually more tactical options here, which I like. Also, when we get to shooting wound allocation, the closest models get hit. So as people are going to try to maneuver to make the model you don't want to be the closest model. For example, try to flank you to get your las cannon to be the closest model. So if I can move individual models, I get more tactical options there. So one part of me really likes this rule because it adds a lot of tactical options, but I think, and this might be a theme as we talk about 6th edition, there's going to be a lot more micromanagement, and there's going to be a lot more having to remember not only what everybody's units move, but then individual models in the unit move. Did he actually move that las cannon? Did he not? Can I remember all that? And when you're talking about a high model count game like 40K, I kind of like that. I had to worry about it at the unit level, not at the model level. So part of me is like, this is awesome, but also there's a part of me that's like, the record keeper part of my brain's like, wow, that's going to be a lot more thinking about micromanaging each model's movement.
Yeah, I've found that I think, it's very important that you remember, like, I wanted to fire with that las cannon. Mm-hmm. So what happens is you say it to your opponent. You say, I'm not going to move my las cannon, and I'm moving the rest of my guys around here.
Right.
And so even though you have 10 or 20 squads or whatever on the table, when it gets back to that, it's something that tends to stick in your head. So right. I have not found a problem. I thought that might be a problem just like you, but so far my experience has been you don't really have a problem remembering. And for example, my ludas, which are orc heavy weapons, they're the entire squad filled with heavy weapons. I do a lot of times where I move some of them and leave the rest of them standing. And so what I've done is just, I say I'm going to move 3 of them, and then I turn those guys, facing the wrong direction or something like that, just as a reminder that which guys moved. And so far, it hasn't really been that big a problem.
Yeah, actually, in practice, it hasn't bothered me at all. And I actually like the rule a lot because it gives me more tactical options with my guard units. And I also have a tendency to play low model count guard armies. So I'll play, all veteran squads instead of platoons. So again, I really benefit then from being able to multitask with a unit like that. So I found I like it more. And so I do enjoy it more. But the micromanagement thing may eventually get to us in larger games. But so far, so good.
Yeah, so the one thing I would say to add on to that is one of the biggest changes of the game, and it's in the movement phase, and it's not actually a rule that you'll see, is exactly what you said about sort of wound allocation coming later, which is basically since so many of the rules are model-based, the position of your models within the unit is now a major factor. So before, you just really had to worry about where your unit was, and for the most part, you didn't have to worry about where the models were in 5th edition. Now, every time you move a unit, you need to be constantly thinking about where is this model, because if this enemy over here fires, I'm going to lose this guy. So it does add time, and you have to sit there and think about it, and there's just no other way around it.
Yeah, I don't know if Craig, you noticed this as much, but one of the things I liked about 5th a lot was the abstraction that, no matter which model you hit in the unit, I could kill anybody, even if you couldn't see them around the corner. And I know that's a weird abstraction, but what I liked about that as a guard player was I could put my las cannon, in a cool looking spot, like out on the top of the little tower or someplace where there's no cover, just so we could, because they're on these giant bases for the guard, right? Because they're on these 2-model bases. So I can put them somewhere it looks cool, but there's no tactical disadvantage for that. So I can have them out there and not worry about. In 6th edition, I find myself really trying to. I got to, the cover is this weird shaped building because of true line of sight, and whoever's closest, I really got to jam them just so. And I really feel myself getting almost like victimized by the terrain because the models are stuck on these certain side bases. So, almost in a way, I kind of feel like it's less cinematic because I can't make it look as cool on the tabletop because I'm worried I'm going to get penalized by angles. Right. Did you find that, Craig, or is that just me?
Well, the boards that I've been playing on haven't really allowed me, and with Space Wolves, I really only have one unit in the whole army that stands still anyway.
Oh, there you go.
And so both of them just ended up standing right in the middle of a big wide open hill. But I have noticed that my opponents, you and Dave, in trying to set up your units, have to be much more careful, and it creates a much less aesthetically pleasing look when you've got like everything's kind of like inched over and balanced on different things. And so it's I see where you're coming from, but at the same time there always was a little bit of a, from my point of view, where almost every army that I played is fast, and I don't like assault only armies, but I like armies that are fast and redeploy quickly, so I don't have a lot of stand still stuff. Like I would shoot at a unit that all I could see was a las cannon. I'd be like, okay, well, that's one less thing I have to worry about. And you'd be like, nope, it's 5th edition. This guy back here that you can't see dies. So I kind of like what I'm seeing with that aspect, although it does have that less aesthetic effect on the overall look of the battlefield.
Yeah, you lose the ability that, hey, anybody in the squad that's been trained to pick the gun up after they've been shot. It's like, if they get that one guy with the las cannon, it's gone forever.
Right. And there's a part, but that's a different thing, because there's a part of me that wishes that was still in there.
Right, but that's, yeah.
Like, because I like that. I just didn't like the fact that I would be killing guys that I can't see. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So that was the representation, Craig, was that you were killing the las cannon guy, and then that guy on the back of the squad was running up to grabbing
it. Right.
That's right. And Russ explained it to me last time when we were playing 5th edition, and I didn't like it.
So
I chose to ignore it and forget it.
and that's you're going to see that theme here. So 5th edition and 4th edition, as we talked about in the history, I think move towards. I think it's fair to say move towards a lot more abstraction in an effort to get
by unit.
Yeah, in an effort at the unit level, in an effort to get the game probably playing faster, and the idea that if you had more models on the table, it wouldn't slow down the game a lot. I think 6th edition is kind of responding to that and saying, well, a lot of people came back, like Craig, and said, but that's not realistic from these different points of view, so let's get back to the model by model approach. Is that a fair sort of look at it, John?
Oh, it's more than fair. I mean, they even basically said it. They just recently
Don't blame it on me, though.
No.
It's Craig's fault.
It's not my fault.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say exactly that thing, though, Craig, where it's like, it's so dumb that I kill the people behind the wall that I can't even see. I can't stand it. So I think it's something in gamers' brains. They either love the abstraction of the other guy running out to pick it up, or they hate it. And so you're certainly not alone at all.
Right.
Well, it's weird because I enjoy that concept. It's a bit like in fantasy the same way, where it's the guys you're taking off the guys in the back, and that doesn't bother me at all. I don't think it bothers me, especially when people remind me, oh no, they're picking it up, and then I'm like, oh okay. I think it's mostly fear, really. I'm afraid of that las cannon. I need it to die, and when I think I can kill it, and then I don't kill it, then I'm very frustrated.
Well,
right.
But I don't dislike that rule. But that's neither here nor there because that rule's gone. So
right.
Well, we can talk about one other rule they added in here later, which is like the precision shots, and that could have alleviated that. But going back really quick is they had a Games Workshop open day just a week or two ago in the UK, and the designers basically came out and said they were in this edition, they're trying to get rid of disassociative mechanics and go with associative mechanics. And so they're really putting a premium on trying to place mechanics where when your models are firing, you're killing the guys that you're seeing, and you're getting rid of those abstractions. So it's when we're not overstating things, this is something they have actively tried to go for.
Right. And I think it's a differentiation move. I'm going to talk about this a little later when we talk about this, but I think it differentiates 40K from a lot of the game systems out there now, and it's probably a smart move. Keeps them keeps it fresh and different. It's just a lot different from where it was progressing from third to fourth and fourth to fifth. So maybe some of us who've been in longer, who like that progression, are like, well, this is total change up, you know. Go ahead, John.
No, I'm saying moving on.
Let's get into shooting, because we're kind of hinting at all these things that come from shooting in affecting how you do movement. So first of all, line of sight's pretty much unchanged, right? It's still true line of sight. So area terrain affects movement, but there's no more, well, that was gone in 5th edition too, but there's no mob of trees blocks line of sight or anything like that, right? It's, if you can see,
right. And actually, there's actually been quite a bit of changes that are a little small to see in the terrain as well. Before you kind of just had general classes of area terrain. You had ruins, you had forests. And now they've actually made it where ruins aren't actually area terrain anymore, except if they have a base, and only the base is the area terrain. So you actually, in a ruin, you have the base being a 5+ cover save, but the actual walls being a 4+ cover save. So if you're standing up on the upper levels of a ruin, but the guy's shooting from the backside where the model's not actually blocked by the ruin wall, you're not getting a cover save, which is a pretty big change.
Actually, across the board, I remember when 5th edition came out, it felt like cover saves became more common and everybody had one for all kinds of reasons. It feels like they pulled back on that in 6th, right? It's like it's a little bit, your cover save probably one worse than what you had before, and it's a little harder to get.
And the cover for most things went down to 5+ from a 4+. So
they definitely pulled back on that a bit. Now, you already hinted this, John, but a big addition to the game is this concept of snapshots. So snapshots is this generic term they come up with, which basically means you're firing, from the hip, for lack of a better term. And when you do a snapshot, and there's different cases that cause it to come off, it means you fire at ballistic skill 1, which effectively means you hit on 6s. So snapshots happen a couple different times. The most common, well, one of the big ones is when you can now fire heavy weapons when you move. And with exception of a couple exceptions, notably blast weapons, heavy weapons can fire when you move, but you're snap shooting it, so you only hit on 6s, right?
Yep.
And the other time you can snapshot is vehicles, right? So vehicles can snapshot. How does it work now, John, with vehicles?
Basically, they have sort of a matrix depending on what type of vehicle you are. But, if you're standing still, you're firing all your weapons. And then if you move some, you only get to fire, it's like 1 or 2 or something, and then the rest are snapshot. And then, obviously, if you're a faster vehicle, then you're able. It basically is a little less. You're able to move faster and fire less snapshotting. But you're basically always able to fire pretty much the rest of your weapons. You're just ending up snap shooting some of them.
Right.
And they throw the snapshotting around a lot of places. For example, when you're pinned, you can still snap shoot, right?
Right.
So
I didn't know that last night.
And when you get,
or if you regroup, when your unit regroups, if it's falling back and it regroups, it's only snap shooting.
Basically, in 6th edition, you can almost always shoot. It's just, if before you couldn't shoot, you can now snap shoot. It's pretty much how it works, right?
Except for what's the one, the template weapons, right?
Except for weapons that are explicitly cannot snap fire, right? So like burst weapons are one of the common ones, but I think there's some other specific weapons that don't snap shoot.
Also, firing at flyers is snap shooting.
Yep.
And Overwatch, when you're being charged, you get to shoot, but it's snapshot.
Which is a huge change, because people are going to be remembering Overwatch back from 2nd edition.
Yeah, it's not the same Overwatch.
It's not your grandpa's Overwatch.
No, it's really stand and shoot from fantasy, right? So in fantasy, when you get charged, you can shoot the guy before he charges you. And now in 40K, you can do the same thing, but you're snap shooting, so you're only hitting on 6s.
And the odd thing about snap shooting is that since it's a fixed ballistic skill 1, it really benefits weapons that shoot a lot, as opposed to high-quality shots that would normally rely on your ballistic skill to hit. So, say orcs, for example.
I was going to say, orcs are surprisingly good at snap shooting.
Because, they normally only need 5s to hit, or they normally require 5s or 6s to hit, so they're only losing, basically, one successful face on that die. So they've already been given lots of shots, to compensate for their poor ballistic skill. So orcs, for example, don't mind snap shooting much at all. But
Imperial Guard Ogren are also quite good at it.
Right, exactly. The more shots you have, the more you like snap shooting.
Like the snapshots.
I'll tell you, last night I had a huge squad of Blood Claws, which are really good hand-to-hand guys in really powerful armor, led by my general, charging a unit of Tau stealth suits who only hit 50% of the time to start with, but their guns throw out a ridiculous number of dice, 3 each, and there's 6 of them in the unit. And they wiped out enough guys so I didn't get in hand-to-hand with shooting, hitting only on 6s. Of course, that was ridiculous rolling, too, but I went from knowing for a fact that this ridiculously powerful close combat unit is going to get in with that other unit and probably kill most of them and tie them up for the rest of the game because it was towards the end of the game, to losing so many guys I didn't even make contact and that combat never happened and those guys were within. Actually, they were running away and they made their it was crazy. Craziness.
So snap shooting is a neat, and I do like, and I'm going to give them props for this because they do this quite a few places in 6th edition. They come up with this rule concept like snapshots, and they use it over and over again, which makes it great because now if there's a consistent rule like this weapon can't snap shoot, it makes it very clear that you can't use it for Overwatch, you can't use it for shooting at a flyer, you can't use it for, all these other cases. You don't have to look it up. Does it work for pinning or not? It just doesn't snap shoot. So it's a very nice, I think they did a good job with that implementation.
Yeah.
So the other big thing in the shooting phase, before we get to wounding, which is where a lot of the changes were, you can still run, but also they added the ability for vehicles to sort of quote unquote run, right? So and I'm talking about walking vehicles, which could always run. I'm talking about tracked vehicles now can actually, what is it? They call it go full out or whatever. What's it called, John?
Flat out.
And so how does that work?
So basically in 5th edition, they just sort of had your combat speed, which was 6 inches, your cruising speed, which was up to 12 inches, and then you could move flat out, which only certain vehicles could move flat out, like like your faster vehicles, and some of the, depending on what type of vehicle, your flat out move could be even further. So like a fast skimmer could move 24 inches flat out. Mm-hmm. Well, now what they've done is they've split that off. So instead of it being all sort of packaged together in the movement phase, all vehicles now, all your non-walkers move 12 inches maximum, which is a huge change because even your super fast skimmers are only moving 12 inches now in the movement phase maximum. And now the big change is if you want to give up your shooting, you can now make this flat out move. And depending on what type of vehicle you are, the further that flat out move is. So, faster vehicles can go a lot further. So, where your where your regular, Rhino or whatever could only go 12 inches previously, now it's able to go flat out and go an extra 6 inches in the shooting phase if it gives up its shooting. So in some ways it's made vehicles faster, but for those fast vehicles before that could easily go flying places, now they have to give up their shooting to do it. And it's kind of interesting. If you're going to shoot with your fast skimmer now, you're only moving 12 inches, where before, well, I guess in 5th edition you had to do that anyway, but it's a different change, although I guess ultimately kind of is similar if you look at it from certain perspectives.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of rules consistency across different things, so I kind of like that vehicles sort of kind of run now like everybody else, so it kind of makes them. It's just one less thing to remember that's different about vehicles, So I do like that sort of bringing it together. I mean, I'd like to see more of that. And I think there's sort of less of it in 6th edition. Like one of the things, I don't really understand why monstrous creatures and vehicles have to be different. I think they could be the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, we'll get to vehicles. We'll talk about that. Anyway, so that's pretty much the general shooting. But the biggest change I think in shooting, and John, maybe something else you want to talk about too, but is wounding, right? How wound allocation works. And so one of the things in 5th edition, was because it was shooting at a unit, they said the majority toughness was the toughness you use when you rolled a wound. Interestingly, I think in 5th they missed the fact, what do you do in a tie? They fixed it in the FAQ, I think. But in 6th edition, it's very clear, you tie use the highest toughness also. So when you shoot at a unit, highest toughness wins, you roll all your wound rolls, and now you got to go, and the closest model gets hit first. Now, in most cases, this is pretty straightforward. You've got a unit of all the same dudes, like a bunch of Space Marines or a bunch of Guardsmen all wearing the same armor. It's no big deal. You roll all their armor saves, and you start picking guys off from basically the front, right? Where it gets more interesting is when you have a different guy in the front, and he's got different kinds of armor. So it says very clearly in the book, if you have mixed armor, you got to resolve one at a time. So the closest guy gets hit, make his armor save. If he's not dead, keep making saves against him until he dies, and then move into the next guy, right? So you kind of work your way through the guys, and you're going to. So they're basically, if there is a Terminator 2+ armor guy in the front of your squad, then you will keep rolling on him until you roll the one and kill him, and then you go to the next guy. So if you got a Terminator in there with regular guys, that's what's going to happen. Now, where it gets extra interesting is this concept of Lookout Sir. How does Lookout Sir work, John?
Well, Lookout Sir comes from fantasy, and it represents one of the other guys essentially jumping in front of your character to save him from a horrible death. And how that works is if it's a regular character like a squad leader, like a sergeant, he gets to roll a die. It's like, say he's the closest model to the fires, and he's going to take the wound. You get to roll a die for him, and on a 4+, he can allocate that wound to any other model in the unit that's within 6 inches. And if it's an independent character, he does that on a 2+, so he has a really, really good chance of passing it off. So basically, and you do that for every single wound he's going to take. So basically, you get to him and say you have, 10 more wounds to resolve, and he's now the closest model. Well, you're going to start, and you don't want him to take any wounds, so you're going to just start making your Lookout Sir rolls and look out. And the weird part about this is it's different depending on whether you're dealing with a type of unit that all has the same save as you talked about, or whether you're talking about a unit that has different saves. And if it's one type, then the Lookout Sir is actually resolved slightly differently than the other type. So it's kind of confusing.
Yeah,
for some people,
because it is sort of, I think the intent here, right, is that let's say the independent character is, what you're not supposed to do is, let's say your independent character also happens to be wearing Terminator armor. And so let's say you got an Imperial Guard, you got an Inquisitor, an Imperial Guard unit, right? And he's attached to a unit of 10 Guardsmen, and he's wearing Terminator armor. Can you do that? I think you can. So he's standing there, and he gets hit with a bunch of heavy bolter rounds, right? He gets hit with 5 heavy bolt shots from a couple guys. So he starts making his armor saves. He makes 1, he makes 2. Oh, he fails his 3rd one. What you don't get to do is then say, I'm going to Lookout Sir the 3rd roll, pass it off to 1 Guardsman, and now keep him making Terminator armor saves. That's actually, I believe, incorrect. What you're supposed to do...
Really? Because I think somebody was doing that to me a couple weeks ago.
I think what you're supposed to do...
That's wrong.
Yeah. What you're supposed to do, I believe, is you got to make the Lookout Sir determination before you make the individual benefits of that character come into play. So if my Inquisitor gets hit, I'm going to say I'm not going to I'm going to Lookout Sir on a 2+, and then transfer to a Guardsman. Or say I'm not going to Lookout Sir, and then my 2+ Terminator say, but if I fail that, I got to take the hit on the Terminator.
Interesting.
Is that right, John?
Makes way more sense.
Yeah, the key here is you do Lookout Sir when the wound is allocated to the model.
Right.
And if you're dealing with a unit that has all the same saves, what you do is you roll all your saves together, and then after you've determined how many unsaved wounds you have left, now you start applying those, allocating those to the models.
Yes.
So in that type of unit, you are doing your Lookout Sir after all the saves have been taken. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But if it's a unit that has different saves, now you allocate one at a time. You allocate to the model before taking the save. And so now when you allocate the wound to the model that has the 2+ save, you have to make the choice. I'm going to make the Lookout Sir roll here, whether or not you're going to do that. And then once you've made that decision or made the roll, now you're going to take the save. So in a mixed save unit, you're taking your Lookout Sir before you take your save.
Now, check this out. So I discovered this problem because in 5th edition, I discovered how much fun it is to have Commissar Yarrick hang out with a mob of Ogryn.
What a pain in the butt.
So, in 6th edition, I didn't bother changing my armor list. I'm like, I'm just going to go in. So, Yarrick is standing there with a mob of Ogryn. He's in the front because he's Yarrick. That's how he does it. So, he's standing in the front. He gets shot by a bunch of stuff. Let's say a bunch of bolter fire, okay? Now, he's got to take the first wound. But here's what's interesting about Yarrick. First of all, you got the mixed armor save problem, right? You got the Orcs rocking the 5+, you got Yarrick rocking the 4+. Fine. Let's say you get hit with a heavy bolter, that's AP4, so the armor's out the window. No problem. But, okay, Yarrick's, the wound you're rolling against is the toughness you're rolling against is a 5 because it clearly states it's the majority toughness in the unit, which is toughness 5 for Ogryn, even though Yarrick's a 4. Okay, fine, you're rolling against a 5. Yarrick's got a special piece of war gear that says any wound allocated to Yarrick must be re-rolled. So now what do you do? Because technically, I don't know, because the Lookout Sir happens when you allocate the wound as well. So do you get to force to re-roll before Yarrick gets to make the Lookout Sir roll? Or do you have to decide if you're going to take the Lookout Sir roll or not, then re-roll the wound? Does that make sense?
What does Yarrick's rule allow you to do?
Yarrick's rule says anytime he has allocated a wound, that wound must be re-rolled.
Like the 2-wound roll?
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's clearly a case where that doesn't even work in 6th edition. So,
well, I think it does. Here's what I would think it would work is that you roll, and then it's funny that it didn't make it to the guard fact, right? It's not in there at all.
Yeah.
So
talk about that.
what I think you're supposed to do, here's what I think the intent is, and of course intent means nothing really, but I think the intent is you got to make the decision on Lookout Sir before you invoke any of the character's abilities. So I think the fairest way to play this would be, okay, I get hit by 4 heavy bolter rounds, 4 of them wound. Is Yark going to Lookout Sir it? Whatever he Lookout Sirs, he rolls that roll, puts it on an ogre, and if he doesn't Lookout Sir it, then he can force that wound to be re-rolled to see if it hurts him. If it still hurts him, then he's going to take his wound. I think that's probably the fair way to do it. But,
I think that's I would.
But anyway, it's kind of funky. So that you can see that not all the rules are, and this is an example of a new rule that's never been in 40K before, trying to interlock with, a relatively new codex. I mean, Guard Codex is old, but not that old. Trying to interlock with the 5th edition codex, right? So you got some
I would argue
there.
that that's pretty clear, though. It's not.
I agree. I think that you make your Lookout Sir before. I mean, it's when you're going to allocate it to the model. You're making the choice of whether you want to reallocate it. So if you allow it to go on a Yark, then you're going to get the reroll, and if you don't, and you Lookout Sir it somewhere else,
and
then
I'll tell you what I've learned is that next time I play you in 40K in a new edition, I got to let you play Ragnar before you play.
Well, here's the thing. Even with Ragnar, right? It went from, we talked about it before the game started. He originally agreed it should work the way I played you, which is the evilest way possible, which is that Yark, you get to re-roll all the wounds.
Oh, he was getting hit with everything and then passing it off.
But then, when we played the game, as soon as it started to happen to him, he decided that was wrong, and then he ruled the way John just ruled was that rule doesn't even work at all when it's attached to a unit, so you got to turn it off completely.
No.
But then when he discovered Yark had no good armor save except for that ability, he decided that was unfair, and we switched it to the final interpretation. So it's like, I think you can get there, but not clearly, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to belabor this point, but there's definitely, now the other thing that's kind of funky, and I don't think this is debatable, is the way Lookout Sir works is, I think I can allocate that wound to any ogre in the unit.
Yep.
So I think I can spread them out.
there's no question.
So Ogren's all at 3 wounds each, so I can be like, instead, normally when wounds hit, I got to take it on a wounded guy, but now I can be like, Yark can be in the front. I can still yell, you look out, sir, but spread it out to all the other Ogren, even without using any Yark's abilities, right?
Now, isn't that a huge change? Because it wasn't it very clear in the most recent 2 editions of 40K that multi-wound models had to be like removed entirely when possible?
Well, so here's one of the big kerfuffles of 5th to 6th, if you want to say it that way, is that in 5th edition there was a huge problem where you basically would, if your models were equipped differently at all, like you had one guy with an axe and one guy with a sword, you would basically be allocating their wounds separately throughout the unit, and that would end up, intentionally on your part, spreading the wounds out. So you'd have these knob biker squads that were totally armed differently, just so each one would be rolling their saves separately, so you'd be spreading the wounds all the way around. So everyone figured they would be fixing that with 6th edition, especially when you first read the book and said, oh yeah, all the wounds are coming from the front. And then you quickly realize, well, this lookout sir rule allows you to totally shoot your wounds anywhere you want in the unit, and especially if you have an independent character at front who's doing it on a 2+.
Right.
You can just, totally spread the wounds around. So they totally did not fix that at all. They just sort of changed it in a different way, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah. The other, so that's pretty much the wounding thing. I think generally it's kind of interesting playing it. My experience has been, if there's no characters involved, I actually kind of like removing it from the front because it goes really quick. But it ends up, I think the result of it is, and I think this is intentional, there's micromanaging going on in your positioning of models. You already talked about this. It does allow, people are kind of excited, it allows for flanking now. So even if I have Yarrick standing up front, and his whole job is, I'm going to look out, sir, all these wounds and spread them all over my Ogren. If you can flank me, though, so Yarrick's not the closest model anymore, that whole plan's out the window, right? So there's positional advantage now, which didn't really exist in 40K before. So that's nice, I guess. Well, that's really pretty much it. I think so. It's there's pros and cons to it. I just think that the allocation system involving characters gets kind of fiddly.
Well, yeah, and one thing you kind of really didn't hammer on enough is that you can have a situation with these characters where you can have an unbelievable saving throw sitting at the front of your unit, and he must die before the unit gets hit. So if you get a guy up there who has a 2+ rerollable save, which means you got to roll basically 2 ones in a row, which is not that hard to accomplish with allies now, being able to pass their abilities around. We can talk about that in a bit. You can have a situation where you have a guy up front and you have your 30 orc boys and they're firing 2 shots apiece. You're firing 60 shots, and every single shot is hitting that character in the front, and as long as he survives, which is very likely, you're not able to shoot any of the squishy guys beyond him.
Yeah,
so you have to get your guys around the corner, so he's not the closest, which is not that easy. You have to use a barrage weapon, which sort of where it lands, it hits in the middle of the squad, or you need to be able to fire precision shots, which only characters or people can do, where they're able to pick out their targets from within the squad. So there's some ways around it, but for the most part, it's kind of a really tough mechanic in certain situations.
Yeah, I can see it being
time consuming too.
Yeah. Very time consuming. Hugely.
It does slow the game down a lot. I agree.
But at the same time, I really enjoy the fact that you can flank, and flanking actually involve, like, there are reasons. There are more. I feel like there's more reasons to move in 6th edition than previously.
Yeah,
and I like that about a war game.
And let me just tell you about one of my tournament games. And I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. There's negatives, but there's also positives. So, in one of my games in the tournament I played this weekend, there was an objective, and I was running my huge mob of boys, but they had been kind of strung out in a long string. So I was trying to run my boys towards an objective, but I only had 5 able to reach the objective in one turn of movement. And he had a unit of Grey Knights with their storm bolters running over, trying to blow me off that unit. And he would shoot, and every time he would shoot, he would obliterate all the boys that were near the objective. And then my next turn, I'd move up and try to get more boys on the, and he'd just keep doing that. So it was like I was not able to get my boys onto the objective because he kept shooting whatever was reaching the objective, and that would not have happened in a previous edition. It would have been, I would just pull the boys out from the back of the unit, and they would have been happily sitting on top of the objective. So there definitely is some elements of cinema that are very good in that system. You're like, oh, I can totally see that happening in my mind. But then at the same time, the idea of one guy suddenly standing in front of a mob of 30 boys and taking all the firepower is not really that cinematic. I mean, it is in some way if he had some magic ability forcing them to shoot at him, but otherwise it kind of breaks the believability.
I think I generally like the concept they're going for here, but I think it's open for abuse, and I think I'll take some facts and some things to sort of
And what it's replacing was that bizarre roll all your hits, and then you've got to allocate 1 die to each guy, and then you can overlap in 1 guy, so you're going to be rolling 2 wounds here and 2. So it does take a long time, but the 5th edition version wasn't super quick either.
No, it wasn't, but it's definitely longer though. I will say for sure.
I think Russ is right that it's easier to game this one than the other one.
Now another big change in wounding is the instant death is now calculated after modifiers.
Right.
So that's huge because now bikes, who like for example Space Marine bikes or Orc bikes, used to be there was a number like 4 in parentheses next to their toughness. It
adds 1 to your toughness, but it counted your original toughness for the double toughness weapon.
A crack missile could still kill a 2 wounded assault bike, for example, in one shot if you got lucky and got faster armor. Now, however, in 6th edition, no, because his toughness is 5, it's now insta-killed on a strength 10, which basically means unless you've got a demolisher cannon, you're not going to stop that thing in one shot.
Or a Tau railgun.
Railgun,
But there's very few strength 10 things.
Right, or you can count them on one hand probably in the whole game. So that's a pretty huge change, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that just basically makes certain units like bikes or other random things that were kind of had become sort of marginalized. It's just one of those little things that makes them, a lot more usable. But it also comes back to the fact of them trying to sort of clean things up, and they applied that thing that you always do your modifiers first pretty much across the board. So they've gotten rid of like sort of, anytime there's like two modifier that you're sort of like having to remember, it applies in this case and it doesn't apply in another case. It's pretty much, it's always applying now. So that's nice.
So that's pretty much wounding in the shooting phase. Did I miss anything?
I think the one thing you missed is probably good to cover is that there's now range and line of sight sniping, going back to the 3rd edition and 4th edition and 2nd edition. But it's much more generalized now. And so basically you just look and see if there are any models in the target unit that are completely 100% out of line of sight of everybody or completely 100% out of range of someone in the firing unit, of the entire firing unit, then they cannot be killed. But, say for example, you have a missile launcher in your unit firing and that's got a 48-inch range. Well, that opens up the entire unit, even if most of the wounds are coming from bolters. So they kind of mix them together to make it add the line of sight and range sniping back in, but not make it as crazy as it used to be.
Oh, the other thing we missed too is they've added focused fire now, right? So if you've got a unit with mixed cover saves, you can say, I'm going to fire all my weapons to only hit the guys in the 5+ cover or the 4+ cover or whatever. And that's kind of a big deal. So you're right. It brings back that sniping thing that was pulled out in 5th edition, which is if I can angle my models properly to see certain guys, I can pick them off first, which does force maneuver, but it also forces really, for those of us who play the stationary armies, it really forces you to really think about where you put every single model, because if you don't think carefully, you're going to just going to pull off those 1 or 2 main models in your unit. Now because really, again, it comes back to, are you a mech player or not? So mech is Marine equivalent army player. If you're a Marine equivalent army player, all your models in your unit are pretty good. If you're a guard player, it's your it's your heavy weapons team and it's your special weapon guy. Everything else is pretty crappy, right? Even when I can triple fire my las guns, if I'm lucky against Marines, I might wound one guy. So those two, if you can pick those models out of my unit, I've got to really work my units in a way that those can't be pulled out. And that's one of the things I, as a guard player, missed in 5th, is that I don't have to really micromanage exact positioning of those two pieces, because once they're dead, most of the points in that unit were there, and now it's not very viable.
Yeah, and one thing we don't really cover is that cover saves in 5th edition, you looked, and if you had half of the models in your unit in cover, then the entire unit was in cover and was getting a cover save. Now, in 6th edition, like everything, it's model by model, so you actually look at the individual model and you say, if that model is in cover from at least one model in the firing unit, now he gets a cover save. And so each model is determined whether or not he gets a cover save. Although the fact that it's determined by any model in the firing unit means that you're getting cover a lot, basically, is what it comes down to. But you definitely do want to put like your special weapons in cover. It's no more of I can keep the plebes sitting in cover and leave the specialty dudes, out in front to get the better range. It's you got to put the guys you want to stay alive into cover and leave the other dudes out.
Right. All right. So did we get all of shooting and wounding?
I think we did.
I think so.
Good. Let's go on to the assault phase. So one of the areas that really has gotten the internet in a kerfluffle is this idea of
twice in one session
of the assault phase is the idea of the random charge distance. Now, I think we sort of maybe expected this to come after the change to Warhammer Fantasy, but
absolutely,
basically because of pre-measuring, GW wanted to keep the drama of the assault and not have it so for sure you're going to get attacked by those pure strain gene stealers or whatever. So when you go to charge now, instead of just moving your charge distance, now it's 2d6. So you roll 2d6, and actually, before you roll, your opponent gets to Overwatch shoot you. So you say, I'm going to charge this unit against that unit. And I say, fine, I'm going to snap fire an Overwatch and shoot you. So, and then you roll your 2d6. Now, a couple things about that. First of all, if you roll too low, you don't get to assault, but I still got to snap fire at you, which is kind of nice for us shooting folks. B, since I kill your closest guys, if you rolled a 5 and only 2 of your models within 5 inches of me and I kill both of them with my snap fire, now you're out of range of assault. So you don't get to move either. But should you overcome both those little obstacles and roll a high enough number, now you get to assault, right? And you move, and the assault move is pretty much the same as before you move your guys closest to closest, get the guys in there, right? Yeah. Did I cover that properly there, John?
You did. And I think one of the things is everyone, when they first heard about Overwatch, and they said, oh, it's going to be so horrible, you're going to lose all your models when you charge. But as soon as you play it, you realize, except for some weird situations like the one that Craig described earlier, what Overwatch really just does is maybe kill like 1 or 2 models because you're needing those 6s to hit. But the interesting part about it is because you're pulling from the front, exactly like you said, that's what matters, is you can just take the 2 models that really changes the entire charge distance and changes everything. And I actually think it's kind of funny because I think the reason that you have a random charge range is because you can pre-measure. You don't want to get in a situation where you know for a fact, hey, I can go charge over there. So you want to add a little bit of uncertainty. Whereas, previously the uncertainty was, am I going to be in range? Now, since you know you're going to be in range, it's, am I going to roll high enough to make it?
Right.
But the funny thing is, with Overwatch in there, you kind of already had that random element built in because you didn't know for sure that you were going to be able to charge because you might lose your front 3 guys. So it's kind of funny in a way that I think they double added they added 2 elements that add uncertainty to charging when they probably could have gotten away with just 1.
Right. I do like Overwatch. I have to say, it gives me a last hope, and it doesn't really prevent the charge as often, except for Craig's example. Although I did have a situation when my game, when I was
shooting.
playing Blake was charging a unit of regular guardsmen just autocannon and a flamer in there with 10 guardsmen. He was charging with 5 Terminators, right? And I did my thing. I got super lucky, and 2 las guns actually ended up wounding him, and he failed one of his Termi saves, and I killed a Terminator on the assault, 40-point model gun, and I have to say that felt pretty darn good. Now, I still got assaulted, and I still ended up fleeing, and then the Demolisher cannon blew them all away, which was just awesome. but it was a really cool. It gives you that little bit. I think what they're trying to do, because this combined with the fact that you can shoot when you're pinned, you can snap fire when you're pinned, is the shooting armies always feel like at least they're shooting. There was that feeling before where like you're a gun army, yet when they get within a certain range of you, you just pull out these god-awful boot knives that do nothing in the guard army, for example, and just fight with them for the rest of the game. So it's neat that you get this last panicky shot that may actually do something. I do like that element.
I like it. It was just frustrating. And,
yeah.
And speaking of frustration, to me, when you knew it was 6 inches and you could eyeball it, and if you didn't really tell it was 6 inches, it was more on you. Now that it's on the dice, that's another element that frustrated me. And that's what I was talking about when I said that I had an event with the assault last night where the game was close and I had it kind of in the bag, except that I decided I was going to kind of go for a long shot and assault with those blood claws, and then they got hosed. And I was still fine though, because I had a dreadnought that was literally just a few inches away from a Kroot unit that was just just about touching an objective, and they were far away, strung out, like you said with your orcs, John. And so I knew if I assaulted them, they were going to have to scrum in towards me, and they would be pulled away from their objective, and I would win. I rolled snake eyes on my assault. So that wasn't me going, oh, I think I can make it. It's 5 inches, not 6. It was me going, oh, good, that's 3 inches. I'm going to be, oh, look, I rolled snake eyes. So it's pretty much, it was so frustrating. And just each element that you add where there's more dice rolling involved as opposed to the skill is, I'm not great. I'm no skillful guy, but my skill is only slightly better than my luck, but everybody knows my luck is atrocious. So it's frustrating.
Go ahead, John.
I definitely see that as being frustrating, but I don't know. I don't have as big a problem with the random charge range as some people have. I mean, obviously that's going to happen. It's going to be frustrating, but I see it kind of like poker, in that you basically know what your odds are. And you decide when you're going to go all in, basically, and my hand has this percentage chance of beating that hand. You still know no matter what, unless you totally crush the person, that there's that slim chance that you may fail, and all you can really do is put yourself in the position where you have the best possible chance to win, and then trust the dice.
Right. Well, on the other hand, that same exact dreadnought made it into hand-to-hand combat with the broadside suits by rolling a 10 on the assault dice for that assault. So it all evens out, and I guess that although at this point, because it's so new, I actually feel bad when I roll that 10, because in my head I'm like, I shouldn't be able to do this. Oh, look, I jumped on top of you. So this is more like a weird psychological thing that's going on. I think it's gonna. I think overall in the long term, rolling the 2d6 is gonna basically average out as far as not only game wise but reaction wise from people. But right now, I've got that Catholic guilt thing over my head, and I'm like, I'm really sorry I managed to kill all those guys.
Yeah, and definitely when you fail that one crucial charge that you think would turn the whole game around, that's obviously is going to make you feel like that was the one roll that lost me the game, so to speak, and that's really hard,
I'm with you, John, though. I think there are random elements in 6th edition we can talk about later that are the things. If you're talking about 6th edition being too random, there are other parts where I think that's a valid complaint. I'm not so sure this is just different as much. I don't know that this is a big deal. I mean, even as a guard player, I'm as nervous about. I mean, I took advantage of the extra charge once with Yarick, getting him really in across the table.
Yes, you did.
So I think it's pro and a con for assault armies, and I don't know that it's really that big of a difference.
No, that's what I said. But at the same time, also, I think, if this is the price to pay for pre-measuring, then I'm willing to pay
small price. Right now. John, the other big change here, actually, it feels like it's not a very big change, but I think it kind of is based on how some mechanics work in the game, and you can help me out with this. So when you scrum in, which we call scrumming in, which is basically when you assault, there's also this step where your guys kind of move in and get closer. And it used to be that sort of happened in the beginning, and now it sort of happens at the initiative step, right?
Yeah, and the big, I guess you want to say, problem with this is that it's just hugely time-consuming depending on what kind of units you have. If you have a unit that has like 3 different initiative models with 3 different initiatives in them, you are basically making a 3-inch scrum or pile-in move at each initiative step. So before, you just, in 5th edition, the guys just charged, and then the defenders just moved 6 inches to scrum in, and then you just figured out everyone who's, within a certain distance is going to fight, and that was it, and then you just started rolling dice. Now, every single step, you're having to basically pile the guys back in. And I think the attempt of this is, since you're killing the guys that are in base contact first, you are sort of like, again, it's coming back to that sort of cinematic feel where you're basically killing the guys around the people who are fighting, and now the other guys are piling in again, and now you're doing it all over and over and over again. And that's cool to a degree, but it takes a lot of time. And it does have some really weird situations when you start applying it to some of the weirder war gear that exists in the game. And they definitely need to, get on top of that, because there's war gear out there that reduces your initiative, for example, when you're in base contact with a guy. Right. But so now you're making your pile-in moves at your initiative step. So like there's a Necron whip coil thing that reduces your initiative down to 1 when you're in base contact. And so say it's your turn to strike. It's your initiative 4 to strike, right? So you move your guy into base contact with the Necron whip coil, and all of a sudden you're dropped down to initiative 1. Do I still strike? Do I wait till initiative 1? Or let's say an initiative 5 guy gets charged by a Necron with a whip coil, and so he's dropped to initiative 1. Great. He's going to fight at initiative 1. Awesome. Well, now, say at the initiative 4 step, his other buddies pile into the rest of the Necron guys, and they do a bunch of damage, and they end up somehow killing that model with the whip coil. Right. So now it's at the initiative 4 step, but this guy's initiative has now jumped back up to initiative 5 because the model he was engaged with is dead. Does he suddenly lose all his attacks?
Sorry, Captain.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. You just got all whip coiled, and now you don't get to attack. Right. So there's a lot of weirdness, and this is definitely one of those cases where this is a change, and so they haven't thought through all the permutations of what can occur.
I think in the intended case, it's kind of fun to watch, though, because you'll charge in, and your guy with the power fist is going to go initiative step 1. Everybody down around him dies, and now he gets to stroll up to whoever he wants in his own initiative step and just whack the dude, which is kind of neat.
Right, and there's this kind of cool thing with bikes where a lot of things have this thing called Hammer of Wrath, where it's kind of like impact hits from Fantasy, where when they charge in, they do sort of initiative 10 attacks. And so it's kind of this cool thing where they drive in and they do their initiative 10 hits, and since it's pulled from the guys that are in base contact, you kind of see like this bubble, of impact hits on the unit. You slam in, and just the guys that they're in contact with die. So it's kind of coming back. You can totally see what they're going for. It's just in some situations it creates this really odd gameplay.
Hey, it keeps you in business, right? You got to write those facts.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right. Job security, John. Job security. So in assaults, the other thing that happens, of course, is models that are closest die first. I saw this even confused our rules expert Ragnar, which was, I think, in the shooting section of the game, it states that if 2 models are equidistant, you randomize it. But actually in hand-to-hand combat, if models are equidistant, the defender, the guy getting hit, gets to choose who dies, which actually is a smart rule, because otherwise, in most cases, everybody's equidistant. A lot of guys are base to base, so you'd be rolling all this randomness. Really, you just pick who dies out of there, which is sort of a nice, but it's different for shooting.
It is good, except when we get back to those super units that have the 2+ rerollable save character in them.
Yeah.
Because what happens is the defender gets to pick who he wants to start taking the wounds on, and that guy takes all the wounds until he dies.
Right.
So say you have, again, 30 boys, each attacking 3 times, 90 attacks. You can start rolling on your 2+ rerollable save guy, and he takes every single hit in the combat, even though they're not all engaged with him.
That does sound a little broken. Yeah, you're right.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how they're going to rule that, because that does sound like it.
Now, I have a question, because this came up in our game last night where I had a squad of guys. One guy had a power weapon, so it ignores armor, and they were on 2 broadsides and
remember, they
shield
changed
drone.
We should say they changed power weapons now. They don't ignore armor. They have an AP.
Right. They have
AP3.
Right, AP3, which is different.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
so your broadsides would still get their save.
Broadsides get 2+
never mind. Moot point. Didn't help anyway.
Right.
But, okay, let's say it was an axe then. Let's say it was a power axe.
Right. Yeah.
And the power axe guy was in base to base with a broadside, and one guy with regular weapons was in base to base with the drone. does Dave still get to choose? Like, let's say I do 2 wounds with the power axe. Does he still get to choose to put them on the drone because they're all in base to base roughly, or is it by like those 2 guys are in base to base with that guy and those 2 guys? Like, how does that?
The way it works is the owning player, the defender being attacked, he gets to choose where to start, but it has to be on a model that's in base contact with someone who attacked at that initiative step. So if the guy with the power axe, which is initiative 1, but let's pretend it's at the same initiative. If it's at the same initiative, then he could choose to start with the drone as the person being attacked. But if it's a different initiative step, like the guy with the power axe is striking at initiative 1, and the other guys in his squad are already struck at initiative 4, then it would start with just the guys at initiative 1, so it would be just the power axe guy, so it would have to go on the broadside. So if they have different initiative steps, then there is a little bit of delineation going on there.
So that's confusing.
Yes.
Alrighty, never mind.
So now, but that's not all. Wait, there's more. So this isn't confusing. I think this is kind of cool, actually. So they've added challenges, which also is right out of fantasy, into Warhammer 40,000 Assault. So how that works is basically the assaulter has the first option to initiate a challenge from one of his characters, which includes sergeants, right? So they can say, I'm challenging you. And now the defender has to, if he has a character somewhere in his defending unit, has the choice to either accept the challenge, in which case those 2 models basically go toe-to-toe and fight only each other while the rest of the battle swirls around them. Or he can say, and he can pick any character in his unit. So if he's got multiple models considered characters, he can accept the challenge with anybody. If he decides not to accept the challenge, though, that character goes and cowers and basically does not fight at all this turn, and you don't get to use his leadership either when you make your break check, which is kind of a big deal. So what do you think of challenges, John?
I think they are an interesting concept. They're cinematic, and they, again, create some bizarre situations. Especially they have rules in there for, basically if you're down to just your last models in the challenge and you have a whole squad of boys, they have a rule for cheering on your guys in the challenge, and that allows them to get extra rerolls. And that sounds cool and fun, but when you see it in practice and you have your entire squad of guys not able to strike and only able to cheer on a challenge, you kind of get a little frustrated by that.
Yeah, so the challenge, I think it's, again, when you're playing with like the games I've been playing, which is basically, kind of stock guard army versus stock Marine army, it works out pretty well. Yark yells a challenge and either the Marine accepts it, we see them go toe to toe, and there's overkill, right? So if your leader wins the challenge by X number of wounds, that counts towards the victory condition, right? In terms of who wins the battle.
But you just count. It's just like normal. You just count the actual wounds.
Oh, it is. I thought that overkill worked. So that's not even there anymore. So basically, But then, and the other thing we should mention too, I guess this is a good segue into it, is there's no modifiers when you lose the assault, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, there's modifiers on your leadership,
right? But not based on outnumbering, right? That's gone.
Right. That was actually gone in 5th edition
okay.
too.
Never mind.
So basically, from 5th edition to 6th edition, in this regard, it's the same. It's basically just how many wounds did you lose the combat by determines your break test modifier, which means you get some very, very severe break test modifiers. Because if you lost by 5 wounds, then you're at -5 on your leadership, which is a really big penalty. So.
Right. Okay. Anything else? You mentioned something about in the notes here, you mentioned something about no retreat wounds.
Oh, huge change. Is in 5th edition they had a thing called no retreat, which was if the guys were fearless and they lost combat by 5, for example, since they're fearless, they would never run away. But the penalty for that was they would take basically 5 extra wounds.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And you just have to take your armor save and try to save against those. So that was a rule that would really hammer down those fearless units like demons, which are an entire fearless army, or the swarms, the little swarms like Nurglings or Scarab bases or whatever. You would do, in a lot of cases, tons and tons and tons of wounds to these types of units just through these no retreat wounds. And that's gone. And what that's created is you now get these endless combats again, which were something that sort of this no retreat would get rid of, because like you had orc boys, which are fearless when you have more than 10 of them in a unit. And so you might be wailing on them in combat, but no retreat would add extra wounds on top of that if they were fearless. And so you'd whittle them down a lot quicker and get out of that combat. And now combats are back to lasting, 4, 6, 8 rounds the whole game, if you have the certain fearless units that are able to just sort of sit in there and soak up wounds for a long time. So it's really kind of a big change.
Yeah. The other big now they've reduced. So I think so. The assault phase is interesting. We'll talk about it when we sum up a little bit of the changes in there. I think what you may have heard from the tone of John there was the 2d6 random assault is maybe the least of the issues if you're going to complain about something in assaults. But I mean, you can see what they're going for, right? They're going for cinema. They're going for challenges. They're going for, fearless units really being fearless again. But yeah, and a story, and it's awesome, except that some of it can be gamed or just isn't really, because you got old codexes, may have a tough fit with some of the legacy stuff. One thing too, John, and you mentioned this in the bullets, and I noticed this too in the game. They definitely reduced when you can assault, right?
Yes,
so you can't come in from reserves anymore in assault, right?
Yep.
And you can't ever assault out of a vehicle anymore unless it's got specifically like assault doors or some special rule, right? You can't. I think in 5th edition you could get out first and then assault, but now you can't even do that, right?
Right. What you could do in 5th edition was you could drive your Rhino up 12 inches, and then you could just sit in it, knowing that next turn you could jump out and now assault. And now you can't do that anymore. You have to get your guys out basically a turn ahead of time. And there's also kind of a weird situation involved with that, which some people think is a mistake, but it seems intentional, which is if you get shot out of your vehicle now, like your vehicle gets, say you're a Imperial Guard player and you shoot down your opponent's Rhino, even though in their next turn they can move and shoot, they cannot assault in that next turn.
Right.
And so basically, you're going to be penalized if you're not getting yourself out of your vehicle on your own the turn before, essentially.
Well, they got rid of entanglement, right? But they sort of left that part of it in there, right?
Well, yeah, entanglement was gone in 5th edition too. That was a 4th edition thing.
Oh, see, so much shows how much I know.
So yeah, this is basically a big change because they had a lot of outflanking and stuff in 5th edition where you could come on from the edge of the board and stuff like that.
Right.
And you had like Snickrot, an orc guy who could come on from the back edge, or wolf scouts could come on from the back edge.
The wolf scouts, and now they've been neutered.
You could just go charging right into their target of their choice. And now you basically get one turn to basically deal with whatever comes on the board, except for a few very rare situations. So it's a really big change. And I think it's safe to say overall that if you're doing you kind of just can't do an all-assault army, which they haven't really had much of in a long time. They kind of have had every army have some decent shooting. Even Tyranid has pretty decent shooting.
Right.
So I think it's safe to say that assault has definitely been toned down in 6th edition, which is kind of strange because it wasn't super powerful in 5th edition. So it's definitely, I think most people would agree, it's kind of toned down, except for that fearless tar pitting thing where you don't take the no retreat wound. So once you get into combat with certain units, you can lock people down forever.
Nice. Well, we're talking about assaulting out of vehicles. So that's a good segue into vehicles. Let's talk about the different unit types. So 40K's always been sort of famous for having different rules for every kind of vehicle and unit type. And not only did they not reduce that at all, they've actually added quite a few more. Chariots are back in there now. We got flyers, monstrous creatures of various states of being now, depending on what they're doing. But let's talk about vehicles up first. So I guess the biggest, most publicized change to vehicles was the addition of hull points. And I think there's been some confusion about how hull points work. They're really, I think, pretty straightforward. Basically, most vehicles in the game have 3 hull points, and there's a whole little table in the back of the 6th edition book that lists basically every model for every army and their basic stuff, including all the vehicles and their hull points. And basically, whenever you get a glancing hit now, which is when you roll the penetration, you get equal to the armor of the target, you simply don't roll on a table. There's no effect except that 1 hull point's removed from the vehicle. And if a vehicle's hull points ever go to 0, it's dead. Now, when you get a full penetration, which is when you roll on the table, you still roll on the table, but you also lose that hull point. So basically, 3 glances or 3 penetrations are guaranteed to kill any vehicle. Well, most vehicles. Land Raiders have 4 hull points. Most others have 3. Imperial Guard Sentinels, for example, have 2. But the vast majority of tanks in the game all have 3. So there's good and bads about this, and it's kind of funny. Going into 6, after reading it, I really thought vehicles are going to be more fragile. And I'm certain that they are against certain kinds of armies. For example, Necrons, who can glance vehicles by looking at them, basically, are obviously just, a third of a squad of Necrons can kill basically any vehicle in the game. But that's not a huge change because basically all vehicles feared Necrons before, so I'm not sure that's a big difference. But I found that the removal of shaken and stun from the glancing results is a nice thing, because if everybody ever glanced your tank, you're like, crap, I'm not going to be able to shoot next turn. It's pretty much almost guaranteed you're not going to shoot next turn when you get glanced. That's all gone. Now when you get glanced in your Armor 14 Lehman Russ, you're still shooting next turn. You just got to worry about the full pens or 3 glances, which is actually not that hard again, unless you got Necrons out there. So I found my vehicles were still doing what I wanted to, and actually more resilient against glances. So this rule was something I was apprehensive about going in, but I was not before. What do you think?
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. The easiest way to break this down is what hull points do is they make you less likely to die from a single shot, but more likely to die over the course of a game. But the thing is, while you are alive, your vehicles are going to get to generally be doing more of what you want them to do than just sitting around and twiddling their thumbs. So
hull points, general thumbs up. Do we all like the hull point thing? Craig, what do you
I love them.
I think it depends on the vehicles, but it definitely makes certain things really, really fragile. I personally think that they probably shorted everything by 1 hull point. I think if everything was 4 hull points, some were 5 and some were 3, I think that really would have been a little bit of more of a sweet spot, and that's just my own opinion. But I can say my previous 5th edition army was the Killer Can army.
Yeah.
For orcs, and these are all now 2 hull points. And my first game, I tried playing my old army just as it was, just to see how it worked, and I played against someone that didn't have a tremendous amount of shooting. It was a Nurgle Death Guard army that just had 2 autocannons and a Terminator squad, and then a couple plasma guns and a couple melta guns, and that was in the entire army. And that was all the shooting he had, and all he did was shoot me. And by the end of the game, I had lost a battle wagon, both dreadnoughts, and 4 Killicans out of 12 or 9.
Actually, I'm going to retract my statement. Now that you say that, I hadn't really thought about it. I think on the bigger tanks, we have heavy armor. It's not bad, but You're right. I also field, in my current guard army, I field open top sentinels and closed top sentinels, and sentinels now are all but useless. Because when they're open top armor 10 with 2 hull points, anything kills them. I mean, 2 Marines and bolter just kill them. You used to have some resilience to get small arms fire. You have none now, right? So, yeah, that I'd forgotten about. So I think I agree with your analysis that adding 1 hull point everywhere would have been nice. But yeah, I agree. The light armor, and I think Marine players are going to see it more and more too with rhinos also. The light armor is just 11 and 10s are too easy to get through. Maybe we'll see more as people play more. But now that you say that, my Sentinels, I've been thinking now if I was going to play more, I would be definitely ripping the Sentinels out of my list. I don't think they're very viable right now.
Yeah, and the meta game in a tournament will definitely change to compensate. I think Rhinos and Razorbacks and stuff still have a place because they're so cheap, and they can still do a lot of weird shenanigans about blocking line of sight and stuff where you need it. So I think they'll be fine. It's more and the really high end stuff like your Land Raiders and your Lehman Russes, for example. It's still kind of hard to glance them, so you can still get reliably several turns of shooting or whatever you need done out of them. So I really think this mainly affects, in my opinion, like light stuff, like your really light stuff that's not really cheap, like a Sentinel or a Killican, or sort of mid-range stuff like your Predators or stuff like that.
Yeah. Other small changes to the vehicle, well, not small, but other changes that are pretty straightforward, I think. We already talked about how Snapfire works for vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Ordnance can move and shoot now, which is kind of cool. Is that in 5th also?
Yeah, it's been that way.
Well, yeah, it's just how much I know. That's really nice. So I like that. Oh, no, you can do, though? You can move, shoot your ordnance, and Snapfire, right? That's new.
Yep.
There we go. I knew something was different. Yeah, I love it, actually, because my Demolisher runs around now, shoots his Demolish cannon, and also fires his... I have heavy bolters on that bad boy, because I have Knight Commander Paskin there, and it's just pretty awesome. So what were your couple of last points you had here, John? I know you had
well, we already talked about how the vehicles are slower. Even the faster vehicles still only move 12 inches maximum in the movement phase, which is kind of a change. And then the last thing is a big change is the transport. The big thing is you can't disembark if your vehicle moves over 12 inches now, or over 6 inches, I should say. But when you disembark, your guys actually get to move kind of a free 6-inch move as part of their disembarking. So that's kind of just a small tweak in the way that it works. But you certainly can't do the thing where you drive your Rhino up 12 inches, dump your guys out, and shoot at somebody. You now have to go 6 and now make kind of a 6-inch move.
Cool,
basically.
So yeah, we're going along, but it's important. But let's just go through the vehicle types real quick. So basically, how do flyers work? In a nutshell.
Basically, where we've gone long. So in a nutshell, how does this huge new thing work?
10 words or less. How do flyers work? No, just kidding.
Flyers are just super fast-moving vehicles that have a very restricted turn arc.
Yeah.
So unlike other models in the game, they can only turn a certain amount, but you need 6s to hit them. So they're actually really, really hard to hit. So they're actually a huge, huge, powerful new force in 40K currently.
Yeah, actually, I played against Ragnar's flyer, and it was huge because basically when they're moving at their speedy speed there, when they're, what are they called, soaring? What do they call it? Soaring or...
zooming.
Thank you, zooming. Yeah, because soaring is something monstrous creatures do. So they're zooming. You only hit them on 6s unless you have this keyword called Skyfire, which right now, well, I'm sure some guard stuff has it. I'm sure some of the forgeable stuff does. But so I don't have any Skyfire in my army. So Ragnar's thing comes flying on the board, and I know it's full of assault marines that can come out and assault that turn, and it's got a dreadnought coming out of it. So I'm like, my whole army shoots at it. And even the Sentinel firing at the rear of it, but of course it's armor value 12 in the back because it's Marine. So it all bounces off, and then he of course drops all those guys on me. So it was awesome though. It was great to see. And my favorite part was then he went into skimmer mode because I guess they could turn zoom off and basically work like a skimmer, right?
Yep.
So he turned zoom off, hovered over a piece of terrain, rolled a 1 and crashed, which is kind of funny.
That's funny.
but he didn't actually die. They just go to immobilize. So
right.
So they're still pretty cool. It was awesome to see. I think it's fun that flyers are going to be everywhere, and I think it kind of follows the theme of 6th edition, which is cinema. Now they've created all these fantastic looking models. I mean, the Orc Daka Jet and all those things are wonderful to look at. Now they have core rules in the game, but I think I agree with you. It's going to be a sea change. Just watching his one flyer, what it did to me, I couldn't imagine building any kind of list that I wanted to even be remotely just competent with, not bringing a flyer to the table.
Right, and they have, Necron armies you can have almost the entire army being flyers, and that's a huge power build right now. But, they have this rule in the game called Skyfire, which they barely have applied to anything. With each codex that comes out, they could totally just throw in, 1 or 2 different units that have Skyfire, and it could totally hamper flyers. So you never know what's going to happen.
One of the fun rules in there, which isn't really a competitive rule, but I believe there's a rule in there now. If you shoot down a flyer, doesn't it crash into the crash into the ground and kill dudes?
Yep.
Yeah, that's just fun. That they need more of those rules in there just for the fun of it. Like when giants fall over in fantasy, there's actually a template for that. That's awesome. That's what makes Games Workshop cool. And then now monstrous creatures what are some of the changes to monstrous creatures?
The actual monstrous creatures, they just kind of, there's just small tweaks, not really anything worth mentioning. I think the biggest thing is just to jump right to the flying monstrous creatures, because that's a, complete new addition to the game. And basically before, if a monstrous creature had wings, it would, just be like a jump pack.
Right.
And now they have sort of like a whole subsect of rules that
right.
it's kind of like a mini flyer, basically.
Yeah, it kind of works like a flyer because they can soar, which is basically like zooming, and then they can get shot down. But it's very, again, it's like a flyer, but not quite. So it's, again, what I was talking about earlier, there's definitely a layering of more rules on top of 40K here, which is just, if you like that kind of thing, it's awesome. It's just a lot more to keep track of, but it is neat. From the cinematic point of view, it's cool because now your monster creature can leap into the air and fly around the table and then land again and, do all kinds of craziness. I have to say it. I don't really understand why vehicles and monstrous creatures couldn't really be sort of the same sub rule set. I mean, you see it in Dust Warfare, where essentially, flyers and tanks are really the same thing, just with slightly different rules. I think that could be. Now that you got hull points, you basically have wounds on a vehicle. So it just feels like they could be the same.
I think
thing.
they're kind of still beholden to the fact that you have these different stat lines in all the codexes for vehicles.
Yeah, but if you're going to go through and reprint and create hull points for every single vehicle and have that little chart in the back of the book, why not just go the full Monty and, I don't know. That's just me.
Because you got to think about all the rules that affect armor penetration and stuff, and so basically you have to change all sorts of ingrained stuff, because there's so many weapons that do this to vehicles and that to vehicles, and they would all be completely wrong now, basically.
So most of the other stuff is, there's still special rules for bikes and still special rules for jump packs. Those are basically the same, or is there any changes there we should point out?
There's little changes all over the place. Like we talked about those impact hits and stuff like that. But I mean, for the most part, bikes, for example, can go a lot further if they do their sort of flat out move. Some of them can. I mean, the LR jet bikes can fly like, I think it's like something crazy like 48 inches if you do all the maximum movement. But for the most part, I wouldn't say there's anything that's massively different.
And because there's not enough vehicle types in 40K, they now added chariots, right?
Right.
Which is pretty. Actually, I like the idea of chariots, right? Which are basically open top vehicles that let people fight out of, essentially.
Yeah, I mean they had the one in the Necron Codex, which I think was sort of their idea. You could see basically the rules in the Necron Codex for the chariot vehicle just basically became in a lot of ways what they did with a lot of the actual chariot rules. So, and it looks like some demon thing is coming out very soon. That's going to be a big chariot too. So
that's cool. That'll be fun to see that in action. All right, so that's all the vehicle types. That's really the core rules of the game, but we should talk about a couple other things because there's some other areas which I think are going to be interesting to keep an eye on. One of them is things that happen in the pregame, and there's no way we can talk about 6th edition and not talk about allies. This is a huge change to the game and something we really haven't seen in 40K since Rogue Trader era, which is the idea of mixing and matching troops from different army lists and different weapon types and all that. So what's the rundown on allies, John?
Well, what I would say about allies is it's kind of funny because at first you might think that it would create the game to be imbalanced, but in reality, when you think about it, it actually kind of balances the game because if you have an army that has a weakness, you're now able to sort of pull in allies from another codex to help try to fill that weakness. Of course, the big red herring about that is the way that they've done allies is based on sort of like the fluff of the history of the 41st millennium. So certain races can't ally as well with other races. So that definitely means that there's some races that have access to better allies than other races. So it isn't perfect, but it does, I think, overall allow you to play, say, for example, Tau all of a sudden, because now you can throw in Orc allies or other kind of allies and just use the best of sort of two codexes to make yourself a nice force. So I definitely think, like in a tournament, for example, you'll start seeing sort of the same elements in armies. Like you'll see like certain units in a lot of people's armies, but you won't necessarily see the same armies that you kind of tended to see in 5th edition. Like you'd say, oh, there's a Space Wolf army, and it's like one of 3 common builds, and it's pretty much exactly the same as those other Space Wolf armies. I think now we'll have a lot more sort of intermixing and matching. So you'll see like, oh, everybody has that same power unit, but there's a lot of different elements that are around it.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I just think in terms of like, there's no way when they figured the point value out for guard, they were factoring in the idea that you can now have 2 mobs of 30 boys with them. So it's like there's definitely some game balance issues there, but you're right. It's sort of like everybody has the cheese, so it's not cheesy. But except for poor Tyranid players who get no change at all. So it's fair, but then it's not fair to some people. I think it's gonna be interesting. It's definitely when you go back to cinema and fun, it's there. But I don't know about. I just think there's going to be combos, as you mentioned earlier, with bringing other characters in and sharing abilities. With those characters with the units and stuff, there's going to be combos that are just going to be, really not intended or not expected, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, I think basically what's going to happen in tournaments is I think people are already doing it online. People are talking about it. You've already adapted to the mindset. I think basically all of the super powerful armies, the super good players are going to be using allies. I just don't think for the high-end player, you're going to see many armies that are pure one codex anymore. It's just going to be allies as a support tool. So, it's just going to be a thing you see. And the thing that kind of worries me a little bit is you always, in a tournament, you get sort of, the high-end people that are there to totally win and dominate and have their super tuned army lists. And then you have the people that are sort of more casual and just occasionally show up to a tournament and sort of just like to have a good time and don't really count on winning all that many games. And those people always, I would say, kind of would tend to lose a lot of their games, but now I think it's going to be really a really big chasm of when those two types of armies face. It's going to be just completely demolish them. So it will be interesting to see, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. Now, a couple of things that happen in the pregame that are interesting, and these are areas, I'll just say it, that are, I think there's some randomness back here that kind of harkens back to the Rogue Trader era when you used to army composition or army build was actually random elements in it. they brought that back a little bit, and this is some of the random. I don't really mind the 2d6 assault range, but this is some of the random that actually does kind of bother me. And one of them is they've introduced this concept of warlords in the list. So every army has a warlord in it. It's your leader. It's your HQ choice to get the highest leadership value. And before the game starts, you pick one of 3 charts, and then you roll a d6 on that chart, and that's the power you get for the game. Everybody has access to the same chart, but the problem is some of the powers on there are very useful, and other powers might be useful, but depending on the mission you're in or the faction you're playing, might not be useful. For example, I rolled up when playing Craig the ability that other models could, within 12 inches, could use my leadership, which is great, except I'm an Imperial Guard player who already has that ability. So I rolled up nothing, and Craig, I think you rolled up the one where every time you killed somebody in a challenge, you got plus 1 victory point.
Yes,
and
my leader.
Right, and in a game where 4 or 5 victory points is a lot, that's a pretty huge, cool thing against nothing. So, again, that's the kind of thing where, John, you were mentioning earlier, well, with the assault thing, you can sort of be a poker player and play your odds and minimize risk. There's no minimizing risk. You haven't put a model on the table yet. It's just you're starting with a disadvantage or you're not, right?
Absolutely.
And so I know when I played Ragnar, he already started to say, well, the house rule everybody's using is, you roll once and pick which column you're going to choose to roll from to kind of get a little better deal. So there's already, I think, this, I don't know where he got that from, but I'm assuming Ragnar is really hot on the tournament circuit, so he's probably already reading some of the ideas that have been thrown around. So there's already, I think, maybe some house ruling going on about how that's going to work to make it a little more balanced, right?
Yeah, there's kind of a thing. Well, why don't you finish up with the rest of the random stuff, and then I'll talk about it.
The other thing that's random is psychic powers, although this is a little bit mitigatable, right? So there's these new psychic powers all listed in the book, and if you have a psyker, you roll on that table. But in this case, you can pick to go back to your default power, right? So at least you're not going to get something totally useless.
Yeah, well, you basically can either choose to use the powers you have in your codex, or you can roll on the charts. But there is a default power on the random charts, which you can always go back to. So there's definitely it's definitely a little bit of a more formatted system that kind of mitigates some of the randomness.
And the other random things I'll mention now, just in the pregame, or actually happens in the missions. There's also the maybe I'm jumping ahead, but there's now mysterious your objectives you're trying to go for in a mission, and all the core rules have mysterious objectives, which means there's a random element to what they do when you get near them, and you don't know before you get near them, and then you roll on it. And most of them are positive, like it's harder for people to assault you, or you get better shooting, or you have Skyfire now. But one of them is it blows up in your face, which interesting, kind of cinematic and funny. But if you're playing in a tournament, and the other thing it thinks about when it blows up in your face is probably strength 3, AP nothing, right? So it really only hurts you if you're a guard player, let's be honest, or a non-marine player, right? So there's some of this stuff in here that's definitely it's cool and fluffy, but again, if you're going at it from and I'm not even saying I'm not a tournament player per se much anymore, but it just gets frustrating, right? When even if you're playing for fun, it's like, it's in my face, again. So, John, what are some of the ideas that are being floated around to sort of mitigate some of this, or is anybody worried about mitigating it?
Well, it's a huge topic of conversation, and a lot of tournaments are coming up with different ideas, and then there's also this sort of undercurrent swell of people also saying, well, it's still such a new addition that we should just try playing it basically as it is for the time being and see how that works. And there's a lot of people that are saying that, and it's kind of funny because what I see is if these were rules like these terrain rules, these random terrain rules, or the warlord powers were sort of a mission objective that a tournament organizer had come up with and said, in this tournament, we're going to play with these warlord abilities.
Tarred and feathered.
People their brains would explode and they would go, what are you doing? This is the dumbest thing ever. It's completely random. But now some of these same people are like, well, it's in the game now, so we just have to live with it and accept it. So there is sort of that undercurrent of some people are just saying that's just the game now at this point, and we just have to accept it. And then there are still some people, some tournament organizers that are trying to come up with different ways to sort of still incorporate some of these ideas, but get rid of some of the randomness. But I think some of the problem is these are rules that are going to be further utilized in upcoming codexes.
Right.
So, for example, in a Chaos Codex, if a character pays the points for a fixed warlord trait, for example, his point cost is taken into consideration that he didn't have to roll for his warlord trait. So now if you go to a tournament and everyone else is getting to, roll one die and pick from which column they're getting from, now you're devaluing that character's, fixed warlord trait.
Right.
So when you think of it from that point of view, it's almost like I'm not sure that you can, fix some of these problems without basically affecting the balance of the codexes, so to speak.
Yeah.
So
I think,
I don't know what the future is going to hold.
I think there's, I agree, and I think it's interesting. The some of the random stuff, like mysterious terrain and mysterious objectives, that's all actually built into the missions in the book. So the nice thing about how they did that is, if you are a tournament organizer, make up your own mission. You simply don't include those special rules in your mission, and you've moved that problem. I think where it gets trickier is with the warlord powers and the psychic powers, which are a core mechanic of pregame. And those are the ones where I don't know how you mitigate that, or it's part of the game now and it is what it is. Like Rogue Trader had it, it's just part of the game.
Actually, the random objectives, too, are part of the game as well. The terrain is something that you could definitely be optional on, but the objectives, the way it's written currently, is like that's part of the game, which is kind of weird.
Oh. So just to sum up the last part of the mission stuff here real quick, the other couple changes, I really like the changes to Night Fight.
Yes.
Night Fight is sort of like always probably going to, well, not always, but there's a good chance it's either the first turn or the last turn of the game, or last couple turns of the game. But the big deal now is you can see farther in Night Fight. It just gives cover saves now. So I like that a lot as a guard player, because at least I can shoot at something. You have a cover save, but then also there's things in the guard army, and this goes back to that mitigating luck thing. There are things in the guard army that can mitigate cover saves. One of the guard orders actually is you get to force to reroll cover saves, things like that. So there's ways I can get around that. So I like the new Night Fight rules. It doesn't just shut me down and I can't see past you and I lose a whole turn of the game shooting, which is really what my army does, right? So I really like the new Night Fight rules.
And that's actually a case where they took out randomness, because in the old editions you were always rolling for every unit trying to shoot at night, and now that's gone. It's a fix. You know what you're shooting at, so it's actually very nice.
Yeah, that's nice. And I think the reserve rules are slightly changed, right? It's a little easier to get you guys in from reserve now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's two big changes. First of all, you're not allowed to put your entire army in reserve anymore, which is, for the most part, there's a few exceptions, but that's a really big change, because in tournaments, people, had started doing that. If they're, facing an Imperial Guard gun line, you're going to put your entire army in reserve and just try to sneak onto your objectives to win the game. And that's kind of gone in a lot of cases. But yeah, you're also right that starting on turn 2, you're needing a 3+ to get your guys on instead of a 4+, so you're much more likely to start getting your reserves in much quicker.
So, I think Craig's fallen asleep on us, but I think that is...
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm liking it. I just haven't disagreed with anything.
There's a lot of small changes everywhere in this game, but I think we've kind of hopefully given you a very broad view of some of the bigger points and some of the areas where, people like John who have to try to figure out how to play competitively deal with this stuff, but also, good and bad. I mean, we're not, hopefully not sound like we're bashing it. I think there's a lot more cinema in the game. There's a lot more of that visual. And I've told the story before with my local friends that back in second edition, when you blew a vehicle up, its turret could actually fly off in a random direction and land on someone and do strength damage and kill him. And that actually happened to me one time. My tank blew up and landed on my leader and killed him. And it was really funny. I thought it was hilarious. And it's one of those stories I get to tell. There's more that's back with the planes crashing and the flyers crashing. And I think there's a story and a cinema here going on in 6th. But at the same time, if you want a competitive game, it's just a little different, than it used to be. So let's get our final thoughts here, Craig. Do you want to start off with what you think of 6th edition?
Let's see. Sorry, it's wicked late.
It is.
I enjoyed it. It was 40K to me. The two games that I played, there were new I didn't play with flyers, and so I didn't get a chance to see those. Most of the stuff that really impacted my games were the random assaults, both good and bad, the wounding, the closest models, so you can kind of guard your I have a squad of heavy weapon guys that has a Terminator guy with them, and he sits out there in front and soaks up a bunch of hits, but at the same time he can get outflanked, and there's all kinds of cool stuff going on there. I should say both of the games that I played were very friendly games with people that I enjoy gaming with, and I don't get all uptight and confused and concerned about, what's going on, and I just kind of have a good time. And I think under that environment, this game is really going to shine. I think you're going to get to use a lot of your different stuff, and you're going to, like, I have it used to be a whole Grey Knight army, and then the new Codex came out, so now it's half a Grey Knight army and half an IG army. And those are guys now that could slot into allies for half my other armies, and so there's all kinds of neat story-based stuff. I think for like campaigns and things like that, it's really going to shine. I think I don't know how I feel about all the random elements that you just went through as far as a competitive, tight game where you're really going to want skill to be the deciding factor. I think that's the kind of thing where you're just going to have to see over time what happens, and just kind of have faith. If you're a competitive player, then I think you're just going to kind of have faith that all this stuff works, even though some of it seems to be a little more random than you'd like it to be. I get that it like harkens back to the early days, and for the rapid fire, I was flipping through my Rogue Trader book and a couple of my Necromunda books, and I was like remembering the quote unquote good old days, which is exactly what John said would happen if I looked through those books. And it did. I was like, holy crap, how did I even play this game? But I think I liked where it was going. I like the abstractions more, and that's why I wanted to play that Dust game last night, so I could have it back to back to compare. And I think in the long run, whether or not I liked that, I get that one las cannon, yay! Well, in Dust, I get to choose which one of my guys dies, so I'm gonna choose as long as you can see him. So I'm gonna choose the guy in the back, not the guy that has a good weapon, and you just move on with the game. It's not like I don't know. I've never played the game where I was like, that's not fair. Or that guy wouldn't be the last guy to survive. I'm like, okay, but we're playing with these big giant space marine knights in shining armor guys versus aliens that don't really exist. So, I mean, a lot of it's going to be cinematic, and which is weird now with this I think this version is mostly cinematic, but has some elements to it that kind of go against that. And so I enjoyed it. And I liked it, and I'll play it again with friends who want to play this game. But I think that it's not going to be – this isn't my big renaissance where I'm going to be playing 40K again and I'm going to be making big armies all over again. In fact, I'm looking to unload a couple more of my armies because I just don't feel like this is – the last couple of versions, even though they've been wildly different – haven't really called back to me. So even in 5th edition, I did a tournament, I think, at one point. Mm-hmm. I don't see myself wanting to do that, especially with this new rule set. And so, I like it as a fun game with friends, and I don't think I would really want to go into a new environment with strangers and play it with all of these weird little things that are, like you said, with Ragnar saying like, well, we've been doing it this way because it makes more sense. And I don't enjoy thinking back to those moments in earlier tournaments I did. I don't think I want to relive them now. So
how are you going to rate it?
I would prefer to play other games.
How are you going to rate it?
I would rate it as, okay, I think we need to describe the rating system, not so much as, a 2+ is awesome and a 6+ is bad. But lots of people are like, hey, you're doing this, that, and the other thing, and you didn't like it, but now you like it. And our rating system isn't whether or not we like it. Our rating system is whether or not we think the average gamer would like it.
Right.
Which is why people are like, you said you didn't like Leviathan and blah, blah, blah. Well, first, as Russ pointed out in many, many emails, we played a very watered-down version, and then we played the real version, and we liked that much better. But so would it average miniature gamer, 40K, I'm going to say a 4+. I'm going to say if you play with a small group of friends and you do campaigns and you make up scenarios and most of your work is done either in a small club environment or in your basement, I'm going to give it a +1 to that roll, so a 3+. And if you're a tournament player who's hardcore and you've already started to feel like there's probably other places for you to spend your time and effort, I think this is not going to pull you back into 40K, and I would give it a -1.
Ooh, okay.
So I would say, yeah, if you're a tournament circuit guy who's been looking at Privateer Press or Malifaux or one of those other games, and you've been like, oh, maybe I want to try this out, I don't think this is going to be the version of 40K that reaffirms your faith in it as a competitive tournament engine.
All right. Well, John has to go last, but John, I want to ask you some questions before I sum up here. A couple quick
Okay.
ones.
Well, you want me to go next then?
No, you can go last. You can, but I just want to ask you, how do you think this will affect competitive play in terms of like, do you think the FAQ? I remember when 5th came out, I was very excited. In fact, we ran a little spoof at the beginning of the show. It's the sign of the end times. Russ is excited about 40K again, and I think when we had you on, I kind of joked that, hey, the rules are much tighter. You might have to shorten that FAQ. Do you feel like it's going to be a longer FAQ now? It's going to be shorter, about the same? Do you think it's going to impact a lot more tournament rules? Too early to tell? What's your gut feeling on that?
Well, my gut feeling is right now based on it's kind of hard to remember because it's been so long. I mean, when 5th edition came out, the FAQs weren't that great. And about 2/3 of the way through, they clearly hired somebody to be a dedicated FAQ person. And since that time, their FAQs had gotten a lot better. And they definitely had that same person working. And, right the day that this rule book was released, they released the 6th edition FAQs. And, they made a good effort, but obviously there's a lot of stuff that's just going to slip through the cracks. And so, I think I said the same thing in our last time with 5th edition. So this is almost the exact same thing. It's going to be interesting to see how well they respond because they've been doing such a good job with their FAQs up until this point. But one thing that I'm actually curious about is their digital products, because their digital products have had the FAQs added into. And so I actually wonder if now having those digital products might slow down their FAQ process if they have to continually now pay to update all their digital files and have them translated into all the different languages that they go in. So I'm actually curious to see if we might see a drop-off in how often their FAQs are updated. But right now, as it stands, I see there being a lot of questions that would need to be FAQ'd from an outside perspective, just because of how many questions there are from weird. The game has changed so much compared to when 4th went to 5th. It was really not that big a change. It was a tightening up. This is a really big change in a lot of ways. It's almost the biggest change almost ever. Not quite, probably not quite as much as 1st to 2nd or 2nd to 3rd, because those were both huge changes too. But this is definitely the biggest since then.
In recent memory, it's certainly the biggest change, right?
Yeah. So definitely anytime you make that big a change, I think that the codexes, since they're all written for different stuff, are going to have a bunch of weird loopholes. And their first outing of FAQs was good, but not great. So right now, as it stands, there's going to need to be a lot of stuff. If they continue what they've been doing in 5th edition and they're going to start, updating their FAQs, once every month or 2 months, then we could be in a really good position. But at this moment, there's a lot of questions.
Yeah. I was just curious about that. So I'll sum up here real quick, or as quick as I am, which is never quick, really. I think GW is clearly, I think the last couple of editions they were tightening up, and I think they were feeling there's always been a lot of clamor for that, and I think Privateer Press and other, led by Privateer Press and other companies like Malifaux and everybody have kind of very proudly said, our rules are tournament designed from the ground up from the beginning, play like you got a pair, play out, and I think GW was trying to kind of me to that. And then I think this edition sort of says them saying, you know what? We've always claimed we're not about tournaments. We've always claimed we're about the story. And by God, that's what we're about. And here's a cool cinema. We're about creating these awesome looking DACA jets. We're about creating these crazy models and giving you a rule set to get them on the table and just look at how cool they are walking around stomping things. And that is what this edition is. For better or for worse. I think it's not a bad thing. It's just not going to appeal to everyone. But I think it's also a differentiator. They can say we can create all these crazy things because we can just layer rules on top. We're not stuck with this idea that everything's got to be elegant and lock in tight. We're just going to layer a rule on top of that and let it go. I think it is a reversal on what they've been doing. I'm with Craig. I like the direction they were heading in. I do like abstractions and rules. I like rules that are elegant. I'm not really sure the word elegant applies to any. It may sound harsh, but I don't think you can look at a mechanic in 40K and say that's a really elegant, really brilliant way to do something. It's useful. It serves a purpose and it works. Mm-hmm. But I think they don't have anything like that. It's a shame because I think 40K could have some of that stuff, but I don't think that's really a direction GW is worrying about. Random. It's interesting. Mac Martin, who did the rules for Dust Warfare, wrote an interesting piece right after 6th edition came out, talking about the randomness and how people were complaining about the randomness in 6th edition, and that random's okay. And I think there's a good random and there's bad random. And I think John, you pointed out in the assault phase, that's kind of a good random in that as a poker player you can optimize for that. But I think things like the warlord is a bad random. It's random for random's sake. It makes a point swing in the game in the army build that has no impact on the game. And I think those kind of randoms are frustrating because even if you're not playing competitively, if you roll that and you're just playing for fun, but you're like, oh, I got nothing I can use. Oh, my opponent got this awesome thing. It can, I got one playing against Blake where Blake got one he couldn't use. I got the ability to outflank with Yarick and the Ogren in their Chimera. That's a huge change. For nothing, for no points at all, which is kind of a big deal. So yeah, I think that's, but again, if you're not a competitive player, maybe, whatever. And I agree with you, Craig. It's still 40K in that some of the things I like about 40K are still in there, like the cinema and the crazy use of all these awesome, wonderful models. But also the other parts of 40K are still in there. Like in turn 1, your centerpiece model can die. And I, as a tournament player, I don't like that. I don't like my Luminos battle tank just dying before I even get a chance to move it. But as just a fun player, you hate to see that really cool model that's a big point value and big effort to build just die before you move it. And
unless it has a flickering fire column of smoke
right.
Wreck marker.
A lot of other game systems
that'd be cool.
That would be awesome. But you see a lot of other games moving away from that, right? I mean, War Machine almost part of Mark II was just to get away from the turn 1/turn kill caster kill. Dust Warfare has done that with restrict ranges. They were pulling ranges back in 40K to try to give you the same thing. They've gone away from that completely now, and that's okay. It's just it's not. I don't enjoy that though. It's more frustrating to me, even when I'm just playing a fun game, to lose my Lehman Russ before I even get to shoot a gun. I do think the game's going to appeal to folks. And here's, I think, why I don't want to just come off as like the game's not well made. I think it's well made for what it's trying to be. And there are millions of people out there that really like Talisman. There are people that really like Mordheim and really like Necromunda. Those games and Dreadfleet. Those games don't appeal to me because there's too much random in them. One of my biggest gripes with Talisman is you get to the center of the board and there's the void and you just die and you start over again.
They got rid of that.
Yeah, I know, but that was in there. I think this
it was in there 20 years
ago. Well, I think
right.
You know what reminded me though? The random objectives where they just explode and kill your guys, that reminded me of the void. It's like
they only kill your guys because you're guard.
Right. So it's like but that's funny too if you're in the right kind of mood. Like Killer Bunnies and Munchkin are fun games, but they're not tactically challenging games, right? They're just funny. I think 40K is a fun, fluff-filled extravaganza of crazy, awesome happenings. But I think the 6th edition really says that's what we are. And if you want to make this tournament ready, knock yourself out. But that's not what we're doing here. That's just my feeling on how they're doing it. And I think I'm going to go on a limb here and say I think this could be GW's. This could be to GW what D&D 4E was to Wizards of the Coast. 4E, I'm one of the proponents of 4E. I think 4E, Dungeons & Dragons is a great game, but it was a very big change from where D&D was heading before, and it divided the community. I think this could do the same thing. I think that it's a tough season right now. Our local gaming group was excited about 40K until about a day ago when Dropzone Commander started shipping. It's a very tough market right now. There's some fantastic modeling companies out there now competing with GW. There's some fantastic rule sets competing with GW. And I think this is going to be the kind of thing where cinema people are going to love it. And like John was suggesting earlier, though, in other people who are tournament players might not like the cinema as much. Some of them there's going to be camps where they're like, it's in the rules, we should play it this way, but we need to FAQ it because it's, we need a local rule change because it's not competitive. It's too random. And I think there's going to be a lot of that fighting it out. So because of all that, I'm just going to rate it as straight up 4+. I think half the gamers are going to like 40K and half the gamers are going to be disappointed in it. But I keep it at a 4+, even though I think the rules could be refined because the models and the fluff in the background is so great. People are going to come to it. I've always said that, though. Despite the rules, people are going to play this game no matter what they do to the rules, almost because the models are so cool. But that's kind of where I think 40K is right now. I don't know. What do you think, John?
To quote one player from last night, even if these rules sucked, I would love this game.
There you go.
So there are those folks out there.
There's a group. Yeah.
Well, that's because a miniature game especially, is more than just the rules. It does have so much to do with the models. So.
Oh yeah.
What I'm going to agree and disagree with what you said there, Russ.
Go ahead.
I think what you say about it being random is actually, you're right that it did introduce a bunch of these random elements, but I don't think that it's even coming close to the randomness being the determining factor in the game. And so that alone, I don't think it'll kind of ever get that feeling. So what I'm going to say is it's kind of a weird situation because I think, well, they went for cinema and they went for all the story and all these things, there's no question. And they definitely did not really, I don't think they made any effort, like you said, to really focus on any sort of tournament. I don't think it's any secret from looking at the rules. By actually opening up the allies as they did, it actually creates a weird situation where the game will, I think, appeal to competitive players. And I can say from the initial reaction that I've seen online, the initial reaction I've seen at the local tournament I went to, I went there and they said, we have 27 people here for our Rogue Trader tournament. When we went to 4th to 5th edition, it dropped off. People were unhappy with 5th edition at first, and then they kind of came back in that particular store. So, it's kind of weird because on one hand, I really liked, just like you guys, I liked the abstraction that was in 5th edition. I like that clean and clear rules. That's kind of the mindset that I'm kind of gravitating towards at this point in my life. But I can tell you that from the chatter online, from the people I'm seeing, there's a lot of people that really, really like this. The shop owner at that tournament said, he said, this is the game I wish 3rd edition had been, basically. And I get that a lot. I mean, a lot of people are really, really digging this. And the reason that I think tournament players are liking it is because with the allies, you have so many options of what different sort of power combos you can go for. And there is a lot of tactical maneuvering now in this game, both within the unit and to, we said, maneuver around to, hit them in their side flanks and stuff. The people who are really good at this game, who know the ins and the outs of the rules, are going to absolutely destroy the people that are just like, hey, I'm going to show up and play 40K for the first time in 4 years. I mean, it's going to be you cannot. It's almost two different games at this point. If you're going to sit down and you're going to play with your friends and you're like, hey, we're going to, add some fun allies in for fun and we're just going to be cool, then that's one thing. But when you get to the tournament level, I think it's going to be this really brutal, combo. It's almost like War Machine in that you're picking the characters out of different codexes now to mold them together to make these super units. So all that randomness, I mean, it's going to have, a warlord trade is going to decide a game every now and then and stuff like that. But for the most part, I think at the high level, it's almost, I almost hate to say it, it's almost more of a tactical game despite all those random elements because of all the different nuance that's been added in terms of the tactical level. So I do think it will really appeal to, if not new players, I don't know. But I know that existing tournament players, for the most part, I sense a lot of excitement from people. And also, I hear a lot of people that have been out of, haven't been playing 40K forever, because they really didn't like the direction it was going. They kind of like more of that 2nd edition feel. I hear those people going, oh man, I can't wait to try this, or I really like these rules, and I don't know if as time goes on and people see the weird combos that you can pull out and the weird maneuvers that you can pull, people will dislike it and then they'll turn away. But for now, the reaction is very positive. So although it's not maybe what I would have wanted, I see it as something that most people I would say most 40K players are happy with it. A lot of people that didn't like 40K are happy with it. There's always a small number of people that are like, this is not for me. I don't like this. And I'm maybe in that camp a little bit, but I'd say that's the minority on this one. So I almost think that the GW almost hit it out of the ballpark for what their aim was. So strangely enough, I am going to rate it a 3+.
Ooh.
And I will say the 1 and the 2 roll are going to be if you are a person that really appreciates, clear, clean, concise, abstract rules, to sort of speed up gameplay, and you don't like chunkiness and fiddliness, then you're going to be on that 1 or 2 roll for sure. And I think the other person that's down there on the 1 and 2 roll is the player who likes sort of theme and fluff, but wants to also sort of play in a tournament. And now they're going to go to a tournament and they're going to see, every table has allies, and it's the same allies. It's, these super powerful units, and that's going to kind of bum them out. So I think those are the 2 people that are not going to be all quite so happy with this. But I think most tournament players are going to love it, and I think most fluffy players, if they're playing with their friends and stuff, are really going to like it because it has all those funny, cool cinematic moments and weird randomness. So there we go.
Mm-hmm. That's great, John. I think it's good. That's good analysis, and I think it'll be fun to watch and see. I do agree. I think GW definitely has put themselves in a very unique spot, and they're saying, "Look, we're over here in the crazy fun section." I think that's not meant to be a dig at all. I think that's really a smart place for them to be because that's really their strength. So it'll be neat to see what happens. So, John, thank you so much for coming along this mega episode, super extra extended.
Epic, super size. Apparently, I can't shut up.
No, it's my fault.
John comes on, and we get a huge, amazing, huge show.
Right. John,
it's the bullets. I blame the bullets.
Yeah, you should blame the bullets. The freaking bullets are out of control.
So, John, if people want to find out more about you or Dakka or what the latest INAT rules are, where do they got to go?
They should go to dakkadakka.com, which is DAKKADAKKA.com.
So that's Dakka?
No, it's Dakka. Well, whatever. You pronounce it however you want to, as long as you come to the site.
As long as you spell it correctly.
Right.
Well, John, thank you so much again for joining us and giving us all the great insights.
Thanks for taking all this time.
Thanks for having me. I can't wait to be on 100 episodes again.
That's right. All right.
We'll have you on 208.
208. Write it down.
It's in my calendar.
Take care, John.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Worlds to conquer, foes to vanquish, violence to sow, and medieval crops to reap. The whole world of gaming at your fingertips. The D6 generation, born to game.
Hey, and here we are. We are in the dog days of summer now. Ooh. It is warm out. Everything's slowing down, and it's time to think about vacation.
It is.
And where do you like to go on vacation if you're a geek? Well, there are places all over the world. The key, though, is when you get there, you're still a geek. There's nobody around who wants to talk to you about all the cool stuff you're looking at or explain to you the geekly significance of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But there's one group that will do all that and more.
There's a man that
Geek Nation Tours.
Right. Terrace stands tall in the geek saddle.
He stands tall no matter what.
Yeah, he's a pretty tall guy, actually.
He does. He is tall and proud as a geek, and he will show you the geekly significance of almost any place on the planet. And right now, we're looking at Star Trek trips that are coming up, actually, right around the corner to Las Vegas.
Yep. They're all booked.
And they're still booking for that. You've got Gen Con coming up, and we are super excited about that. And, of course, Geeking Out with Miniatures in England Tour 2012 is still booking, and that goes in September. So that's only like a month and a half away.
And all that Olympic stuff will still be set up then, so you'll be able to see all the cool
that's very true, yeah.
Yeah, check all that out.
And it's going to be amazing.
It's like doubly cool.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. You've got all kinds of cool stuff coming up. If Western's your thing, you got Westerns. If you want to meet the Black Library writers and, coincidentally, see the Canadian Rockies, there's a trip for that. Comic-Con, you got it. Black Library, you got it. Superheroes and Emerald City Comic-Con, you got it.
Just get the most out of your next vacation by checking out geeknationtours.com.
Yeehaw! This edition of Did You Ever Notice is brought to you in honor of Brian Moyer, Matt Cassidy, and the rest of Team USA. Good luck in Poland at the ETC Warhammer Championships. USA, USA. I thought that was going Olympic, but hey, Warhammer Championships is awesome too. So, did you ever notice how sometimes you can just do something and you kind of get stuck in that pattern of, I did it and so I'm just going to deal with it, as opposed to facing it and admitting you made a mistake? Well, this is me admitting that I made a huge mistake. I would like to apologize to all of you, the listeners who have the fortitude and the strength and the stamina to stick with it to the very end of our show. And last episode, I think I did you a disservice. I did my local friends a disservice as well. And I kind of, in my mind, cheapened the core reason of the Jever Notice, and that really upsets me also. Friends are hugely important, and it is important to be a good friend as well as to realize when you have good friends. But at the same time, part of that is not lashing out at your friends when they do something that annoys you, and they will. And you can be legitimately annoyed sometimes, but the way you react to that kind of dictates whether or not you're being a good good friend or a bad friend. And I was a bad friend. I took this bizarre little opportunity that I had, and I took a cheap shot at my local friends on my podcast with a worldwide audience of people who have never met these guys, and that really wasn't cool, it wasn't fair, it wasn't nice. It was actually one of my grossest pet peeves, the whole passive aggressive element of I'm just doing my thing. I'm not making many enemies. I'm not doing anything, and at the same time taking a shot at somebody. I mean, we've all, I don't know, maybe it was just me, but haven't we all had roommates at one point or another, that roommate or heard of roommates that they get sick of the dishes piling up in the sink. So instead of saying, hey, can you do the dishes? They leave a note. And you've got like 3 other roommates, but maybe you're the one who isn't cleaning up the dishes. And the note says, hey, to everybody, make sure you clean up your dishes. And it's got like smiley faces all over it, but the tone is really nasty. That's I just did the podcasting version of that, really. And it was cowardly of me. And it was upsetting to me that I did it. As soon as it went out, I was horrified after the fact, and I'm really, really upset at myself for doing that, for taking advantage of you guys, because you don't care about that kind of thing. I mean, that's silly, and me pretending that it was part of the overall theme of my Did You Ever Notice, which I thought was important and still think is important. But taking a cheap shot at my local friends, hiding behind the podcast and this whole, I'm just doing an editorial, that was really, really cowardly. And I'm very disappointed in myself. And I have apologized to my friends face to face. I mean, seriously, in the long run, what I should have done, in my opinion, and this is an editorial, so it is my opinion, I could have either confronted them or let it go. And in all honesty, I really should have just let it go. I was fine just a few days later. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was me being, and no offense to all the 8-year-old girls out there, but it was me being an 8-year-old girl, really, or my perception of an 8-year-old girl, because I don't really have a lot of contact with 8-year-old girls. My contact is with the 14 to 18-year-old girls who are, they're wrapped up in different stuff, and I wasn't being one of them, but anyway. So I really wanted to apologize for that, because this isn't the place for that. And it's interesting because I was on vacation the week that the show went live, and through some strange thing with this ridiculous phone that I have that Karen did, she somehow managed to get my D6G email. That was going, but my regular email wasn't. So I was getting my D6G email, and I was actually actively avoiding my home email at that point because I didn't want to. I was embarrassed, completely embarrassed for what I had done, and so I didn't want to get like emails like, "What did you do? That was ridiculous. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just tell us you were upset?" All perfectly valid responses to what had happened. And none of which had actually happened. Actually, as soon as my friends heard it, most of them called to apologize, which made me even worse because that's not. But anyway, I basically, in my opinion, in my mind, in my heart, gave up any validity to any kind of thing that I had, by what I did, and I felt bad that they felt bad, and that's ridiculous. So anyway, it was ridiculous that I did something that anyway. You can hear the confusion, I'm sure. So anyway, so I get an email on the D6G email, and every Did You Ever Notice usually gets a little bit of a response. Usually one or two people will email and say, oh, that happened to me, or oh, I agree, or I disagree. Always very, very respectful, which is why, once again, you guys are awesome. You go on forums, you listen to other podcasters talk about the email they get, and you guys are just amazing. Okay, really. I mean, we've had one email and one thread guy, right? And that was it. But I got one. That wasn't hate-filled. It was basically questioning my purpose in the Did You Ever Notice, and why that this person and his group of friends didn't feel that it fit at all in our podcast. And that shakes you a little bit. I mean, I'm doing this there's no uncertain terms, thousands of you that download the podcast. I assume you're listening, but maybe you're not. But we only hear from 4 or 5 of you at a time. So it's kind of like I'm doing it for 4 or 5 people, which is cool because most of those people are the same people and you get to know them. But which is also why you should email us, because that's cool too. And go to dakadaka.com, and a lot of the conversations that occur about Did You Ever Notice show up there too. So the guy was like, hey, love the show, it's awesome, blah, blah, blah. I think he's a fan of Russ, but neither here nor there. I love the show, you guys are awesome, this is great. I don't get Did You Ever Notice, I don't know why it's there, it doesn't do anything, blah, 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 it's too personal, we don't care about your personal life, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, ouch, that hurt, especially, because I think I really did step over the line with the last one, and so I was like, oh my God, maybe he's right. Maybe there isn't a point. And literally and I don't usually respond to those. I read them and I absorb them and I accept them. And then I let Russ usually respond to them, which is like the 3 times that's actually happened. And always very respectful. But then I got an email again, an immediate email after that, the very next day that talked about the train events that I was talking about, and this woman was talking about how important they were to her life, and then Russ went on and talked about it. So it's really nice, so I know that there are people out there that appreciate that personal aspect of that. I know Russ likes to keep it more professional and do whatever that means. And that was always a point of contention between Russ, Rafe, and I, was how personal do we want to get it, and I was kind of in the middle, and so now I'm but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. I'm just rambling at this point. But yeah, so my question was, like, am I getting too personal? I don't think so, but I could very well be. And is there a place for that in our podcast as far as our listeners are concerned? And so what I would like to do is I would like to solicit you guys, email me, okay, and tell me what you think Did You Ever Notice could be if you want it to be something more than it is right now. Or is it not? Is there nothing? Does it do nothing for you? I mean, if it does nothing for you when you're listening to it, I'm confused, because you can always just stop the show at this point. There's nothing left after this but some disclaimers and a bumper, whatever Russ puts in at the end. But if you're listening and you've been thinking, oh, maybe it could do this or maybe it could do that, I promise to take it all in the spirit in which it was received. But yeah, I'm looking to improve if there is room for improvement. I know that lately, of course, they've been a little shaky with everything that's happened over the past. I think I'm into week 6 or 7 now with this. And there's also a reason that I didn't tell anybody exactly what happened with my arm, but I have to wait another 3 weeks before I can talk about that. But that's more personal. See, then this is usually my chance to kind of chat with you guys, and I think some of you listen, and many of you probably don't listen to this point of the podcast, but my head, in like my perception of what I'm doing, is I'm sort of chatting with you guys at the end of the whole thing, and I'm trying to wrap it up, and I try to put a gaming spin on things, and sometimes I fail, and sometimes I make a big mistake like last time. But if I'm wrong, I think I need to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, this could be where I also talk about some of my experiences working with the different game companies and things like that. This was going to be the episode where I talked about getting arrested. Actually, I was going to talk about waking up with a police officer's revolver in my face, and then later on I was going to talk about getting arrested. But again, there's very little about gaming in either of those, and if I've strayed too far from gaming, then I don't want to do that. That's what we call a tease. But anyway, so those are my thoughts, and I would really appreciate your help. And everybody who helps, everybody who emails me with advice or support, I'm going to put all those names in, and I'm going to do a couple drawings because I've got a bunch of stuff that's piling up here too. And not anything big. I'm not going to be able to send you anything big, but I think I can send you something pretty nice, I think. Or, a little knick-knack at the very least. So I really appreciate your help. And again, I am sorry that I took advantage of all of your time last episode, and I will endeavor not to let that happen again. And that's about all I've got for this time around. So thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Hey, everyone else has done a version of this song. We figured, why not? And now, another not too horrible hit from the D6Generation.com.
Got your site URL. The project looks really swell. To hear the backers tell, I need you on my screen. It's got such a cool theme, just like a childhood dream. Maybe it's just a scheme, but now it's on my screen. Back account is growing, pledge levels are showing, pictures call for owning. This thing's totally ponin'. Hey, saw your Kickstart, and it looks crazy. Here's my money, so ship it maybe. Don't know if you can complete this baby, but here's my money, so ship it maybe. Hey, saw your Kickstart, and it looks crazy. Here's my money, so ship it maybe. And all the stretch goals, they so tempt me. Here's more money, so ship it maybe. Is this the first one you run? Can it be really fun? Will it ever get done? But still it's on my screen. The intro video's sweet, I just can't help but retweet. Can you really complete? But still it's on my screen. Backer count is growing, pledge levels are showing, pictures call for owning. This thing's totally ponin'. Hey, saw your Kickstart, and it looks crazy. Here's my money, so ship it maybe. Don't know if you can complete this baby, but here's my money, so ship it maybe. Hey, saw your Kickstart, and it looks crazy. Here's my money, so ship it maybe. And all the stretch goals, they so tempt me. Here's more money, so ship it maybe. Before I came to your project, I didn't need that. I didn't want that. I really didn't need that. Before I came to your project, I didn't need that. But now I found that. I really, really want that. Don't know if you can complete this baby, but here's my money,
This has been another not too horrible hit from the D6Generation.com.